We exchanged culture. Not just history, but identity. Not just artifacts, but creativity. Not just symbols, but stories. It is the rhythm of our daily lives, the melody of our shared language, the blueprint of our future. Like capital, culture gains momentum. With every exchange, it appreciates. Every investment in it returns. Culture returns more than capital. It fuels identity, sparks belonging, and leaves legacy. Culture is not a cost. It is capital, an asset class, a multiplier, a future. This is your portfolio of possibility. Invest in culture. It will return everything that matters. Welcome to Riyadh. Welcome to the Cultural Investment Conference.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Highnesses, Excellencies, honored guests, colleagues, friends, we are here in the absolutely gorgeous and stunning King Fahad Cultural Center here in Riyadh. I'm not sure where you are. Are you in New York? Are you in London? Are you in Johannesburg? Are you in Tokyo? Well, regardless of where in the world you are, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to it. So, imagine this. Right now, as we speak, somewhere in the world, a child is twisting their tongue around the lyrics of a traditional song. An artist is weaving ancient techniques with modern technology. And someone who has fled their homeland is teaching its recipes to friends in a new land. All of these are part of the 167 million cultural activities That's 160 million cultural activities that we do each and every day. And this has spawned a cultural and creative industry which contributes $2.9 trillion to the global economy on an annual basis. People say the numbers don't matter. Well, as you can tell, the numbers most certainly do matter. But also what matters is the role that culture plays in how we interact amongst ourselves, how you and I interact, and indeed how we engage with the world around us. So, over the next 2 days or so, we're going to be exploring where culture and capital meet. So, good morning to each and every one of you. My name is Dumi Makhabo, or as we would say where I come from, Tobelang. And by the way, I'm from South Africa, if you hadn't guessed as yet. And I'll probably share a little bit more about that as we go ahead over the next couple of days as I guide you through those. But more importantly, I think, is always the question of leadership. It's not just enough for us to exercise our cultures. How do we create environments that are conducive to us doing that in a more sustainable way? Well, I'm going to ask you to please, please, please help me in giving a very, very warm welcome to His Highness Prince Badr bin Abdullah Al Saud, the Minister of Culture and Governor of the Royal Commission for AlUla here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Your Highness, thank you so very much for your remarks. Now, one of the things that I was mentioning a moment ago was the question of leadership. And when we are talking about industries that are trying to transform or meld, and in particular the topic of our discussions over the next 2 days, where we're looking at how do we better meld capital with culture and the required investments, of course leadership becomes really, really important. We have to figure out how do we make sure that those leaders are focusing on that melding point or melding spot. Well, they do say that money talks, don't they? Well, I have no doubt that you know as well as I do that most of our most interesting, most exciting, most inspirational conversations don't just happen in the boardroom. In fact, often they don't happen in the boardroom. They tend to happen in cultural spaces, in concert halls, in shows, in art galleries, in spaces where you're seeing cultural and creative activity, which is driven by our very human nature. So what then becomes important for us to consider is how do we make sure that those conversations are moving from those concert halls to spaces where the requisite funding to scale, to grow, to make sure that it is more impactful is happening in the way that we wish and hope and desire. Our next conversation is going to be focusing on culture as a strategic investment. We're going to be having a 30-minute long also conversation on that topic. I hope you're going to be focusing as much as I'm going to be. And to have and drive that conversation, please give a very, very warm welcome to a gentleman whom I think you know. He is the editor-in-chief of Arab News. He'll be joined by a panel. Please welcome Faisal J. Abbas.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, our distinguished guests, a very good morning from Riyadh, the capital of culture. My name is Faisal Abbas. I'm the editor-in-chief of Arab News. Allow me to say a few words in Arabic. Sabah al-khair, ashab al-sumu.
Good morning, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies. We excuse you that this session will be conducted in English, and you can utilize the translation devices.
Distinguished guests, we have just heard from His Highness the Minister of Culture. However, this is a conference about cultural investment. So I have the distinct pleasure of inviting two of probably the best two people in the kingdom that can talk about culture from an investment and a business perspective. Please do join me in welcoming on stage His Excellency Khalid Al-Faleh, Minister of Investment in Saudi Arabia, and His Excellency Faisal Al-Brahim, Minister of Economy. Your Excellencies, a very good morning to you. Let us talk business.
Okay.
So, Your Excellency Khalid Al-Faleh, perhaps allow me to start with you. As the Minister of Investment, with a very diverse portfolio, you have worked in the energy sector. Perhaps one of the immediate thoughts that come to mind is when people think about investing, they think of rather other industries, petrochemicals, mining, technology. Not many people associate investment or return on investment to culture. What is your thoughts on that perception?
شكرا فيصل. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وأسعد الله صباحكم جميعا. وشرف كبير لنا.
It's a great honor for us to be at this conference with the great leaders from the media and the culture sectors. We were ready to speak in Arabic.
Ask us to switch to English.
I can
Start by acknowledging His Highness Prince Badr, who is our first Minister of Culture, who literally has taken this sector under the guidance of our inspirational leader, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, literally from zero to hero. Because, as you said, we never thought of culture as a sector, let alone investing in it. We all know how far we've gone, but we'll talk today about the opportunities ahead to continue to build on the success that has been made. So thanks to Prince Badr for convening us, and I want to thank him specifically for putting investment as the theme of this conference, because ultimately people have to invest. They have to invest resources, human resources, financial resources, IP, and knowledge. They have to invest their connectivity and access to market. And we have to think of the linkages also between culture as a vertical and the other economic culture, the sectors, which I'm sure His Excellency, my colleague Faisal Ibrahim, will eloquently address. But let me just tell you at the personal level before I talk business as you asked me to do. If we use the analogy or the metaphor of a human body, we obviously see the tangible, which is the body, the muscle, the head, all of the content of this human body, and we try to improve it through our health, exercise, diet, and all of this. But I think the most important investment that a human being does is in the soul. It is in your heart and in your mental state and emotional being. Are you happy or are you not? Are you fulfilled or are you not? Are you centered or are you not? So you may find someone who is the most healthy person, but if they don't have all of those characteristics, they obviously are nobody, despite having the best body. And I think for a society, certainly for a country, it's the same thing. You can invest in the best infrastructure, you can invest in the best industry, you can invest in the best agriculture, you can have people who work like machines and have jobs and full employment, and your balance of pay is positive, and your fiscal position is good, and your monetary system is good. But if you don't have a soul as a country and as a society, again, you're no country. Nobody will want to come and visit, your people will not be fulfilled, and at the end of the day, you're not achieving the ultimate objectives of having a good economy, which is to have happy people, to have continuity in your life. So that's just sort of how I see it from a high level. But as a ministry switching to investment, we want to be able to enable every economic activity that has the potential to create value for obviously the macroeconomy of the nation, to have the opportunity to create value for the investors and for the citizens, and the culture, which includes the creative arts. It includes festivals and events, and we all know what, under the direction of His Royal Highness, by starting the seasons, especially Riyadh seasons, what kind of movement we have created, not only nationally, but certainly regionally and even globally. The Riyadh and the Kingdom has become a cultural hub, and in a couple of weeks we will be starting the 25-26 Riyadh season, amongst many others. Of course, we have the film festival in Jeddah, and we have many events that have created a lot of value. We have today over 50,000 investors in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Saudi and international, that are categorized as investors in culture and creative categories. One of our main objectives as a Ministry of Investment is, of course, to facilitate foreign direct investment. And I can tell you from nothing, 6-7 years ago, we have today over $500 million, 1.8 billion riyals as of last year. So it is accelerating as we go, growing at double digit. $500 million of foreign investment that is already 1,700 of the 52,000 international licensed and registered global investors. I'm happy to say to this crowd that we have 1,700 international investors that are investing in culture, creative arts, events, entertainment, all of the things that we classify under this very broad definition of culture. And last but not least, and again, this is, I'm, I think, encroaching in the area of His Excellency, there are linkages across sectors. There is no sector that is sort of protected by itself or firewalled from other sectors. Every sector, to a certain extent, impacts others. But there are linkages between culture and everything else. We would not be able, as a kingdom, to get to quality international investors, tourists in the kingdom if we don't have a vibrant culture scene. So culture impacts education, it impacts digital and everything around tech today and the startup scene. And certainly, it impacts tourism, which is going to constitute, as a minimum, 10% with 150 million local and international visitors. So we do culture investing for its own, but we also do it because of all of these linkages. Last but not least, we are conscious and focused of creating a triangle between investing by investors, by government support and government direct investment in the sector. And the third category, which I think is so important, and for all of the influential and high net worth individuals, I think this is an area that is going to get, we have also civil society, we have the third sector of the economy. So culture and the creative arts is one where the three blend in together: direct investing, government investing and support and facilitation, and القطاع الثالث or the third sector, which is...
Your Excellency, I just want to make sure I get the figures correct. You've said $500 million in direct investment into culture and creative industries, and 1,700 foreign investors.
Investors. But most of them are small. They're entrepreneurs by the nature. They're artists. They are. So these 1,700 are not the big multinational, but we go after them. We nurture them. We have initiated within the Ministry of Investment a special track for attracting startups in tech, but also equally important startups in culture and the creative arts. And we want to create unicorns in this area as much as we want to create unicorns coming out in deep tech or entrepreneurship. But it requires special nurturing. And this is where the partnership with the Ministry of Culture, with the Culture Fund, which His Excellency is the Vice Chairman of, and the other, and the Entertainment Authority, all the other players, and the Ministry of Tourism, look at these value chains and mechanism to nurture and support.
Allow me to get back to you on that, Minister Al-Falih. I also want to talk about the opportunity for local investments and the work that you do with the Ministry and the Investment Fund. But allow me to turn now to His Excellency Faisal Al-Ibrahim. So now that we have established that there is a return on investment, perhaps as somebody who spearheads the Ministry of Economy and Planning, Perhaps you could give us a bigger picture or a better understanding of how this fits into the whole ecosystem. How much jobs does it create, for example? How much does it help build a brand that could help promote other Saudi brands internationally? Anything you can tell us on that aspect?
Sure. Thank you very much, Faisal, and I second His Excellency Khalid Falih on what he said in the beginning about this event and about the leadership of His Highness Prince Badr and the importance of this sector. I'll start maybe by commenting on what Tumi said in the beginning. I think the creative sectors globally represent $4.3 trillion. Tumi mentioned a different number. There's a range of numbers. And His Excellency was pointing out in the green room that that's 4 times the size of the Saudi economy. So I'll start off by saying this is serious business. This is serious investments. This is serious job creation. And for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, this is pivotal for the first wave of economic diversification that we witnessed, that relied on the new sectors: tourism, culture, entertainment, and sports. The Kingdom's economy did very well in a very short period of time when it comes to exported services. We went from a negative balance on tourism to a positive balance in a very short period of time. And this was fueled by culture, whether it's the events or the products or the various activities in the economy. The cultural component in other sectors, like His Excellency said, were very much tied to culture. I'll maybe talk a little bit about what culture means for us. So other than fueling or catalyzing the first wave of this diversification story, it also serves as one of the building blocks of a soft infrastructure that will attract capital, it will attract people, innovators, academics, thinkers, investors, entrepreneurs to the kingdom. To the point that in these first formative years of Vision 2030, spending on the cultural sector is equally as important as, and maybe even more important than the spending that we've saw historically on the budget items that received the most capital in our annual budgets, whether it's defense, sports, defense, health, or education. And it's paving the way for future growth and multiples of growth. We were talking a little bit ago about every dollar spent in creative sectors is represented by or sees about $2.5 of a multiplier effect in the economy. And we see that. Culture is also important for job creation. It serves as a demand that requires supporting industries that create jobs, but also it creates jobs directly. Today we have about 35,000 people working in cultural sectors. And the government and the Ministry of Culture and the ecosystem is training actively around 5,000 people, in addition to sponsoring a lot of students in the thousands to get many degrees in these sectors since the start of Vision 2030. On top of that, these supporting industries are products that we export or value that is created here that differentiates the user experience in the kingdom, that attracts tourism towards this kingdom. It's the value driver that is sometimes makes the difference between a traditional product and a Saudi product. On top of that, we have many other things that culture stands for, but one of the things, and I'll allude to what His Excellency mentioned a little bit ago, is something that differentiates Saudi Arabia. When we meet people, when people come to the kingdom, no matter what you have the discussion or outcomes of these meetings, people will always remember being in Saudi Arabia, will always remember what we wear and what we offer and what we discuss and what we eat. All of this is very, very impactful. Let's keep in mind His Majesty King Abdulaziz, when he met FDR, Franklin D. Roosevelt, on the USS Quincy. He actually, not a lot of people know this, but if you look at the pictures, he actually put or requested that his tent is put on the deck of the barge, of the vessel. And that sent a strong signal of pride in this culture that His Excellency alluded to. And I think that made waves in terms of the outcomes of these meetings. So it's something that differentiates us, that we should be proud of. And the values that the culture represents are things that turn into products. People remember generosity, and today are seeing an increase in the quality of the user experience when you interact with the kingdom, whether visiting it or being met by people from the kingdom. And there are many examples. Another one that I think is equally important, Korea's example of exporting culture is something to look at. Korea started along the same journey as the kingdom did with its development. It diversified a little bit faster, but it got to a point where it's exporting cultural products, to the point that here today in the kingdom we have Saudis who have learned Korean just by consuming these products. This is a sign of soft power and influence, but also we've seen that their market share of global creative industries market grow significantly in a short period of time. In the kingdom, this is an opportunity, not just for what we can consume locally, but for what we can export. Right now, the target is for the contribution of the culture sector to triple by 2030, and I think a big part of that will be driven with what we export.
Thank you for those insights, Your Excellency. Actually, it aligns very well with what nation brand expert and the person who coined nation brand, Professor Simon Arnold, says that countries that have a stronger nation brand or a more like nation brand trade at a higher value. And out of the 6 pillars, actually, that form that nation brand, he ranks culture as the highest differentiator for countries. I want to ask you, just to build on that last point you mentioned, Your Excellency, triple the sector by 2030. In terms of jobs creation for Saudis and for expats coming to the kingdom, what are the predictions of how many jobs that ambitious target can achieve?
So right now, I think the contribution is to the GDP is halfway through towards the target of the Ministry of Culture, and today we have about 235,000 people employed. I think the direct employees will increase. The number of museums, we're talking about 600 museums, the number of projects that are pillars in the cultural sector, whether it's the growth of AlUla or the completion of Dir'iyya, or the many other projects in other sectors that have a cultural component, will only grow in terms of order of magnitude. So I'd say we'll have to look at the details, but I'd say it will not be shorter than tripling that 235,000 and maybe even more. And that's other than the indirect impact as well.
Absolutely. And just to put this into context, and I know both your Excellencies have mentioned this, we literally did start from scratch, and perhaps one of the privileges of being a newspaper editor is we draft the first draft of history. So I remember in 2019 when the Ministry of Culture was established, and I don't think anybody would have imagined that we would have reached where we are today and where we're headed. But let me build on that point, Minister Al-Faleh. So far, it has been government-led, and I want to ask you about the role of the private sector, investors from the private sector, in building the cultural economy. And what can your ministry do to help empower them and also lessen the burden on the Ministry of Culture?
Well, I think one unique aspect about culture, given the broad spectrum that culture covers, from things like museums and libraries to things that actually make substantial money, like cinemas and movies that go global, blockbusters that make a lot of money, to fashion, high-end culinary food that actually draws, is that there are different degrees globally of government support that's required. So we're not unique that the government had to seed the sector, incentivize it in the beginning, and as this movement happens of people getting interested, whether they are the creators of the various verticals within culture, from visual arts to culinary, to music, to films, to festivals, you name it, the government can start withdrawing, and the economy itself starts seeing this as a business opportunity. So the Ministry of Culture, with all of its instrumentalities, the various commissions that His Highness Prince Badr has set up that specializes in supporting each of these subcategories within culture. His Highness reached out to us early, 3 years ago, and said, Khalid, let's join our two ecosystems and do a strategic partnership. So we signed an MOU in his office a couple of years ago, and that MOU allowed us to be an extension of the Ministry of Culture where it comes to activating the business and the investment aspect of the ministry. So one of the things we did as part of our national investment strategy is do a sector investment plan. And this sector investment plan analyzed all of the subcategories of culture, what it requires, which one is profitable, which one is not, what are the regulatory hurdles, what are the incentives required, who are the potential investors in Kingdom, what is the funding gap that exists within the sector, and how can we bridge that funding gap in a way that allows the government to do less of direct investing, as you mentioned, and not to continue forever as a government-led. And I have to say, within the last 2 or 3 years, amazing things have happened. We have developed jointly, led by the Ministry of Investment, 40 investment opportunities, which are today loaded on Invest Saudi, and I invite all of those watching us to please go and log in to Invest Saudi and look at those opportunities. Some of them have an IRR. We predict through our pre-feasibility studies that we do before we load anything on Invest Saudi above 20%. So they are quite profitable. And some of them are going to be infrastructure for tens and hundreds of investment opportunities that will come after. So production studios, for example, for some of the creative arts are some of the investment opportunities. Some of them are funding mechanisms. And by advertising, I'm happy that today in this conference, Oda Capital will be announcing a fund of initially 150 million riyals that invests in some specific categories of creative art. So a movement towards investing. I quoted some of the numbers of FDI as well as total investors, including nationals and regional investors that are registered with us and with the Ministry of Commerce. I think this flywheel that has been created, that started moving between the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Investment, the National Development Fund with the Culture Fund, is very powerful. I think it's not at full speed, obviously, but it is going in that direction. As I mentioned earlier, we have expedited licensing and registration. Our investment law that came into effect less than a year ago aims to eradicate, remove completely all hurdles amongst investors, but by working with the Ministry of Culture through the strategic partnership that we launched with Prince Badr, we're able to hear directly from the stakeholders. This sector investment plan I mentioned, within the ministry, and I've seen them with my own eyes, there were tens of workshops done with potential investors to hear from them what do they need, what is it that the government, and it's not always funding. Sometimes it's regulations, it's offtake, it's demand, it's linking them with tourism, with event, and sometimes they need the value chain to be continued. So some of them will say, we need an event management company that specializes in cultural events. So we go and advertise for this, and we create that. So getting the value chain from end to end, well thought out and built through this process of push and pull to create integrated value chains and to allow the linkages with the other sectors is something we're trying to do. But let me just end by, we will never be, this sector and some of the subsectors within it will never be 100% investment only. It will always need government support and facilitation, including some funding, and it will always aspire for and hope also for donors, philanthropies, foundations, and the third leg of that triangle I described. And here I want to just bring out two names out of probably many that I don't know. Jameel is a very successful model of an organization by a corporate entity, Abdul Latif Jameel, that has dedicated a lot of resources, and they have planted a lot of seeds and enabled a lot of entrepreneurs and startups in the area of art. Abdul Latif Al Fawzan Foundation has also dedicated a lot of resources for architecture, specifically Islamic architecture and architecture of mosques. So it's not limited to one type. And architecture, of course, is part of our culture scene in Saudi Arabia. And there are hundreds of other niche areas that I'm sure many people are passionate for. So as people think of their legacy, what to do in the future, I invite them. And you see it today, the Ford Foundation, the Getty Foundation globally, what Bill Gates is doing. So I'm hoping that also our very generous and capable people who have the wealth, alhamdulillah, and have been blessed, to also dedicate some of their foundations that they will leave for their legacy to the broad, to whatever they select within the broad area of culture.
Fantastic. And I just want to maybe have a quick follow-up on that point you just mentioned, Your Excellency, because before I give the final word, as we wrap up the session, to His Excellency Faisal Ibrahim, any specific enablers or incentives for those who want to invest in the cultural sector?
Thank you for asking. Incentives are, of course, always, but definitely now, as we plant the seeds and water them for the sector, is absolutely necessary. And it's been recognized by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He allocated budgets, both cash and non-cash incentives. And His Highness Prince Badr started a few years ago when we created the National Incentive Committee to say, let's start with film, global film producers, which will create and catalyze the film industry in Saudi Arabia. So we co-designed together a rebate system for global film producers who typically go to other locations. And for the first time, the last few years, we have seen global film producers come to the kingdom and take advantage of this incentive scheme, which is rebate on their spend in kingdom. But I think other than those major global productions, and some of them are blockbusters, saying this was filmed in Saudi, which is important, I think, for for changing the stereotype about Saudi Arabia as being closed. I think it created a big movement within the kingdom for local film production, and today you see it on Netflix and many sites that have Saudi film production. Then there was Ignite. Ignite was a program for the digital content, and digital content and culture are complementary in a big way. So we launched a big incentive package as part of the Ignite program, which went into animation, short videos, and many components. Now, this week, and I think it will be announced, expected today or tomorrow, there is an incentive package that His Highness just asked us to do for all of the other verticals within culture. So it will cover culinary, it will cover fashion, it will cover music, it will cover visual arts, all of this, and performing arts. All of these will have grants and incentives that are going to be available, mostly targeting startups, and of course complemented with the existing incubators that I talked about, the training academies, which are also a big incentive to create the talent pool that can join foreign and domestic investors. And we will continue to, taper and change and calibrate our future incentive package to fit the need as we grow further.
What a very positive way to start the day. Half an hour have went very quickly. Your Excellency Faisal Ibrahim, any last thoughts before we conclude this session?
Sure, I just want to comment maybe on what His Excellency said. I think in the beginning, the government was investing in loss leaders, if you will, to signal to the market, locally, globally, the presence of new sectors and more opportunities. But the government will continue playing a role in absorbing the inefficiencies that require government intervention for the private sector to grow. And the reason I mentioned that jobs will triple, the number of jobs that in the vision need to be created over the next 6 years are double what we created so far and at a higher quality. And this will come through the continuation of government work and intervention, but also coming through reaping the rewards of pushing the private sector in these directions. Private sector does it more efficiently, and we'll see a lot of opportunities in front of them. Another point that I wanted to mention is that for us, culture and the Ministry of Economy is about mainly 3 things. Our objective under Vision 2030 is to accelerate diversifying the economy, and culture played a significant driver role in this regard in the first wave that required the growth of these new sectors, tourism, culture, entertainment, and sports, connecting a lot of these sectors together, but also paving the way for, as I said, soft infrastructure to allow for industries and more complex products to be produced and exported from the kingdom. Number 2, it's about economic participation. The number of people who got out of their houses to have jobs or to work or to be entrepreneurs, to get a chance to work in more established enterprises, to grow, to later on invest and consume. This is very important for the economy. It signals a healthier economy. And it's not just about people taking on more jobs. It's what they're learning in these areas. Culture is at the middle and at the heart of creative sectors that will be the link between our challenges in productivity and our productivity-led growth story. Even in esports, you see a link between the consumption community and the creation community. And this talent that's there is helpful in other, even more complex sectors, including defense later on. Third point is more about the connector role that culture has played. We talked about diplomacy, we talked about connections with investors. This is really important. I mean, I think His Excellency knows a lot of people we meet. When we meet with them, they said, yes, I got introduced to the story because I met His Highness Prince Badr, His Excellency Hamid, His Excellency Rakan. It's a lot of people we meet who met or learned the Saudi story from the culture work that they do and how it interacted with the quick and significant and deliberate growth we're seeing in this sector in the kingdom, which is, as we mentioned in the beginning, serious business.
Excellencies, thank you so much for a brilliant start of the day. Thank you to our audience. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. That was brilliant.
To Faisal and Excellencies Al-Faleh and Al-Ibrahim. I was listening to that conversation, and I have to say what really struck me was how it's crucial for us to ensure that for investment to happen in cultural and creative activities, there has to be a commitment from governance as well. So the policy has to enable an environment that allows us to have conversations, to grow cultural activity, because that, of course, has a very direct impact on economies. In this instance, it was a very high focus on Saudi Arabia and the role in which cultural activities, almost regardless of which one you choose, have had a very real impact on, one, how Saudi Arabia may be perceived, but also on the investment question. People thinking differently about seeing this market as an opportunity for investment, not just in terms of the traditional investment areas, be it finance, be it banking, be it mining, extractives, whichever, but also looking at the cultural side and an understanding and appreciation for how important that is. Something that His Excellency Al-Ibrahim also mentioned, which I think is really important, he made this analogy and comparison between what is happening domestically here in Saudi Arabia and what is happening in particular in Asia. I think he mentioned Korea as an example. And I think that is indicative of the nature and the requirement for investment which goes beyond borders. It's not just a domestic enterprise any longer. It's an enterprise that takes you beyond borders and also requires for governments to have conversations about how they can in turn support each other's cultural endeavors. Which takes me very nicely to the next conversation. I'm going to ask you in a moment to welcome Faisal back to have a conversation that will focus on looking beyond borders and shaping the global cultural economy. So please welcome Faisal back.
Okay. You're going to put that.
Yes. Good morning once again, distinguished guests, excellencies, highnesses. We've heard from two of the greatest minds when it comes to investment and economy about what is happening here in Saudi Arabia. But given the international nature of this conference, which is holding its first edition, and what we've heard from their excellencies, the ministers, that this is naturally an international or outward-facing initiative or outward-facing effort. It's only logical that the next session focuses on international experience. The next session is titled Beyond Borders, Shaping the Global Economy. And I am delighted to be joined by three fantastic panelists. Dr. Andreas Gorgon, Ambassador and former Secretary General, Federal Commissioner for the Culture and Media in Germany. Dr. Andreas, if you can join us. Her Excellency Sheikha May bint Mohammed Al Khalifa, founder and chairperson of the Sheikh Ibrahim Center for Culture and Research, and the former Culture Minister of the Kingdom of Bahrain. And last but certainly not least, His Excellency Hamad bin Mohammed Al Faiz, the Vice Minister of Culture in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who's going to be giving an opening remark. Your Excellency.
Your Highness, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, good morning and thank you for being here on this beautiful morning in Riyadh. Let me start by welcoming you all, panelists, guests, and friends to this discussion. I know that many of you have come from across the kingdom, the region, and the world. Your presence today truly reflects the power of culture to bring people together. It is my pleasure to open today's discussion with our esteemed panel of subject matter experts and colleagues, Sheikh Hamay Al Khalifa and Mr. Andreas Gorgan, to talk about shaping the cultural economy. Our panelists today and I go back many years, connecting across various areas and exchanging in-depth notes and ideas. I look forward to the rich insights and expertise you'll bring to this conversation today. Welcome, Sheikh Hamay and Andreas. One of the most decisive choices in Saudi Arabia's transformation has been our leadership's decision to place culture at the heart of Vision 2030, elevating it from an organic expression of identity to a driver of growth, investment, and global collaboration. The decision mirrors why we are gathered here today, because culture is also about employment, education, innovation, and new economic frontiers. The global creative economy is valued at over $4.3 trillion. It employs more than 30 million people and contributes over 6% of the global economy. And those numbers are only going to get bigger. Cultural tourism alone accounts for 40% of global tourism revenue and proved to be one of the most resilient sectors after COVID-19. Recognizing this, Saudi Arabia championed the G20 culture track in 2020, underscoring culture's role as a strategic sector in global growth. Culture, while unique in its properties to each nation, is universal in its competitiveness. Cities and nations worldwide compete to host museums, film hubs, and design districts as magnets of talent, investment, and visitors. In Saudi Arabia, our advantage in this competitive space is a clear strategy backed by measurable progress. Midway through our cultural vision, Saudi Arabia has already invested over $21 billion in cultural infrastructure, welcomed over 23 million visitors to cultural events since 2021, and supported a sector where more than 50,000 companies now operate. This impact is tangible and felt on the ground. The regeneration of Jeddah Historic District, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, has restored dozens of heritage buildings, attracted millions of visitors, and fueled opportunities for SMEs and entrepreneurs alike. Flagship projects such as the Dir'iyya, AlUla, and Al-Qiddiya further anchor this ecosystem, bringing in international expertise, expanding local capacity, and ensuring culture remains a catalyst for broader economic growth, and many others. Most importantly, we are investing in our people, their education and development. In 2023 alone, already over 28,000 students graduated in cultural disciplines, and culture sector employment grew by more than 300% just in 6 years. New initiatives are embedding arts and culture into schools, universities, and scholarships abroad. Just this morning, His Highness Prince Badr bin Abdullah bin Farhan Al Saud announced the launch of the Riyadh University of Arts, the first of its kind in the MENA region, a bold step toward creating a pipeline of future cultural leaders supporting the growth in the economy. All these efforts point to one truth: Saudi Arabia is not only developing cultural assets, but also creating a sustainable ecosystem where ambition turns into opportunity for investors, for creatives, and for communities. So let me close by thanking all of you here today for keeping culture at the forefront of our collective agenda. The opportunities are vast, the energy is real, and together we are shaping culture as a sector of both identity and investment. Over to you, Faisal.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was His Excellency Hamid Faiz, Vice Minister of Media, on behalf of the Media Ministry, and
Culture.
Vice Minister of Culture, I beg your pardon, on behalf of the Culture Ministry. Sheikh Hamay, if you would allow me to start with you, Just for the audiences, Sheikh Hamay prefers to answer the questions in Arabic, so if you would like to turn on your translation devices. I had the distinct privilege of meeting you in person and seeing the amazing work you do at the center in Bahrain. And as this conference has a very unique name, we're looking at culture and investment. I'll be very interested to know, how did you manage to successfully balance between cultural preservation and cultural heritage and business needs in the Kingdom of Bahrain?
شكرا جزيلا أستاذ فيصل، أكثر من سعيدة أن أكون معكم في هذا الصباح الجميل.
Thank you, Mr. Faisal. I'm very glad to be here with you this morning. Thank you for Minister of Culture to have this conference. That means for me a lot. The culture is the important pillar for us to have our identity in the future. Maybe we start at this field to invest in the culture. It was recently, about 20 years ago, but with the partnership with the private sectors, we can do a lot of things with a commercial institution and to invest in the heritage places and locations. And the big revenue in this, in the level of, in the local level, it was the cultural capital in Bahrain Kingdom, and now we attract many visitors, and it's covered from a worldwide press, and it's received many awards, and it was between the project location and the road of AlUla to build an infrastructure for the heritage cities. The first object is to receive the original people to their location, and also to attract the originally identity. Without privacy, without identity, we cannot build a tourism here. Whatever project we have here, but the best investment on the heritage places. And here I can see that the big part here, it happened from the private sector. At the beginning was from the studying. We didn't have the ability to provide $2 million to study the project, and it's been supported from the government. And now we received also a support from the Islamic Fund in Jeddah, and they usually didn't support for infrastructure, for electricity, or for other things, but for the culture. This was the first time for them to support and to invest in it, and now we become a model to have the families and the people to return to their original places, and also to attract a tourism project.
$50 million in cultural tourism projects, which is quite significant in a very short period of time, I have to say. What, apart from perhaps the goodwill or caring for heritage, was the argument for investors? Did they see it, this is more of a CSR perhaps, or more of a smart investment?
مصداقية المشروع حين تتقدم بمشروع بكل أبعاد.
It becomes the profit of the project. You can receive support from a private sector. We have to provide ourselves in the correct way, even
الإعلان عن اسم المؤسسة.
even to announce the name of the foundation. The first museum there, it was support from private sectors, from Arca Capital Bank, and the biggest project under this umbrella, it comes from the King support, which was established in 2013, and under this umbrella we build many museums, many projects, and we try to attract the private sector to run these projects and to provide an infrastructure for sustainable culture and to preserve our identity. And without our identity, we cannot reach internationally. Really, you want to participate with us, yes, and share us your experience and to build the engineering in Italy and Indonesia, and we received many rewards because we speak about the sailor's nest. It's bring us the golden line, and we received this year with the same team another lion. And also when we participate in Milan Expo, when we speak about the Day1 civilization, we receive an international reward. We usually always receive these rewards if we build our identity and reserve it for a long time. So always the culture may don't have the suitable budget. For example, in France, the budget of the culture is more than other budget. For example, let's say the Ministry of Defense, they are
What's a great way,
responsible about the borders, but the culture here, it's our responsibility.
Dr. Andreas, you know, you are a brand in your own light when it comes to cultural diplomacy. And of course, I mentioned in the earlier panel the Nation Brand Index and what consists a nation brand. And one of the key pillars, or the most important pillars according to the founder of the theory, is culture. And you know, of course, I'm sure you know, but those who don't, you'll be pleased to know that Germany and Japan constantly rank very high in nation brands. Now, Germany and Europe in general, we just heard Sheikh Amay speaking about how much emphasis in a country like France there is on culture. So, but Germany and Europe have more mature cultural economies. What can younger cultural economies learn and perhaps do differently from your experience?
Thank you very much for that question. I think it's a joint learning. It's not that other countries they can learn out of the failures of the European countries too. So we come later on to that. First of all, let's talk about 30 seconds about joy. Because when we are talking about culture, basically we are talking about a meaningful, about a tool to connect with the world and to learn about the world, which is not the rationality we express through numbers and abstract terms. So that joyfulness is the room for arts and culture, and arts for culture. The arts is protected by giving us a meaning we cannot explain through the rational meanings. And this is the cultural infrastructure you was talking about. And coming from a country which is mostly known for his automotive brands and not for his entertainment industry, despite the fact that sometimes our cars are more entertaining than motion. 1 kilometer of a highway is about 10 million euros. One important museum is equal to 50 kilometers highway. And if we consider cultural infrastructure as the highways of the hearts and the minds, we have to invest heavily in those cultural infrastructure. I'm giving an example for Germany, so basically it's a grassroots infrastructure of 12,000 public libraries. Above that grassroots infrastructure, you have 7,000 museums and 1,200 cinemas. So proving that German culture is not so much entertainment and joy, but mostly libraries and museums. But seriously, this investment is an investment in open spaces for arts and culture and for new meanings of understanding.
I mean, allow me to pick up on that because you literally just read my mind when it comes to my next question. The previous session was in a way a lot easier when you're talking to the Minister of Investment or a Minister of Economy because everything is numbers based. You input a certain amount, what is the output? You're either making a loss or a profit. When it comes to cultural diplomacy or cultural projects, what, in your opinion, is the right way to measure targets, KPIs, and return on investment?
I give you 4 KPIs. So just to get the numbers straight, of the cultural investment in Germany. It's 14 billion public investment, 10 billion private investment for books, tickets, all that kind of stuff. Additional 10 billion private investment on devices, and additional 10 billion private investment for newspapers, magazines, and all that kind of stuff. Meaning that it's a cultural market of about 20 to 30 billion euros. Out of the 14 billion euros public spending, roughly 5% are going to the international cultural policies, and another 5% to cultural heritage, and mostly, meaning 30% are going to theaters, 20% to museums. So one KPI is the number of international partnerships of an existing German cultural infrastructure. And then you say, okay, but it's a federal government, and the federal government only controls a certain number or has a seat in a certain number of museums. So we started, and thank you, Hamed, thank you, His Excellency Rakan Al-Tuk, we started with a bold cooperation between Saudi Arabia and Germany. Second KPI is, how does such a cooperation change your own narrative? So I do not think that identity is our core issue. Our core issue is identification. I don't think that our neighbor might be a stranger, but we have to do every effort not to estrange him, because he will be our partner to solve global problems. And we need that translational and transformative power of culture without losing ourselves. So I'm sure, and that is my second KPI, that our own view on our cultural heritage, on objects, will change through the cooperation with Saudi Arabia. And that will allow us not only to understand ourselves better, but perhaps to better be understood in a globalized world.
Thank you very much. And I think that is a very good segue for the follow-up question to Sheikh Hamay around the same topic, actually, you mentioned, Doctor. Sheikh Hamay, you've always been known to be a champion or championing culture as a form of diplomacy and preservation, not just policy. The question is, and you alluded to this in your previous answer, how does one protect authenticity and local identity while still building cultural economies that are globally relevant and financially sustainable, of course?
سؤال قريب إلى قلبي. المحافظة على الهوية تأتي في المقام.
This my question is very vivid to my heart. The really message here to deliver the correct and accurate message to the responsible stakeholders and to people. This will give us the privacy here. So, for example, on the AlUla road, when we invest on the heritage places that the citizen didn't go there, and we try to relive it again and to attract many people there, we focus here to what we have from privacy, and when we try to attract many tourism, and then we can add it to the economy. For example, the heritage places, if we didn't build for it infrastructure, without museum, without a balanced activity, we cannot preserve it for the location, and we cannot preserve their privacy. So here we try to deliver this message: invest in your heritage, invest in your identity, so later on you have a magnificent identity here. And we cooperate with many ministries. A few days ago, I attended Athena conference, and the speaker didn't know that I am related to the cultural ministry, or I know them, and he spoke that the cultural investment in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was the best from all Arab countries together. So we are really happy for this achievement, and we hope that this achievement will reflect in all Gulf countries. And we know that the profit and the revenue here is very large, not only for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but with their neighbors and for all the world, because it carry a different image a different image that the people used to see to us. We invent, and the invention here comes at the basic. For example, the Pearl Road. The Pearl Road was an idea. It was an idea we gathered together with the International Heritage Committee, and we chose Al-Muharraq city. We couldn't achieve this unless we have an idea, and I discuss it with the ND councillor, and we applied this project, and now we apply this idea, and now we have a cultural revenue, so to preserve the identity and also the cultural revenue, but this need a long-term patient and a studied plan, and which will not happen in one jump, but it comes through studies, and which care about the old city and what all the details.
Visiting you and seeing طريق اللؤلؤ, but perhaps some of the audience are not aware of the project. So could you kindly just introduce the Pearl Road? What is it and what's the initiative behind it?
أوكي، طريق اللؤلؤ مشروع وطني تحقق.
Yes, the Pearl Roll, it was a national project, comes at the beginning of a study. It's, the main object here is to focus in the role that comes from the barrel before the oil and the pearl manufacturing. It was the basic pillar for the economy in Bahrain, and it was a witness for Al-Bahraini economic. And all the Bahraini people, they have many fields there, diving, or the sailors, through many chains. Now we count the houses who work there, about 14 houses, and some of the locations have been removed to collect the area together and to have a bath here and to have this Pearl Road from the museum, the Pearl of the museum, until we reach Al-Muharraq city. The project applied and achieved with many senior engineers, and they be able to show many projects there for people who concerned about this kind of projects. They try to give all the infrastructures needed, parking for the cars and all the services needed there to make it a sustainable tourism. And we reach now internationally and globally, and all the global press speak about this project, and we received many rewards regarding this.
I'd love to give the final word to His Excellency, just to bring it all back to your opening speech on behalf of the Ministry of Culture. Allow me to simplify it, Your Excellency. Why is Saudi Arabia doing this conference? And may I add something perhaps that some people in the audience might not know the significance of. This is under the direct custodianship of the Crown Prince, and His Royal Highness does not give that honor to many conferences, just a select few.
طبعا we're always lucky to have the support of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, but through this conference we're championing a global cause of changing perception about the relationship between the financial relationship with culture. A lot of people believe that culture, while socially rewarding, not as much economically and financially. And we are here to change that. I think over the next couple of days, if delegates leave thinking that they can benefit from culture economically and financially, we would have succeeded. And the role of the ministry is to enable and support these opportunities for them to be for everyone, everywhere.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for your introduction and for your conclusions. Your Excellencies, thank you for being with us on this panel, and what a great state of the day. Our audience, please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا.
to Faisal and his second panel. To all of you, thank you very much for your contributions to the discussion. So, as we're seeing, the global question is perhaps what's quite imperative in the context of what we're doing today and tomorrow. Not just culture, of course, but also the capital that comes along with that culture. One key element, however, when it comes to this industry and culture is creatives. And creating, you see what I did there? Creating a conducive environment for creativity to take place. Whether that creativity happens as a result of culture, whether that creativity happens as a result of technology, the underlying driver for all of this is the question of creativity and making sure that one is able to tap into that and scale it sufficiently so that it becomes an economic driver for jobs and for economic growth. This next conversation, I have to say, I have been looking forward to as well very much. So please help me in welcoming the moderator for this next fireside conversation. He is a senior editor at large for Fortune. His name is Sean Tully.
Hello, Sean.
Welcome, Tony.
Thank you. It's an honor to be with you.
Tony and I didn't know each other before we were invited to this wonderful conference. So I had the privilege of pre-interviewing him in New York City at Sony's offices there. And since then, we've spent a lot of time together. And that's the wonderful thing about the conference is the great contacts that you meet and get to know. But basically, I was wondering, as a business journalist for 40 years, how I ever missed doing a profile of Tony. Because when I started reading about him, I found a fascinating figure who I should have profiled a long time ago.
Well, there is a reason for that. I avoid profiling.
Yeah, I think I could have talked you into it. That he grew up in Albany, New York, with 4 siblings in a 2-bedroom apartment, and then went on to a career in television stations and fixing 2 large companies that were in terrible trouble, Fox and also Sony. He says he likes to fix things. But what was really impressive was when I met him, I never met somebody who was so un-Hollywood in my life. It's very extremely personable, low-key.
Is that a compliment or an insult?
Oh, I think that you were casting yourself against type, which can be a great asset in the movie industry. Mm-hmm. Tony, as someone who's been in this industry, and of course you came to the movie part of the industry quite late, mm-hmm. Have you ever seen anything like a market opening up this quickly? 38 million people. There were no movie theaters here a few years ago. It's exploding. What kind of opportunities does the Saudi market open for domestic, for U.S. and other international producers?
Well, it's a tremendous opportunity. I came here a year and a half ago and was just completely blown away by what was going on in the marketplace. There's cranes everywhere. There's cranes everywhere in this country, building and expanding, building buildings and theaters and sporting places and things that are just going up like crazy here. And it's just amazing how it's happening. We did a little test with a film last year called Bad Boys.
Yeah.
And we spent a lot of time and effort in making sure that film was well known here. Will Smith came here. We did $28 million in box office, which is about what you would do in England for a good film. So that gives you an example of what could happen here if you have the right product and the right promotion, the right marketing. So this is going to be a terrific market in the future.
Yeah, the hotel we're staying in, I went into the Vox Theater. You look like you're walking into Dolce & Gabbana. It's so beautiful. There's a concierge. There's 7 screening rooms. So this is a major expansion and a completely new market.
I think there's about 700 screens here right now with more expansion to happen. So we're really looking at this market as a...
Yeah, well, I think when you first came, there weren't any screens in this entire country.
That's right.
So it's a total revolution in terms of the cinema. Tony, I want to now talk in terms of just strategic management and vision. I know that you were instrumental in fixing the cultures at Sony and at Fox. They were broken. There was a lot of infighting there. Can you talk about, if we just think about the whole the movie industry here as being, it was so heavily supported and backed by the cultural ministry, and especially in Project 2030, talking about the importance of culture. If you think about the culture in running a new enterprise called Saudi Cultural Investment, Inc., how important is it to get that machine going, so to drive all of the different portions of culture out there that the kingdom is determined to build, whether it's music, whether it's movies?
Yeah. Well, look, in any enterprise, you have to have a very strong culture. You know, I say this to my kids, I say this to our employees. If you can do two things, if you have curiosity and enthusiasm, you'll do pretty darn well for yourself. And this country has massive curiosity, massive enthusiasm. When you talk to people, everyone is excited about what's happening here. And you need that critical mass of positive thinking, positive momentum to make an organization function in the way it should function, so that you're always going in the same direction, you're plowing in the same direction, you're rowing in the same direction. If you don't do that, and you have people going against your ideas and your wishes and leaking those thoughts to the press and having the press print these things, it creates such a distraction. It just creates such a distraction that you just can't achieve your goals. And that's one of the things that's been so amazing to me, is that the ministers of this country have been able to get people moving in the same direction without a lot of dissonance, for lack of a better word, and that's what's making it happen.
Yeah, how important is it just to hire the right people up front, the people who have a positive attitude, team building, Tony?
Exactly. That's, like I said, if you know, I look for a few things, curiosity and enthusiasm, 1 and 2, intelligence, obviously, experience, obviously. But if you can get the right people in place, you can back off and they'll let them do their jobs and things happen.
Yeah, and in terms of just, because you've been an inspirational leader, even though you have a low-key style, tell us about the kind of things that you were able to do in fixing the cultures at Fox and Sony.
Well, they were very different. The companies were in very different places and for very different reasons. But the concepts of critical mass of positive thinking, which drives the naysayers underground. They're concerned about saying negative things when the majority of people are positive. So that's a very important concept to think about. And secondly, putting people in place that are motivated to be positive and not worry about negatives. You know, many companies, when you at Sony, for instance, when we took Sony over, there were a lot of businesses that were losing money. And when you have that, you focus all of your efforts on trying to improve the things that aren't working, instead of spending time on the things that are working and expanding them. Right. So you got to cut those businesses out right away. Get rid of them, stop them, and I would advise that to any company or any country or any enterprise. Get rid of the things that people worry about and can't make work, because if they're not working, they're probably not going to work.
Not only get rid of the things that aren't working, but don't go into certain things that other people are rushing into.
Right. Well, that happens occasionally, and I think you're alluding to what we did with streaming services around the world. When I got to Sony in 2017, all of our competitors were developing general entertainment streaming services, and we looked at it and said, well, if everybody's doing this, somebody's got to be producing product to help them compete with each other, because they're going to be going after each other aggressively. So we, at the time, came up with, that we were supplying the instruments that they could compete with, and we did very, very well with it. But obviously, streaming services are a big part of the world today and going to be an even bigger part. So we developed a streaming service called Crunchyroll. We actually developed one called Funimation and then bought Crunchyroll and merged them. It's an anime service. It's extraordinarily successful, and we don't talk about it very much because we don't want people to come after us with this and have competition. We're the only anime streaming service, a significant anime service in the world.
Yeah, but it's very interesting, though, that you chose not to follow the trend of the moment in a big way.
Well, there were 6 or 7 already in process, so why go that way? And what they were also doing is taking all the product that they were selling in the marketplace or renting in the marketplace and putting it on their own service. So there was no product being sold in the marketplace. So we were the only ones large enough to be filling that role as an arms dealer, in effect, that they could then use our product to compete with others. And that's what's made Sony Pictures probably the most stable business in the industry right now.
Tony, also,
by the way, blind luck. Blind luck plays a lot of part in there too. So.
In terms of, I know you have 3 axioms for how to create momentum in a company, and you have to choose 2 of the 3, right? So can you go through those choices?
That's really in choosing a project. When you're deciding to do a project, there's the 3 words are. The 3 words are fast, cheap, and good.
Yeah.
And you can have 2. You can't have 3. If you're going to be fast and cheap, it's not going to be good. If it's going to be fast and good, it's not going to be cheap. And if it's the third, that is what it is. So if you use that as an axiom, it really plays well. And I'm questioning it a little bit right now because this country seems to be doing it is doing all 3 at the same time.
All 3 at the same time.
Yeah, somehow. I don't know how they're doing it, but they seem to be doing it.
Fortunately, this is a country that is certainly well stocked with resources.
That is true.
They would have the option of moving both very, very quickly without some of the constraints that I'm sure you may have faced in your career. So now you're the chairman of the company, and what role are you playing now?
I think one of the more important jobs you can do, and one I would also recommend to any business or country, is think about succession when you start your job. And I did that when I first got to Sony. I thought about succession and how I was going to make that happen and planned for it. And I gave up the CEO role in December or January of this year. And now I'm chairman. And really, right now, I'm there to talk to the CEO, to talk about what his problems are, what his issues are, and also giving career advice to many people in the company. So that's basically what I do now. And also being kind of an ambassador, which is what I'm doing right now.
Right. Well, it's very interesting. The role of women in Saudi Arabia has become so much more important. In terms of the movie industry and the choices of product, how important is that in terms of the kind of programming and that might be appropriate for the Saudi market?
Well, one of the things that we also focused on very early at Sony was to make sure that we had input from all very diverse set of attitudes, and wanted to make sure that many voices were heard. Obviously, you can't create things for every voice in the world because you need a big enough market to market to. But having those voices within every one of our projects has been very beneficial. I think 57% of our employees are women at Sony Pictures, and very soon, probably close to half are in senior, fairly senior roles. So I think and one of the other things that's been amazing to me is watching in this country the emergence of women. I think someone told me that most of the businesses that are being developed in Saudi, smaller businesses, are led by women. And I've met through the various conferences and meetings that I've had with people, women are driving this company. Driving this country.
And do they drive the audience in the movie industry as well?
Well, it depends. It depends on the film, the concept of the film. If it's a kids movie, very much so. If it's Bad Boys, that was driven by men. K-pop. We were talking backstage about the K-pop film that is on Netflix, which we produced, by the way, for Netflix. Which has been an unbelievable sensation, one that we didn't expect to see. That is driven by women and young adults. But depends on the film, the concept of the film.
So tell me, how much do you think your unflashy style and your playing against type has helped you
Well, you know,
over the years?
people say that. And one of the things, it's pretty simple. I try not to spend time on things that are a waste of time.
Yeah.
You know, people who are in the business just to get their picture on the cover of Variety or to be interviewed by a Hollywood Reporter, they're not spending time doing their job. There's only so many hours in the day, and if you focus on the wrong things, you're not doing the right things.
Yeah, well, I think that you would use that argument to resist letting me do a profile of you. Maybe I could talk you into it now.
Well, I have time now, so yeah, that's true.
Good.
But look, it's about focus. It's about sticking to your business. You develop a concept, you develop a strategy, and you follow the strategy while everybody in your company and other companies is trying to get you off your strategy. And that's the biggest challenge in a role like I had as a CEO. I always envision myself as a train on a set of tracks going in a particular direction and everybody trying to get you to get off of that track. But if you stay on the track, you're going to work. It's going to work.
Well, thank you so much, Tony. This has been a pleasure for me, and it's been great getting to know you.
Great, Sean. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Super job. You're the best.
Sean, thank you very much. And of course, to Tony, that is one of those conversations that you really do wish would go on a little bit longer, purely because it's interesting to get the insights of one who has to create and foster creativity within his organization. That thought process is always invaluable. In a second, I'm going to be calling Sean back onto the stage for another conversation, this time focusing on a co-production of vision and capital. A little bit of what came from this conversation for sure, but also looking at how the two can better work in tandem and in hand to make sure that we are seeing what we want to see for the creatives and for that industrial growth. That's going to be coming up in just a second. Right after, you're sure to give a very, very warm welcome back on stage to Sean Tully. He, of course, is the Senior Editor-at-Large for Fortune, and he'll be guiding that discussion. Please give him a warm welcome.
Yeah, I like this right here. Makes me feel free. It's got that, let's just play. Free to do what I want and have a good time. That's all night. Everybody, 'cause I'm free to do what I want and have a good time.
Because it takes courage to change people's heart.
Welcome to my world.
Well, 41 long years ago, I was the Paris bureau chief of Fortune magazine, and I read about a movie producer in Tunisia who had created or helped to create films such as Star Wars and the Indiana Jones movies, and I'm thinking, I never heard of an Arab movie producer, and I never heard of a movie producer in Tunisia. So as a journalist, I'm thinking, I'm looking for offbeat stories. I thought, how could anything get more offbeat than this? So I went down to the Tunisian desert, and I spent some days interviewing the great Tarak Ben Ammar. When I arrived there was a film being directed by Roman Polanski. He was riding around on his bicycle, stripped to the waist. And I said, well, it's unusual to have an Arab being the leading Arab in the whole movie industry. And he said, I think he's more of a preppy than an Arab, he said. But that remark probably shows the great kind of cross-cultural influence that this man has had, going from Georgetown University on to growing up in Tunisia, and then his tremendous influence in the US movie industry as well. Then, fast forward a number of years, decades, and the Weinstein scandal breaks, and who is on the board of the Weinstein companies but Tarak, and who is trying to bring down Harvey Weinstein for stealing from the company but Tarak, and it happened. And so I immediately got in touch, and he gave me a wonderful story that I also did for Fortune magazine. So we completely reconnected, and then I have the honor of reconnecting with Tarak again, and he summoned me to here, which I do whatever he tells me to do. And I went from our original meeting in the Tunisian desert to the desert right here in Saudi Arabia. By the way, I do have a connection with Saudi Arabia because I went to a little prep school in New Jersey called the Hun School, where the sons of King Faisal were educated. And so I learned all about the career of Ibn Saud, which I know is a great historical figure that Tarak has always been anxious to do a film about. So Tarak, what are you doing in this desert?
Well, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My relationship with Saudi Arabia, Sean, is 52 years old. I came here as a young man to go to Mecca and Medina with my family. Yeah. My family was connected to the president of Habib Bourguiba, first president of Tunisia. And as I was growing up, I knew of the history when I was not born, that Habib Bourguiba was helped in his exile by the late King Abdulaziz bin Saud in being able to fight the resistance and obtain independence. So I had this emotional relationship with Saudi Arabia in discovering it over the years. I wanted to start to do a film about Abdulaziz bin Saud, but I was wrong because I had no experience, no knowledge, and I do believe it should be done now. Certainly His Royal Highness, the Prince, doesn't need my advice for that, but of course I would help in any way. And then all of a sudden, a young man, the age of my son, His Highness Prince Bedr, who I didn't know, I had heard of, first Minister of Culture, asks to meet me in Paris. I was very intrigued. I had come back to Saudi over the years, saw the evolution, and this young man, the age of my son, who's here in the audience, with his affection, respect, and vision of 2030, said, "You're our cousin, uncle, come and help us. You've created a film industry in your country. Please come." I didn't know that at that age, so we're talking 6 years ago. Yeah. At 70, I wasn't going to have a new career, but he provoked me because I've always wanted to be proud of a new Arab nation, of a new Arab leadership. And I had been blessed to have met the Crown Prince before he became Crown Prince. And also this young man told me of a vision. I said to myself, oh my gosh, if they really do what they're saying, this is the future, the present and the future. So he tempted me. He did even more. He gave me a box. I thought it was chocolates or dates, as the Saudis are great hosts, very generous. And I opened the box, and there was a little television screen to show you how good they are, with a little film in color, in music. Welcome to Saudi Arabia, the new kingdom. You are now part of the community of Saudi Arabia. And there was a residency card. So all of a sudden, I became a Saudi resident. So I really felt Saudi. So I said to myself, if I was younger, what would I do? And if God gives me some health for a while, how can I help this country with the means, the vision, the youth? Every leader is half my age. So I said, let's put them on the map. Let's try and put Saudi on the map. With one incredible exception, is when I was at the Milken conference in Abu Dhabi, His Highness the Crown Prince opened up movie theaters, and that was 2020. 5 years ago, there were practically no theaters. And now there's 700 theaters. The key to this market is the youth.
Yeah.
When you have a market and you have your population, you talk to your population, you make films for them, you make films about their culture, and then you export films. The way the Spanish, the French, the Saudis, the Italians make films, then they export them. So what I did is the gentleman that you've interviewed before, Tony Vinciguerra, who's a dear friend. I am in business with Sony, Paramount, and many studios. I distribute them in Italy. I went to Tony and I said, look, Tony, seeing is believing. Whatever you hear about Saudi, come with me. And because Tony had met His Highness Prince Badr in California, he saw the energy and the youth, and Vice Minister Hamid Fayez, who has really been incredible. He came last year and I said, what do you think? He said, unbelievable.
Yeah.
We went to Jeddah, we came back here, I saw Diriyah. And then thanks to the Prince, we said, what are we going to do? So the CDF was this incredible culture development fund. I don't think there is a culture development fund in Western countries, let alone Arab countries. So they're the first in everything here. First time they have a Minister of Culture, first time they do a cultural investment conference, first time they create and so we said, what can we do? They said, let's create a film fund. A film fund? There's no film fund that there is a government, 40%, cultural development fund, and private individuals, as myself and others. So we've created, I'm happy to announce that the Riviera Content Fund for film industry, both for Saudi and for international, has been created, and we are already investing in films with Sony, with Paramount, and with Universal, because I wanted them to be on the map the way I was put on the map, thanks to Star Wars. Sorry, I was long.
Yeah, no, not at all. Yes, and the company is based here in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, it will be. It is a Saudi company because I'm a Saudi resident.
Yeah.
So the majority is a Saudi company with our partner Empire, who already has a presence here in exhibition, and Sony. We will distribute all of Sony and all of MGM, and that will give us power to impose Saudi films. As you know, the market is the exhibitors. The movie theaters want a Superman. They want a Mission Impossible. Well, then we use that to impose a new director, a new small movie that needs to be helped.
Yes, and I think you said there are some movies already running in Saudi Arabia doing more business than in Italy.
Oh, absolutely. Well, some of the Saudi films have gone through the roof, which tells you that youth here want to know about their stories, about their culture. Like any country, people identify with local stories. And then maybe, you know, for example, a Saudi woman director, Haifa al-Mansour, has broken out in the world. First started here and then made international movies. So yes, my desire is to use the money from big commercial movies, which we are bringing. He mentioned Bad Boys. Equalizer 3, we produced with Sony, made more money in Saudi than in Italy or Spain. So this market is going to be exponential. I can compare it to what China was when China opened to theaters.
Yeah, and do you see a mix between both Arabic language films and English language blockbusters?
Yes, the first in the box office are Hollywood movies.
Number one.
Number one. Then right after are Arab films, principally Egyptian. As you know, Egypt has been the leader in films for 100 years. And so the idea now is to take Saudi talent with Egyptian talent, and which they've done. I'm certainly not the only one that's doing this. So there's some great producers here. There's a company called Telfaz. They've made some incredible successes. And my idea is to, look, I really, at this moment in my life, I wanted to pass the ball to the new generation. Prince Badr is the new generation. And so he put me in contact, and the bureaucracy disappeared. The film commission, creating the company, the permits. It's incredible what they're doing. It's like a turbo charge. So maybe while I'm still on this earth, I thank God, I'll see the result by 2030.
Well, you made a good point about the rapidity at which things are done, how fast the hotels are done, how fast the entire historic district turned into this architectural wonder. That may not be typical of the entire movie industry, Tarak. So
this is the new world.
Yeah.
This is the new world. Youth, vision, means, desire, market, facility. I went to talk to Princess Noura University in front of 600 ladies. I've never seen such freedom of speech. I was not coached. I was not told what to say. I was so impressed that I went to see some of the leaders and I said, you guys are in trouble. The women are going to take over.
Yeah.
They are so free.
Yeah.
And this is thanks to the Crown Prince who has given the freedom. With freedom, you move ahead. Non-freedom, you stay backwards. Remember, Saudi Arabia, for those who haven't been here before, was really asleep for 30 years, with no disrespect to the leaders before. But it really was going at a very slow pace. It's this new youth leadership that put the accelerator to where we are today.
Yeah, you came here as a kid to go to Mecca. You came back as a businessman, not dealing with some very prominent Saudi figures. Did you ever imagine anything happening at this pace or at this? It's almost like a cultural big bang, isn't it, Tarak?
It's also, I think, vision of God. I mean, this is the land of Islam. I think there was a moment that this land had to be the leader in many sectors, in mine, films and television and culture. This is the only culture conference in the world. Right. There is no other culture. So that kind of gives you how lucky I am to deal with them.
Yeah. Well, listen, we've developed an entire new asset together, which is our age and our air of dignity, right?
Youth.
Since we started back 41 years ago.
I'll pass on the ball to the young generation.
Thanks. Such a pleasure, Tarak, to work with you again.
Thank you. Very honored. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies.
Sean and Tarek, thank you very much for that stimulating conversation. What I really do appreciate about that, though, is this view or this notion that within cultures and within certain spaces, there are people who deliberately and actively champion what needs to happen in the creative industries. Because, of course, without that happening, then we don't have environments that are conducive to filmmaking, to production, to artists, to performers, etc., being able to ply their trade and do their jobs. So that's really exciting that we have people like Tarek who can ensure that that happens not just here in Saudi Arabia, but hopefully replicas of him in many other communities and societies the world over. So speaking of conversations where we have leadership and champions, investing in culture is one thing. So we can do it at a small scale, you can do it in your neighborhood, you can do it in your community. But it needs to happen at scale too in order for it to be impactful, for it to have a very direct infeed into national economies. And that is the conversation that's going to be taking place in just a few minutes. And to direct that discussion, please welcome on stage journalist, host, and moderator Mariana Evenstein.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. As already mentioned, I'm Mariana Evenstein, and I'm delighted to be guiding this conversation. We're looking at investing at culture at scale, the untapped asset class. Now, we often hear that culture is vibrant, it's growing, and yet many institutional investors are still hesitant. And the kinds of things that we often hear about are concerns over risk or inadequate scale or also a lack of established financial models. So today, with our very esteemed panel, we're going to be taking a look at new approaches to financing and investment and how they could unlock capital flows into the culture sector, and also perhaps how Saudi Arabia could be a leader in this space. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our panel. We're very honored to be joined by His Excellency Rakan Al Touk. He's the Assistant Minister of Culture for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Welcome. Also joining us is Noah Horowitz. He's the CEO of Art Basel. Hello to you, Noah. And Charles Stewart, CEO of Sotheby's. So, gentlemen, great to have you. We are in Saudi Arabia, so I'd like to begin with Saudi Arabia, where culture, of course, is a pillar of Vision 2030. And Your Excellency, Saudi Arabia has really put culture at the heart of its strategy. Can you perhaps begin by telling us a little bit about how the kingdom looks at cultural investment, and also what kind of models are already being put in place to support the growth of the sector?
Well, thank you, Mariana, and I'm very pleased to be here with both Noah and Charles. It's a very important topic, and I think it was wonderful to listen to everybody preceding us talk about the importance of investment capital flow into the culture and creative industry space. I think we heard some large numbers about how large the contribution is from creative industries into global GDP today. His Excellency, the Minister of Economy, mentioned around 4 trillion. This is a clear signal of the viability of and the commercial viability of this industry, of these industries in general. When this ministry, the Ministry of Culture, started developing the National Culture Strategy, investment and private sector capital flow was always a central part of how we thought about sustained development. And what was clear is on a global level, but as well as within Saudi Arabia, there is a translation problem, if you will, between the financial world and creative industries. The creative industries cannot speak and package things in ways that the financial world can understand, and the financial world sees perhaps reductively the cultural and creative industries as either luxury consumption only or philanthropic activities. So that's something that we've continuously tried to think about. I think in Saudi Arabia, many measures have been put in place, and we continue to iterate and think about ways to do this. The truth is, government spending and investment into the cultural space will always play an important role. Public sector capital can and will always play something like a first money in, last money out platform setting role that's very important. On that platform, economic activity can be built, whether it's by corporations, individual investors, or the philanthropic community as well. What's clear is the government government spending can tolerate longer duration for return. Government can also accept returns that are not necessarily direct economic, but accept these external social benefits, which is a burden that perhaps typical commercial actors will not stomach in the same way. We can look at government activities even in very mature cultural sectors. One of our largest partners in the cultural sector is France in general. We recently saw an announcement to heavily invest and expand the annual visitation numbers to the Louvre Museum from 8 million to 12 million. You think about an asset like that is a very, very mature and august institution getting such investment. That's purely a decision that must have been made with an eye on an increased visitation, increased ticket revenue, and increased income for the Louvre. In the Ministry of Culture, we look at things in a bit similar way. We look at these important flagship assets, such as museums or important UNESCO World Heritage sites throughout the kingdom, and think about these as the platform-setting places where government investment can create not only a return for the country nationally, where our objectives for national unity, social cohesion, sense of pride in the kingdom, and heritage preservation are met, but our objective to unlock economic activity on top of this platform is done. We also are looking at different models now for different ways of public-private partnerships. The important thing here is to bring in the private sector not only on small activities, but to think about the private sector as an infrastructure developer, as a real estate developer as well. I'll give an example. Some of the audience may know the Jax district in Diriyah. Jax is a former warehouse, network of warehouses that was taken over by the ministry. The Diriyah Biennial Foundation was set up as an anchor tenant within that district. It became the home of the kingdom's first contemporary biennial. But Jax evolves to become a landlord now for creative production companies. It becomes a landlord for art studios. And this idea of bringing in a halo effect, if you will, from a government-supported initiative, but create outsized returns for private capital is really a way to solve this translation problem. Cultural districts themselves are great sort of contributors to city economies in general through an uplift in real estate prices. Noah would know Art Basel moves into a city and consumer spending increases even if Art Basel is there for a short time. I think in Miami, there's probably an uptick of just during the few days that they are there of $500 or $600 million in people spending within Miami. So just like an anchor tenant can sort of uplift, the idea is to create this cohesive, distributed sort of return effect, a distributed REIT, if you will, with that asset. You can deliver sustained returns for multiple stakeholders at the same time. I think looking at models like that continuously for us will be how we try to incentivize more and more capital to flow.
So, Your Excellency, you mentioned also this lingering false idea of culture as something just that's luxury or it's about philanthropy. And one of the other barriers, it seems, for global investment in culture is the challenge of treating it like an asset class, and how do we evaluate? So valuation is really, really difficult. How do we measure the value of culture? And this is really a problem for investors looking at their returns, because if they can't value it, they're not as likely to want to back it. So that makes sense. Charles, I'd like to turn to you because I know that Sotheby's recently helped stage the Origins auctions in Diriyah, Saudi Arabia, which was huge. So more than $17 million brought in, and also Saudi artists given a new global stage. So that was really a tremendous milestone. And yet, again, as I just said, culture is still not viewed as a fully credible asset class by many investors. So what do you think needs to happen to change this mentality, this mindset, this perception?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. It's a real pleasure to be on stage with such esteemed co-panelists. And I always enjoy coming to Saudi Arabia in particular precisely because of the breadth of the cultural ambition of this country. And every time I come, I feel like you see it, coming to life. This trip has been no exception. We did, as you say, host the first international auction here in Riyadh earlier this year. Fascinating experience for us. We had 5,000 visitors, hundreds of registered clients from locally and regionally, and I think a very successful outcome for a first effort. One of the most popular aspects of the 2 weeks we were on display were our master classes, and I think education is such an important component of developing confidence as a collector in growing the market. The challenge in the art market, visual art market, from my perspective, is we want to see more and more collectors coming into the market. This is a global market that is ranged between $55 and $70 billion a year. And for it to go to $100 billion, you need, 1 million new collectors around the world coming in. And that should be very doable. But to get there, there's a whole series of things that I think need to develop and grow from where we are today. Some of that is geographic expansion, which we're pursuing here, for example. There's technology expansion, there's education, among other components. But when you put all that together, that somehow is the formula to creating confidence and excitement about, committing personal or institutional capital into the art market.
So picking up on geographic expansion, Art Basel, of course, has a track record of acting as a catalyst for market growth in new regions. Also, next year, you'll be entering the MENA region with Art Basel Qatar. So, Noah, just from your perspective, what lessons stand out for you that could help guide how cultural investment can spread more globally?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you again for having me. It's great to be here. I think from an Art Basel perspective, our organization is really an amplifier of activity. We're not a marketplace in the same way as an auction house is in terms of accepting consignments. We really elevate a global community of galleries in the primary and secondary markets. So where we locate, it's incredibly important to think of the broader ecosystem of cultural resource. As we've expanded globally, starting in 1970 in Switzerland, in 2002 into Miami Beach, 2013 to Hong Kong, and next month we're in Paris for year 4 in the Paris market. The contours of the city, the country, the region that we're in is incredibly important. Casting an eye on the global expansion of our trade, it's clear that the MENA region, the Gulf, is ripe for opportunity. Infrastructural investment is absolutely extraordinary, and we're here, side by side with our partners in Saudi Arabia, seeing everything that's being built in real time here. As we look ahead to Art Basel Qatar in February, we're incredibly excited to lean in and help through an international fair of the caliber of Art Basel, raise the level and raise attention and create further opportunities for artists, practitioners in the region. We see it as a very rising tides lifts all boats phenomenon. In terms of the lessons that we've learned over the years, I think there needs to be a really dynamic interplay between the private and the public sector. That is imperative. I think having an entrepreneurial approach that spans beyond the market itself into hospitality, tourism. His Excellency mentioned, the legacy of Art Basel Miami Beach, which is, an event now in Greater Miami that contributes on a year-in, year-out basis nearly $500 million in economic impact. It's larger than the F1 in Miami. And so those resonant sort of outflows into the community, and that's X spending on art. That's hotels, tourism, and so on and so forth is huge. And so from an investment perspective, I think education is huge. Lowering barriers to entry is vital as we see more and more collectors and art-interested audiences that are coming from different backgrounds, many self-made, entering the market is key. And so all of that comes together under the rubric of culture, and we hope to play an important role going forward in stimulating and activating that wherever we go.
So, Your Excellency, you've been listening very carefully. Some of the things mentioned, so education, lowering barriers to entry, infrastructure. What do you think about all of these dimensions? And can you tell us what perhaps the government of Saudi Arabia is doing policy-wise to support these various areas so that they do indeed all together help boost cultural investment?
Well, I think what both Charles and Noah's points show is that the government kind of has a dual role to make this happen. We at the ministry need to play a role to regulate and create a very conducive regulatory environment to make sure that capital flows well, that access to capital can happen easily, that foreign and international investment can come into the kingdom with less and less barriers, with the help, obviously, of other important partners throughout the government of the kingdom. But we also have another role which is very important, which is essentially a communicator of opportunities, a packager and communicator of opportunities. That goes back to this idea of opportunities within these creative industries are not always as easy to define and package for capital to flow. What's important is that in Saudi, domestically, even preceding the establishment of the Ministry of Culture, private individuals, families, cultural pioneers, there's a very long legacy of giving, of philanthropic activity for social and cultural causes. So it's on us really today to think about how do we package the correct opportunities that can channel that existing capital and commitment from investors and philanthropists into the culture sector. In the kingdom, the government is uniquely perhaps placed because the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Culture's ecosystem really has this sort of central bird's eye view about the landscape nationally, both of what's going on in the large giga projects in the kingdom, but our own infrastructure development plans. So it's on us at the ministry to really package these deals. We have within the Ministry of Culture a full investment department that is thinking about how do you make the correct kind of feasibility studies? Do you, as His Excellency the Minister of Investment mentioned, put them up on the Invest Saudi platform, have these communicated, tour around the world to understand the interest of an appetite of international capital to come into these ideas. On the regulatory side, we also know that we have a job to do. And sometimes there is no single magic policy that solves every solution. So it's also on us and a responsibility for the ministry to think about specific and tailored policy interventions that look at specific problems. We've introduced through a small, what we call a cultural policy lab now, a continuous ideation on policy interventions that has yielded many different interventions that hopefully have smoothed out capital flow and activity in the culture sector. One of them is a new policy for what is historically a typical device used in Saudi, which is waqf, which is a traditional endowment, to help endowments for libraries. There's a very large interest in written heritage and literary heritage in the kingdom. So we now have a specific cultural policy intervention to enable waqf or endowment giving in libraries, easing completely the access to the national library system, a very clear financial and legal framework with benefits and incentives for those ideas of giving to happen. We also introduced a new public-private partnership model for theaters throughout the kingdom. There are a large number of theaters in the kingdom. Theaters lend themselves as a cultural asset to be relatively directly monetizable, and private operators can be interested to take them over. So we've also introduced a very clear policy that enables both revenue and up to 60% profit sharing with private operators who want to take over some of the national assets and help with the programming. Also easing any regulatory burdens that take it not only on the operator potentially, but looking at it as a partnership between us and the private sector. We're also looking at options, as you mentioned, the Origins auction here in Diriyah that Sotheby's did, and we're looking at auction houses and auctions to come in Saudi, both also to act as a bit of a catalyst for the art market, to grow a domestic collector base. Yesterday, Charles and I were talking about looking at solutions for incentives, fee exemptions, and customs easing possibilities to think about attracting auctions, more auction activity in the kingdom. This is important again because for us, it doesn't only help Sotheby's or people to come and do their activities in the kingdom, but it helps us grow this domestic collector base, which yields this flywheel effect that was mentioned earlier today. In terms of outcomes, all of these measures, I want to be clear, are not intended to purely shift the financial burden of the cultural sector from the public sector onto the private. The idea is, I hope, is clear, is to do as many measures as possible that grow the size of the pie. There is a role that we should play, as I mentioned earlier, but the idea is to have this overall contribution to the economy increase. And the results so far, even though we are in only a few years in to the National Culture Strategy and on almost the 9-year mark of Vision 2030, is clear. Private sector commitments have already exceeded $1 billion riyals in 2024 in the culture sector. Today, as was mentioned earlier, agreements will be announced exceeding 5 billion riyals of activity in the culture and the creative and cultural industries in general. And there's an important sustained aim to look for, which is not a one-time effect of a transfer of capital, but a sustained capital flow into the cultural economy. We have a 2030 target of sustained private sector investment of over 500 million riyals annually from the private sector that will help continue the sector to grow. I don't want to completely negate the philanthropic activities in the sector because they're a key component of this, and historically within Saudi Arabia there is a large history of giving. So again, what I hope will happen is through this restructuring of how the assets within the creative industries look like and how easily capital can flow, that encourages even more giving and philanthropic activity into it. So you convert it from a indistinguishable, hard to understand, difficult to think of as an investable asset class, as you mentioned, but to one that has clear ideas on valuation, on exit opportunities, on incentives, and that hopefully yields an effect that is not only good for our objectives in the culture sector, but as was mentioned earlier, is very important to tangential, important economic activities. The tourism industry benefits from this activity. Our general social benefits and social returns for our domestic society will benefit as well.
We have just a few minutes left, and I do want to get to another very important aspect that's also changing the way investors engage with cultural assets, and also how we can perhaps scale cultural investment, and that's, of course, technology and innovation. And Noah and Charles, I know both of you organizations have really done a lot in terms of innovations and using technology to change how you do things. What impact can that have on investment in the larger scale in culture? So either one of you is free to.
I'll start, then I'll go over to you. Well, I think it gets back to that access and barriers to entry phenomenon. I think one thing is eminently clear, which is that as we scale as a culture industry globally, more and more people are coming to our world, less through, let's say, museums, galleries of old, and more through their phones, through how they consume, how they interact with each other, and how they create communities. And so it's on all of us as an industry to meet them where they are, and to leverage tools for transparency, for ease of communication, access, information, visibility, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, to create that. At Art Basel, we've invested substantially in our app development, and building bridges with technology partners, whether Microsoft, Samsung, and others over the last 2 years. And so, that's really where we are. There's marketplace elements to that, but ultimately for us, it's really about how do we translate information, accessibility for all the things that our galleries are showing, all the things that our artists are creating, and create a better tool to allow those audiences to meet us. Also then to enjoy the cities that they're in and experience things not just in the halls of our fairs, but in the cities and regions. Again, really cultural as economic investment catalyst that has a lot of scalable outflows from these events and from these touch points.
There's a Sotheby's booth outside this room, and in the booth there is a beautiful painting by a Saudi artist called Safia bin Zaghar, one of the most important Saudi artists, if I may say. And I encourage you to see it. And it's a very interesting question, technology, because in some ways the visual art community is a world of physical objects, and there's no substitute for standing in front of a painting, experiencing it, And digital is not quite there, in my view, to capture the same emotional response that you have when you stand in front of something. At the same time, Noah used the word amplify before. I do think that technology absolutely amplifies and helps you educate. You may not know very much about Safia bin Zaghar. You can go read about her, you can discover, you can watch, you can learn, and that will only increase your interest when you eventually do stand in front of these physical objects, which in a world of increasing digital saturation and certainly AI, I think the visual arts will take on sort of added significance, added meaning, perhaps, as we all sort of understand the meaning of humanity and also across time. That's a longer philosophical discussion. But whether it's education, whether it's awareness, whether it's authenticity, these are all things where there's a huge role for technology to play. We're investing in these capabilities to grow and engage our audiences more significantly. At the very high end of the art market, there are now many collections that are worth hundreds of millions, even billions of US dollars. And how those are going to be owned and distributed in this generational wealth transfer, which is without precedent, is a whole nother question around how institutional investing and tools like fractional ownership, may play into how those collections are passed to the next generation of owners.
We have less than a minute left. Your Excellency, maybe just very quickly, looking to the future, if you could predict what it would look like if Saudi Arabia establishes culture as a recognized investable asset class, how would you measure that success?
Well, we've heard the typical measures, and we have direct targets on GDP numbers and employment and so on. But really, something that His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih mentioned today is left me a bit inspired, which is if we think about entrepreneurial activity within this space and not only capital flow and typical investment. And we think that, and we sort of paint a picture of multiple unicorns coming out of the Saudi creative industry, that would be something that we can all be very proud of.
Good words to end on. Thank you so much to each of you for sharing your insights. Fascinating stuff.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mariana and your guests, thank you very much. Another exciting and stimulating conversation. Thank you very much. And just a reminder, for those of you who are watching now live on Al Thaqafiyya and Shahid, to you, welcome. Good to have you along with us. Just a reminder, of course, that our conversations and all of the activities here on stage are being broadcast not just on those two platforms, but indeed to many parts of the world. So, cultural capital. What is it? Well, it's that very exciting blend between values, knowledge, and practice. In other words, what we actually do. And I suppose if you were to boil it down, it really comes down to being the very embodiment of who we are as human beings and how we do things that we do. But what is it as well? It is also, when you're looking forward, what defines what our tomorrows are going to look like, how familiar they may feel, and of course, how exciting they may be for us to look forward to. But how do we move that cultural capital from vision to something that has a more sustained value? Well, to share his insights on that, please welcome to the stage Abdullah Al-Zamal, the chairman of Cultural Assets Group.
أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة.
Dear Highnesses, dear guest, peace be upon you. First of all, I'm honored to thank His Excellency Prince Mohammed bin Salman to sponsor and to support this conference that reflects his deep belief in this development path and the national transformation. And also, I want to thank His Excellency Prince Badr bin Farhan, the Minister of Culture, and his Vice Minister, and for their leadership that lead us to this awareness of the culture and to hold this conference that we are proud to sponsor as partners here. And also we want to thank Mr. Majid Al-Hikail, the CEO for the investment conference cultural, to support this fund to build a complete model for this conference. Regarding to me, I can see that this conference is not only occasional event, but this is a great hub that proves to the world that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that now is becoming a capital and a deliverable to the sustainable culture. Our culture is one of the oldest and precious assets here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And of course, building or creating the culture, we are still in the beginning of that, but it comes from the deepest history and heritage of our Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And this is, and now it's become our responsible to develop this and to reserve it until we can build a great heritage for the generation which comes after us. And now we witness the seed of a new innovations, our youth talent, and new inventions that gather all the worldwide experience and try to reshape it to have a new Saudi talent. Our cultural innovations, it's now become a bridges to communicate with other nations and to compete with the other countries. And here we can specialize with our voice and with our manufactured and with the beverage that we build through our investments. And of course, as we know that this is a new field, but of course we have a great models, and after the support of the investment fund, we try to support this sector to show that we have a great and a strong road that supported from our leadership vision. And now it's the time to see to this field as an important investment, to invest in the culture, to support and to strengthen our identity and to make our investment sustainable and to have and to make our culture here more strong day by day and year after year. And we can reach this by the compliance with the capital, with the cultural, and to merge the two fields and two sectors and to find to build a new project, international project. To the talent, the entrepreneurs, you are the spark to build this idea and to transfer it to a great idea. To our partners, to the investments, you are the core pillars to this project and to transfer our vision to a great idea. To all stakeholders, you are whom responsible to draw our directions here and to build the policies to sustainable this project. All of us have our own responsible. We will not only keep our stories to tell, but we have to keep it for a long time for the next generation. This is the capital, and together we will support it and we will sponsor it with care, and we will make it a basic pillar to our economy and to our society and to our future.
Thank you very much, Abdullah. And I have to say those last words that he had on the screen were really quite profound. It really is about preservation of the future. We're now going to have, as you can see, a really intimate conversation. Just a reminder before we do that this conversation will be in French. So if you can please reach for your headphones and your translation kits. If, like me, your French is not very good, then please do. And of course, if you speak well French, then please go ahead to listen. Meanwhile, if you can please welcome on stage the founder of Palais de Tokyo and also the curator of the 15th Gwangju Biennale, which took place in 2024, Nicolas Bourriot and his guest.
Bonjour à tous. We was actually said that we would actually speak in French, so just please, take your headsets. Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Monsieur Le Drian. Première question va être d'ordre assez géopolitique, très général, mais c'est une introduction et ça va aussi faire écho avec beaucoup des préoccupations qui ont été énoncées ce matin. Parce que dans un monde très compétitif, qui est marqué par des tensions géopolitiques croissantes, on considère souvent la culture comme un élément de soft power. Et cette notion de soft power, en fait, faut-il la repenser aujourd'hui? Et comment est-ce qu'on peut la repenser?
Merci de cette question. Je suis ravi d'être ici à l'invitation de Son Altesse le Prince Bader pour ce grand événement très innovant sur la place de la culture. Et précisément, pour répondre à votre question, moi je ne crois plus à la distinction entre le soft power et le hard power. Je ne crois plus dans cette idée que le soft power, c'est d'une certaine manière la cerise sur le gâteau, ce qui vient après pour faire bien, un peu un élément décoratif. Ça, c'était avant. Aujourd'hui, quand j'étais ministre des Affaires étrangères de la République française, je développais déjà cette détermination-là. Aujourd'hui, il n'y a plus de distinction à faire. Et la dimension culturelle, à la fois dans le patrimoine et dans la créativité, fait partie de la souveraineté. Et la dimension culturelle, c'est un élément de la puissance. C'est un élément de la puissance qui tient...
It's a part of the power. And also to have a member of the power that show the power of this country. Now I spoke about this concept when we saw the difference policy about this. I'm very shocked about what we happened here. We have a lot of things that shown recently, and it should comes together to understand. And it's not only about regarding the localizations of the culture or localization of the economy. We have many images, we have many developments, and of course exchanging the information widely and regarding the localization of the culture. What we have here in Asia, what we have here in Riyadh, it happens in Asia. So this is considered to be the localization of the culture. And as we witness this morning, we have the localization about the power of the technology development and the digital development by the exchanging technology. About what we mentioned, the creative challenge, change, I'm sorry. And we can say, and we can ask ourselves, don't we have a creativity on the global culture that removed the old concepts and to have a new concept? And this is will prove the localization. It's not only a tale, and we can depend now on the cultural localization and this will not disappear the power here, because to make it all American in their real means, so we can see the difference between the platforms and between the content. And also, now we become more talent regard this. So it's a very different way. So since many years we can see this, for example, the difference on the localization through looking forward for some powers, and the show of the controls, and admiring to control the fields. So this is become as a pillar of the power, and to reach the power of that is one of the localization's shape. And you have at the end the best way to root about the history of the talent or creativity, such as education.
L'affirmation identitaire
Also,
s'est développée à un moment
to ensure for self-learning that comes in one time about localization. Some of the citizens in the world, this is what we made. This is what we made in this world that developed very rapidly. And we have here three pillars, three factors. So this is the distinguish that we can have here. We have three principles. We have it here in the real life. For example, now I am here in Riyadh, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and this represent this three factors that I just spoke about. We have a great successful, and it comes from the culture to lead to the power, to military or cultural power. So the culture can make a difference here, and they can have a will to have a space to impact, and of course to impact to other sectors. And this is what I want to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for it, and to reach this, and also at the same time the great will to have their legacy and to have their culture, as we mentioned and as we witness. And they and to conclude our question, so we have here the localization of the culture, and the culture with many parts. Yes, we have here a direction between the standard culture. I were the Minister of the External Affairs in France for many years. So now you are the CEO of AlUla city in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So you are not you are not diplomacy anymore, but you are working in the field of culture. And this reflects your ideas. So your mission in AlUla city, you have a global work, as you mentioned before. As you said, France developed a lot recently, and through their moving, we cannot say that we have now a soft and a hard power, but we can say now, when the President Macron, and also when the Royal Prince developed this relationship and their partnership by attracting AlUla city since 2018, we can find that the diplomacy here work well, and they support that by signing many agreements between the President Macron and between the royal prince by having the principle of villa, because it represents the rooting on the heritage, on the Saudi heritage and the Saudi cultural in this area. And of course, this include the joint culture, because France is considered a great partnership that respect the movement of re-exploring the Saudi heritage and culture, and of course through their willing to give the international idea through AlUla city. And through this we can say that we are now in a new shape. We speak about the diplomacy shape, and through the joint work between the Saudi and France, we can of course, France will give their experience to the Saudi people for their heritage, for their culture, and this will give them the talent, power to creative for the Saudi side. And at the same time, we respect, we are, both of us respect the ideal idea about each country. For example, in the next year, we will find the Roda, the French sculptor that will visit the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and AlUla. He will come for a new event next year. So when we speak about the cultural side, this will develop because we work together and we have together a cultural product. For example, in Al-Hijra city, His Excellency Prince Badr, he mentioned that he will bring some French artists to work together with Saudi artists through many fields that speak about their personal history. And we have here a joint production. It's very strong that we will present it together, and this will show that what kinds of things that we have in Tokyo or other countries, and this is what will happen in Hijra city, and this what will represent, and this ensure our relation and our uni work and our cultural project. And one time we should raise this question to ask between the Saudi and between the French, and of course with all the Middle East and the Europe district, they have an imagination about a future model that they can come together, and we can at that time we can play the role of our personal identity and to be a part of the worldwide identity. And this is, of course, through the joint development between us. And regarding the topic that have been raised this early morning, the long-term investments, this will come through many activities. And this activity should consider to be a great successful. It comes through many activities, and this is what we have between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and France. So this is the importance of the investment transformation to become a sustainable infrastructure through this joint work. So we should respect each other. We should feel comfortable toward the other, to try to support each other and to protect our unique cultural path that will explain and will talk about our identity. So yes, we have here a relation between the heritage and of course to create this strategy. Yes, we have this strategy, the strategy to concern about the personal heritage and the future strategy. So the partner here will give the experience, but through the history, through the cooperation, we will go toward the future. And let's assume that through this cooperation, we will reach this and we will succeed to reach this. So when you speak about the events in AlUla and Al-Hijra Villa that have been opened last Thursday with His Excellency Prince Badr, with many artists. Of course, we have many events there. Cultural events that will attract many visitors. And of course, the locals who gonna gather in AlUla and they will host this event. We have also the exercising for dancing through also child teaching. So we have many things in common. We can partner in these fields, and we can say that this will become managed by the King of Saudi Arabia and France. So when you were the external affairs minister, did you have a different way to think? What did you discover? One of the things that related to the cultural side. I think one of the things that becomes very important regarding the worldwide vision. So now we can have the culture, very important pillar here, and we can work together through this idea. So we have here, we have the exchanging culture between nations, and we have AlUla as an example, and we have here the national story to speak about the Saudi side. And when I said at the beginning, we can ensure here the leader of the one part, and this is shows the importance of the personal heritage. We cannot be talented unless we go through our personal heritage. And thank you.
To Nicolas and his guest, thank you very, very much. So, what if everything we know, or everything that we think we know about cultural initiatives is only the beginning? I think it's safe to assume that traditional boundaries are indeed dissolving, and a whole new approach to cultural impact and what that means is emerging. Well, I think it's time for us to think a little bit beyond the conventional. And to help us to do that, please give a very, very warm welcome to the chairman of the board of Christie's and also the president of the Pinot collection, Guillaume Cerruti.
Hello, good morning. I first want to thank His Highness Prince Badr for his invitation to this fascinating conference. I'm Guillaume Cerruti. I'm president of the Pinot Collection and chairman of the board for Christie's. When I saw the title of this conference, it talks to me because I started my career in the art world more than 30 years ago, first in the non-profit sector, then moving to the profit sector, working at Christie's as CEO in particular. And now I share my time between non-profit, the Pinot collection, one of the most important contemporary art collections in the world, based in Paris and in Venice with museum, and at Christie's, where I still act as chairman of the board. So reflecting about investing in culture really speaks to me. And what I want to share with you this morning is a little bit of what I've witnessed over these 30 years in terms of transformation of the art world, and why initiatives, investment initiatives, at the moment are particularly relevant in regard of the changes, the transformation that have been at stake over the last 30 years. What we have seen over the last 30 years is, in reality, a triple revolution. I'm just trying to manage, yes, a triple revolution. Until a few years ago, until a few decades ago, the art world and cultural institutions were based on three key principles. Economically, there was a clear distinction between profit and non-profit sectors, between cultural institutions and the commercial cultural sector. Geopolitically, the West, mainly America and Europe, were dominating. Their models dominated. And finally, in terms of the audiences, museum visitors and art collectors had very well established expectation and taste, shaped over decades. All these three foundations have been transformed, have been challenged in a tremendous way over the last decades. The first thing is that we have seen an economic shift. All over the world, we have an increasing number of private museums, of foundations, not only in the US and in Europe, but also in Asia and beyond. In the Middle East, I could mention the Barjeel Art Foundation in Sharjah, the Dalud Foundation in Beirut, amidst many others. At the same time, publicly funded institutions, in particular in Europe and in the US, have faced increasing financial pressures and challenges. And now they rely heavily on private or corporate sponsorship. Museums are collaborating more frequently with art galleries or auction houses. And at the same time, it's fascinating to see that art galleries and auction houses are developing the curatorial and scholarly aspect of what they do. For example, at Christie's, we have hired 3 years ago someone coming from the art history world, Dr. Rida Mumni, as chairman for the Middle East and Africa. And one of his roles is to curate non-commercial exhibition. For instance, like the one we had last summer in Christie's in London, dedicated to Syrian artist Marwan. And you can see a few images here of the way our galleries look like during this great exhibition. The second shift is geopolitical change. The fact that this very precise conference is held here in Riyadh is very significant. It's a powerful symbol. Artists from the Middle East, Africa, Asia, and Latin America have become key figures. Last year, Christie's did organize a major retrospective of Ahmed Matter and his work at our London headquarters. And starting this week, I'm very proud to announce that the Pinot Collection, in its art residency in the north of France, in Lens, in the north of France, will welcome Hannah Salem, a young Saudi artist, for 1 year. And also, and it's a little bit of an announcement today, I want to, I'm sorry, I'm struggling a little bit with my slideshow. That doesn't show exactly what I'm seeing on my screen, but I'm sure it will be sorted out. I also want to announce that next year in Venice, in our museums, we will have 4 exhibitions during the Art Biennale by an African artist, Michael Armitage, an Indian artist, Amar Kanwar, a Brazilian artist, Paulo Nazareth, and an African-American female artist, Lorna Simpson. That gives you a sense of the diversity and the fact that the art scene has become truly global today. At the same time, as you know, new museums have appeared everywhere. Just to talk a little bit about China here, between 2008 and 2014, not less than 40,000 new museums were built. Of course, many of them have disappeared, but still the scale remains striking. The same is true with biennales. Some of the most dynamic are taking place here in the Middle East, with the Sharjah Biennale and the Contemporary and Islamic Diriyah Biennale in Saudi Arabia. And today, it's no more possible to conceive a museum, a show, or a biennale without taking into account the Global South, their artists and their collectors. And finally, and that's probably the most impressive of all changes of the 3 revolutions I was talking about, the audience has changed. New collectors entering the art market, museum visitors today do not share the same habits or the same reference points as their predecessors. The rise of digital tools and social networks, the way cultural content is presented is a major transformation. A few weeks ago, we presented a very immersive installation by a French artist, Céleste Boursier-Mougenot, and we were absolutely shocked in a positive way by the interaction with social medias. Nearly 300,000 visitors came to visit our museum, and half of them, when we asked them through a poll, explained that they were informed about our programming and this installation through social media. The same 50%, for them it was their first visit in our space at the Bourse de Commerce. 90% of these 50% who came for the first time, they took the time to visit other galleries in the museum. And as you can see, only if a fraction of them had the idea after this visit, triggered by social media, to come back to the museum, it's a winning bet. That gives you an example of the power of social media and the way they can be used as a tool by museum and the art world. That's what we know also at Christie's when we look at the structure of our new demographics. As you can see on the slide, millennials and those born after, even more recent generation, are the primary cohort in terms of new collectors at Christie's. And these collectors, they have very specific expectations. They come to us, and here I talk as of chairman of Christie's, first to experience something or to collect or buy objects in the luxury field or in the contemporary art categories. It's very interesting because that also tells something about what we need to include in our programming, in the way we build our exhibition, and at Christie's, our sales. And the final point I want to mention about the audience, and I'm so happy to talk about this here in a country that has understood it perfectly well, is that the boundaries between art, luxury, entertainment, sport are very different from what we had in the past generation. And approaching all these fields that, of course, have their own specific momentum, but integrating this in one strategy is extremely relevant to capture this new audience. I would like to now explain why, and I'm going faster, these changes are a fantastic opportunity for emerging countries, and here in particular in the Middle East. Financially, these countries have understood that Europe and America are looking for partners. They need partners for joint projects and for their financing. And it is particularly evident in France. You have just heard about Minister Le Drian speaking about what this partnership between Saudi and France mean in AlUla. That's true also for other institutions like the Pompidou, British Museum, or the Guggenheim, talking about Abu Dhabi in particular. Likewise, these emerging countries, and here in particular in Saudi, they understand from the outset the merits and the importance of having a very diverse programming. While American and European institutions try to catch up, here, by investing in culture and thinking globally, you are going one step forward immediately. That was particularly evident for me when I attended the Jeddah Biennale in February, and I saw the way with curators coming from different countries, this Biennale was embracing global diversity in what they wanted to express through their programming. And finally, as I told you, this project of bringing together, we heard this morning from the minister, Prince Badr, bringing together not only the art, the luxury, the fashion, the entertainment, the sport industry is very relevant, as I just talked, to speak to new audience. That's what we want to do, and we try to do also in the broader strategy of the Pinault family owners of Christie's and the Pinault collection. They are also the owners of Creative Artist Agency, CAA, one of the most important artist agency in the world. They have also interest in sports. So they are also, this family, through this strategy, understanding the new landscape in terms of the audiences. In conclusion, I would like to say that while we know and we understand how financing investment is key in cultural and artistic initiatives, this project or this strategy has to be understood as not only the end, but a means to reach higher objectives. And that's something maybe without sharing a different opinion, I want to emphasize. There are two key points, in my opinion, that needs to be kept at the center of every strategy when it's about investing in culture and the art. The first one is education. Of course, we recognize the importance of private field, of private actors, when it's about financing culture and artistic initiatives. But what is even more important is to keep in mind that the educational dimension needs to underpin this cultural and this investment strategy. The most effective way to ensure the longevity of museum, to foster awareness and engagement among younger audiences, still go through education. And that's why everything we do at Christie's, that's also true with Pinault Collection, but at Christie's in particular, because we think about our future, playing the long game, is also about investing in education for future art lovers and future collectors. We were present, of course, in Jeddah during the Biennale, and partnering with the Biennale, we insisted to work with them on the educational program running along the Biennale. Why? Because one more time, we think about the way we build awareness and ultimately, talking about Christie's, the market of future collectors. And everything starts and needs to start with education. In a similar way, another thing that is key and very important, something I witnessed when I was working in the public sector, when I was working with ministers in France in particular, is that when you talk or when you think about investing in art and luxury, you are thinking short-term and you are thinking contemporary art. Focusing only on this will be not a mistake, but will be part of what needs to be done. Connecting heritage, history, tradition with contemporary is absolutely essential. If you look at all great examples of countries that have built a very strong presence in the art world, the art market, as well as the non-profit art world, they've all built this on their own history, heritage, connecting this heritage with their initiatives, very often connected, one more time, with financing. They've always connected, one more time, these initiatives, financial initiatives, to the heritage and to the tradition. That's extremely important. And when I think about Saudi, and I look at what the authorities, the ministries are doing here, the government is doing here with Vision 2030, when I see what happens in Jeddah, in AlUla, in Riyadh, in the Riyadh sector in particular, with the way these initiatives are combined, that makes me optimistic about what's happening in this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gil. Thank you very much. Certainly key, thinking about how the transition has to happen from existing ecosystems and how they need to change. But what's also important is a recognition that the funding models also have to be changed to offer a possible solution to how that might look. Please welcome the founder of the Kramer Collection, George Kramer.
Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to speak with you today about something that lies at the heart of both my life and my work, the power of art, not only to inspire, but to transform economies, societies, and even the very shape of our cities. The Kramer Collection, when my wife Ilone, which is the blonde on the left, definitely, and I began the Kramer Collection, our passion was simple: to bring together the finest works of Dutch and Flemish Golden Age that we could find. Today, our collection counts over 100 works, ranging from Rembrandt and Frans Hals to Pieter de Hoek and Albert Cuyp. New acquisitions are made regularly. But collecting is never an end in itself. For us, the purpose has always been sharing with others. That is why we created our loan program, participating in over 70 exhibitions worldwide during the last 30 years. Held some of 86 exhibitions of the Kramer Collection in major museums in Europe, and in 2017 opened the Kramer Museum, a pioneering virtual reality platform that allows anyone, anywhere in the world, to step into a digital gallery and look closely at masterpieces as if they were in the room. And that is also why we plan to partner with the city of Alkmaar. 20 miles north of Amsterdam, and in doing so, we aim to prove something essential. Art is not only a cultural treasure, but also an investment in society. When we talk about investment in art, many people first think of monetary value. Paintings bought at auction, prices rising or falling. It headlines about record-breaking sales. Yet the true power of art as an investment lies beyond private ownership. Investing in art is investing in access, visibility, and community engagement. Even a single work of art, carefully placed in a museum or cultural hub, has a ripple effect. It draws visitors, it attracts scholars, creates jobs for curators and conservators and guides. It leads to the building of new cafes, restaurants, and hotels. It stimulates not just the mind, but the local economy. A city that invests in art is investing in its own long-term prosperity. The effect can be measured not only in ticket sales, but in rising property values, international tourism, and civic pride. And this brings me to the third theme, how art influences economies. Consider the example of Bilbao in Spain. In the early 1990s, Bilbao was struggling, a post-industrial city with declining steel and shipbuilding industries, big unemployment, and little international visibility. But when the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, designed by Frank Gehry, opened its doors in 1997, the city was reborn. It became an icon of contemporary architecture, drawing millions of visitors. Hotels were built, public spaces were renewed, transportation infrastructure was upgraded. The so-called Bilbao effect is now studied in business schools and urban planning courses worldwide. Proof that a single museum with bold architectural design and strong cultural programming can reposition an entire city on the global map. The lesson for us is clear. Cities of the future will compete not only on technology or on infrastructure, but on quality of life. And culture, especially art, is central to that quality. The Kramer Museum, or the Kramer Collection, I should say, may be modest compared to the Louvre and the Prado, but our vision is aligned with this global trend. By combining a physical presence in Alkmaar with a digital-first virtual reality museum and Alkmaar's own collections, we are shaping a model that is accessible, sustainable, and globally relevant. Imagine a future where the museum is not an isolated building, but a network, part physical, part digital, woven into schools, universities, libraries, and public squares. Imagine art that reaches not only tourists, but local children, entrepreneurs, innovators. That is the future I believe in, and it is one in which collections like ours can play a vital role in public-private partnerships. Some 35 miles north of Amsterdam sits Alkmaar, a city of some 112,000 inhabitants. It has many attractions. Alkmaar is older than Amsterdam. City rights given in 1254, and it has many 17th century buildings and monuments. The Grote Kerk, the Grote St. Laurenskerk, you see here, was begun in 1470 and opened in 1520, and is one of the largest churches in the Netherlands. Alkmaar has canals a famous cheese market open every Friday in the summer, and is very close to beautiful sandy beaches. The city of Alkmaar has plans to grow by some 30 to 40,000 inhabitants and build some 12 to 15,000 new homes in the next decade. Clearly, this also means growth in cultural activities. The Stedelijk Museum Alkmaar, SMA for short, houses its fine art collections. Early in 2025, Stedelijk Museum Alkmaar and the Kramer family announced plans for housing the Kramer collection on long-term loan at the Alkmaar Museum. While many details need to be worked out, the project includes a substantial increase in the SMA exhibition spaces by 2029, either by enlarging existing space or new build. New galleries in the SMA dedicated exclusively to the Kramer Collection's collection and a long-term loan of that collection. Margie Rikken, the director of SMA, stated, "It is fantastic that we may be able to present this internationally renowned collection, which includes an early Rembrandt in Alkmaar for the foreseeable future. This will enable us to place our own collection in the context of national developments at the time and will thus be an important complement to our collection." In one fell swoop, Stedelijk Museum Alkmaar will join the ranks of Dutch museums with leading collections of 17th century art. As part of this project, we showed some 45 works in an exhibition at the SMA, which ran from February to June this year. The exhibition was successful, attracted media attention and large visitor numbers. In May of this year, the Alkmaar City Council unanimously approved their Cultural Development Plan 25 to 2040, including a substantial budget for growth of cultural spaces. In 2016, our son Joel, who's actually doing the clicking job here, there it is, came up with the idea to create a digital Old Master Museum. With a virtual reality or VR headset, visitors would be able to have a museum experience and to look at the paintings up close. Some 18 months later, in October 2017, we launched the Kramer Museum, an innovative new concept that combines virtual reality technology with world-class masterpieces. Dutch architect Johan van Lierop of Bouwerij Studio and Studio Liebeskind in New York designed a beautiful, huge sphere floating in space. The visitor dons a VR headset and moves around by a pointer-click system, simply pointing at where he or she wants to go. In 2024, we developed a browser version, enabling a far larger audience to enjoy this pioneer museum experience. After adding a new wing in 2025, our art museum online now features 97 Dutch and Flemish Old Master paintings. With a newly updated user experience design, you are invited to explore the museum's architecture, its galleries, and of course, the paintings. You are welcomed by George and Dylan and hear them speak about the artworks via audio tours. Zoom into the paintings using our Zoom tool and even project the paintings onto your physical walls using your mobile device. For this presentation, I could have chosen our Rembrandts, because after all, that is the biggest name in my field. Or our other masterpieces by well-known masters such as Pieter de Hoog, Albert Cuyp, or Willem van der Velde. However, as proof that unknown masterpieces can and do surface from time to time and will attract visitors, I chose this one work. Michael Sweerts stands as one of the most intriguing painters of the 17th century. Born in Brussels, formed in Rome, and active in Amsterdam before ending his career in India, he eludes easy categorization. His oeuvre moves between the dramatic realism of Caravaggio, the refined portraiture of Flemish school, and the intimacy of Dutch genre painting. It is precisely in this hybrid position that his appeal lies. Sweerts did not depict people as mere types, but as individuals who confront us directly. Young Maidservant is a masterful example. The painting presents a young woman in a nondescript interior captured in a moment that is both ordinary and timeless. The subtle skin tones and soft light inevitably evoke Vermeer. Yet, Sweerts is less detached. There is a psychological intensity in this work, as if the maid has more to reveal than the canvas permits. The bright profile of the girl contrasts with the dark background, creating a sculptural effect. Sweerts' brushwork is fluid but deliberate. No superfluous details, no artificial pose. What emerges is not an idealized figure, but the beauty of unnoticed life. For a 17th century viewer, a maid embodied social hierarchy and dependence. Sweerts elevates her above that role, granting her dignity and presence. In this sense, Young Maidservant is radical. The painting restores visibility and worth to someone who would normally remain invisible. This makes the work a key piece not only in his oeuvre, but also in the broader context of Northern European paintings. Today, the work is often mentioned alongside Vermeer's Girl with a Pearl Earring. Yet, Sweerts goes in a different direction. Where Vermeer seeks stylization, Sweerts seeks humanity. His maid is no icon, but an individual. And it is precisely there that the modern power of this masterpiece lies. Vermeer's Girl with a Pearl Earring has become iconic. The sitter is anonymous, suspended in silence, an embodiment of idealized beauty. Although no doubt a real person was the model for the work, it is less a portrait than a trony, a 17th century term indicating a study of character, light, and in this case, exotic costume. Its appeal lies in the enigmatic gaze, the lustrous pearl, and the distilled harmony of form and color. Vermeer transformed a simple figure into an eternal icon of grace. Sweerts' Young Maidservant takes the opposite route. Rather than abstraction or idealization, Sweerts offers immediacy and individuality. The maid is not dressed in exotic finery, but in humble attire. Where Vermeer cultivates distance, Sweerts invites intimacy. His sitter looks less like an archetype and more like a person with a lived interior life. The psychological charge, that subtle tension of a thought unspoken, makes the painting feel strikingly modern. Both works masterfully employ chiaroscuro and the interplay of soft light on youthful skin, yet their intentions diverge. Vermeer elevates beauty into timeless symbol. Vermeer's girl looks at you boldly, almost challenging you, and Sweerts elevates the ordinary into dignity. Sweerts' young maidservant does not look at you. She is in her own world. If Vermeer's girl belongs to the realm of myth, Sweerts' maid belongs to the realm of humanity. Both are unusual. Portraits in the 17th century were commissioned and expensive. Simple girls could not afford such works, especially the Sweerts, which is substantially larger than the Vermeer. Clearly, both are refined and finished works. For a private collection, this juxtaposition is particularly meaningful. For many years, both paintings hung together in the Vermeer room in the Maurits house. There, the visitor was able to directly compare the works. Vermeer represents the zenith of Dutch refinement. Sweerts represents the overlooked genius who crossed borders and conventions. Together, they reveal two sides of the Golden Age: the iconic and the intimate, the ideal and the real. So, our young maidservant was acquired in 1997 and had never been exhibited, and thus was not known to the public. So the question is, how was our young maidservant received by the public since 2000, when she was on loan to the Maurits house? Let me give you some examples. 2007 saw the official opening of the Dutch Portraits exhibition at the Maurits house in The Hague, where many distinguished people, including Queen Beatrix, were gathered in attendance. Ronald Plasterk, then Minister of Culture, addressed the audience. During his speech, he commented, "Of course, the maidservant by Sweerts has to be mentioned here. It is my absolute favorite, and in the museum." After his speech, he took people to the Vermeer room to actually show the painting. Simon Schama wrote in The New Yorker in an article titled, "Another Dimension, Michael Sweerts is one of the greatest artists of the 17th century. Who knew?" And I quote, "The rendering of her skin is a technical marvel, on a par with Rembrandt's or Gerard ter Borch's greatest adventures in naturalism. Rosy where it should be rosy, blue shadowed between the bridge of the nose and the eyes," unquote. Belgian art historian Bart Makken actually went a step further in his 2007 article, "More Beautiful Than the Mona Lisa," and wrote, and I quote, "Whoever looks at this painting will no longer understand the excitement over the Mona Lisa by Leonardo da Vinci. Never has a girl been so beautifully portrayed, or has there been a more beautiful painting of a young girl. She looks so sweet and unabashed out of the picture, she does not blush, as she does not see us looking at her," unquote. An anonymous visitor to our exhibition at the Frans Hals Museum in Haarlem in 2009 commented, "One painting there completely bowled me over. This one, apart from her melancholy glance, do you notice the pins in her plain dress? Knocked me out, it did. On a par with girl with a pearl earring at the very least." In 2014, the Kramer Collection participated with a loan of 11 works in the exhibition Rembrandt and the Dutch Golden Age in the Museum of Fine Arts in Budapest. Visitors were greeted by 3 paintings on the outside walls, showing left to right, Rembrandt, a self-portrait dated 1629, Michael Sweers, young maidservant, 1660, and Johannes Vermeer, the astronomer, 1668. Of course, anybody looking at any piece of art will have his or her own opinion, preferences, and sense of beauty. It is my job to show and teach people to look at paintings and explain what I see, and hopefully an interesting dialogue will result. In closing, let me return to where I began. The Kramer collection was born out of passion, but it is sustained by a belief that art is not a luxury, but a necessity. That art is not just a window into the past, but a bridge to the future. And that investing in art is one of the wisest investments a city, a nation, or a society.
Hello again. I hope that you are feeling suitably refreshed and energized for this afternoon's sessions. Well, I certainly am, so I'm hoping that it is going to be the same for you. I really appreciated that video, I must say, because I think there's a very good demonstration of transition and also of how things come together, in effect. So, let's have a chat now about funding models. There's no question whatsoever that right now we are at a moment of inflection. Blockchain maybe meets Basquiat, or impact bonds, which are funding folk festivals, and pension funds, which are grappling with culture, not just because it's overhead, but that it actually exists in our very infrastructure. But the real question is, how do you put a price tag on identity? How do you scale authenticity? How do you make sure that it still feels and is authentic, but the scale is so much larger? Well, that's what we're going to be exploring in the next 30 minutes. It'll be myself and my panel, so I'm going to ask you to give a very, very warm welcome to the following gentlemen. First off, Majid bin Abdul Muhsin Al Hugail, the CEO of the Cultural Development Fund. Jonas Höglin, the CEO and co-founder of Art Collectum, and Salman Mahdi, the global vice chairman of Deutsche Bank Private Bank. Gentlemen, to all three of you, a very good afternoon. Please have a seat, have a seat, have a seat.
Thank you.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
This is great because I love having conversations where we get to stretch ourselves a little bit and push our thinking a little bit. I'm not the banker, I'm not the financier, so please be gentle with me, okay? I don't know if I'm going to be gentle with you, but please be gentle with me. All right. There is always the question about when we appreciate and consider this moment of inflection that we're at, where we know the impact that culture has on people's well-being, but also know increasingly on GDPs and productivity. We have to think better about how do we scale that. But the question is not so easy because the funding models that exist are very structured and they were developed for very particular means, not necessarily for cultural initiatives, for artwork, artwork maybe, but not necessarily for those. So perhaps if I can begin with you. We need structured finance when it comes to cultural initiatives. But that word structure is very key when it comes to finance. So how should culture go about providing the requisite assurance that structured finance needs in order to let go of its capital?
Thank you, Tomia, and very pleased to be here. I believe investors look for four things: strong economic angle, standardized parameters, predictable cash flow, and visible exit. We at CDF, our investment strategy is designed to deliver all four. So the first element is the strong economic angle. So globally, the contribution to creativity and culture industry worth around $2.3 trillion annually, equivalent to 3.1% of the global GDP, supporting over 30 million jobs. In Saudi Arabia, we are aligning with this reality, and the cultural contribution to the local economy is more than $10 billion. And the contribution to the GDP was less than 1% in 2018, grew to 1.5 in 2023, and expected to exceed 3% by 2030. The second element is the standardized parameters. So in Saudi Arabia, the cultural sector is managed and regulated by the Ministry of Culture and 11 cultural commissions. Each commission is responsible and looking for a specific sector, from fashion, film, music, all the way to visual arts and performing arts. At CDF, we build on this structure by setting clear investment parameters to support the 11 cultural sectors. The third element is the predictable cash flow. So the FDI inflow to creativity and culture was actually jumped from $20 million in 2022 to around $267 million in 2023. The funding demand is expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, and we believe it's a great opportunity to the international investors to come in and step in and translate this funding demand into revenue opportunities. The fourth element is the viable exit or the visible exit. So Saudi Arabia is becoming a very attractive market to the cultural investors. And today, the kingdom dominates the MENA IPO landscape in the region. So 42 IPOs were successfully completed in Saudi Arabia out of 52 last year, which is more than 75%. This is complemented with the continuous reforms of the public markets and improving liquidity and attracting international investment to be part of it. So for investors, confidence comes from de-risking. We believe that the culture in Saudi Arabia is becoming a stable and credible asset class, giving the strong demand, clear rules, and exit visibility.
So when I'm listening to you and I'm hearing this need for trying to create some kind of vehicle in which the cultural aspect is going to exist in funding, what are the modifications that one has to consider? And the reason I ask is because by its very nature, a creative industry needs that sort of free-flowing, less rigid environment. What do you think the modifications then need to be to try to assist you in delivering what you're trying to do?
Well, the culture and creative enterprises often face high risk, making it harder for commercial lenders to underwrite loans. The funding demand is expected, actually has been doubled, I would say, in the last 3 years, reaching $6 billion. and expected to reach $20 billion by 2030 and having a funding gap of $8 billion. I believe development funds should work very closely with investors, commercial banks, to unlock liquidity. This can happen through coverage funding of the high-risk cultural subsectors, sharing risks, and also de-risking, I would say, specific cultural transactions together.
Salman, I know you've been nodding for the past 2 minutes. I'm going to come to you. If you can just hang on for a little bit longer, I want to come to you, Jonas, first. So one of the questions that I can imagine, not necessarily living in the creatives industry world full time, is the question of standardization, right? And standardization when it comes to making sure that we have uniformity in terms of how we try to value an asset. So let's talk about valuation then.
Yes.
If we know that we have all these numbers, we have a lot of value, 2.9 trillion upwards of cultural investment coming from the industry into global GDP, etc. So the numbers are significant. But that doesn't change the fact that we need to still value in order to extract increased capital. And so if, for example, we were looking at a discounted cash flow mechanism, which is a very structured, formal way of saying this is the value of this asset now, in 20 years' time, we anticipate it is going to have this valuation. We cannot do that necessarily with art or with cultural activities and initiatives, generally speaking. How do you think, then, we need to be thinking about valuing these assets? Because they are assets.
So, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to His Highness Prince Badr bin Abdullah bin Farhan Al Saud for the invitation to be a featured speaker at the conference. It is a great honor. And to give a good answer to the questions about valuations, I would like to just give a short background about Arte Collectum and how the idea came about. An old friend of mine, Niklas Billenius, who is a gallery owner and a third-generation art collector and art dealer, asked me about 6 years ago if I wanted to set up an art fund together with him. I have been working in finance since 2006 and previously always wondered why internationally well-established art that has low correlation with other asset classes and that had good historical returns and therefore can create a more well-diversified portfolio hadn't been offered as an alternative investment in Northern Europe before. So I told Niklas that I would be happy to set up the fund, but with a couple of prerequisites. The first being that we wanted to make sure that we would get an approved prospectus by the Swedish Financial Supervisory Authority and also list the fund on an exchange so that we would get as much transparency in the investment as possible. Within Arte Collectum, we have our own compliance committee with the main task to follow a regulatory framework, audit authenticity, and monitor conflicts of interest. We have completed due diligence processes with 2 banks, Nordea and SEB, both of which have approved the fund and that are distributing the fund as we speak. The first due diligence process was with Nordea back in 2022. It was a 3-month project that eventually got approved, and then the second one was with SEB, which was more extensive and took 5 months to complete. And these banks used more than 10 people each to conclude these due diligence processes that have been very instructive and is a proof of that Arte Collectum has a very solid fund structure. When it comes to valuation, we have a valuation part in Sotheby's. They do value the art on a semi-annual basis, where they value each individual artwork in the funds. And they send us a valuation report on the 30th of June and the 31st of December of each year, which we use for calculating the net asset value in the funds. And we do publish these net asset values in the financial statements in the end of February and in the interim reports in the end of August of each year. And these valuations are quite tricky to make because they are basically estimates, especially in a very early stage of the fund. Because what we are talking about is unique artworks, which are unique to its nature in the way that you only know the value when you actually sell the work. The investment committee has sold one work so far, and we made the divestment with 2.57 times the invested amount within 18 months. And the valuation of that artwork was valued at price just a few months earlier. So that will give you an idea of how it works. And when it comes to fund structure and structuring the assets, when we do acquire works, we have been making 60 acquisitions to date. We have a very structured process in making sure that these transactions go through in a solid way. We start off with a phase 1 protocol that the investment committee has to send to the compliance committee to get the approval to continue acquiring potential work. If they get the approval, it moves over to a KYC process where we send a Know Your Client information request to the seller, where we want to find out what the identity of the people behind the business is, the identity of the business being a certificate of company registration that cannot be older than 7 days, and we are also looking for the ownership and control structure and beneficial owners and certified passport copies, as well as politically exposed persons and sanction checks. When that has been completed, we send it to the seller to have it signed. When it has been signed, it moves over to the art purchase agreement. In that agreement, we have a section that states that our compliance committee have, if they do not approve of the artwork, they can cancel and withdraw from the agreement without liability to seller unless we have paid for the artwork. And we have made this clause in the agreement to make sure that our compliance committee have the final word in the process. And when the agreement, and this is also important to state because this clause has been useful in a couple of times, because sellers have been asking us to remove it from the agreement, and that indicates to us that they might not want to be fully transparent about the artwork. And in both of those cases, we have politely walked out of the deals. But when the agreement is signed, we also move into the protocol process where the investment committee has to fulfill a 16-item document where they state all of the necessary information about the artwork, the seller, the price, condition report, proof of authenticity, being either that the artwork is signed or that it has a certificate of authenticity.
Okay, Jonas, I'm going to come in there, and the reason I'm going to stop you is because what you're describing to my ear still sounds like significant hoops. If you are trying to, one, either be an artist and have your work sold, or if you're an organization that works in cultural activities, because not all organizations are going to have the kind of infrastructure that is required to meet terms like what you are discovering. Salman, I've kept you waiting really long. So thank you for being ever so patient and ever so tolerant with me. I hope you'll forgive me. So let me come to you. As someone who works and sits in a bank, there are two issues. One, how do you work with people like the ones that want to go to Jonas and have their work sold? How do you work with them to try to find that middle ground between a creative space and a structured space? And is the solution lying in tools such as tokenization, or maybe looking at hybrid ownership models so that you can have someone who has more structure sitting alongside someone who is less so?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I will approach this from two angles. One is I want to propose two statements to this room. One, culture as an asset class has arrived. It is not in the process of arriving. On the global stage, culture as an asset class has arrived, and I'll explain to you why I feel that. The second thing I'll say, which I think is very relevant to a country like Saudi Arabia, which has a fantastic, youthful, aspirational population, is that culture is cool. It's a very cool thing. And it really binds communities, and it brings people together, and it makes them excited, and it makes them energized. So I think if you take these two hypotheses from a financing and structuring perspective, this is becoming a very exciting area for us. Now, I don't look at culture purely as an art collection or a museum. I look at it as media. I look at it as creative industries. I look at it as gaming. I know that these are all areas where the kingdom has been extremely active.
Yeah.
So if you take a broad view of culture, then you look at adjacencies. If somebody wants to promote young artists, what are the adjacencies to that? Do you have art fairs? Do you have museums? Do you have commercial enterprises where, as His Excellency just said, where you have ways of exiting and valuing those works? So we look at those adjacencies. If you look purely in the form of financing, there is a stack. There is a very high-risk end, and you need to have institutions that address that. I think the Cultural Development Fund is doing a fantastic job of having created all of these different verticals, which can help everything from microloans to small businesses and to encourage them. In between, you have different kinds of blended finance initiatives, and then at the back end, you would have things that I'm very excited about, like, for example, impact bonds that are backed by assets, impact bonds that are backed by revenues. So if you have revenue-generating museums or you have revenue-generating enterprises, there are the cash flows that can support all of this. Clearly, public-private partnership is key to all of that. If you look at some of the most amazing public-private partnership projects in the world, I would just give you one example, the High Line in New York. I think most of us may have walked up and down the High Line. 8 million people there, 132 million was raised to make that happen. But most of the funding came from private sources and philanthropic donors. The city of New York continues to own the underlying asset. My last point on what you just mentioned around digitization and tokenization, I think that there is nothing more powerful than the sense of ownership. And again, I come back to Saudi Arabia. I have seen so many young, talented people come back to this country because they want to be a part of Vision 2030. There is nothing more powerful than them being able to say, I own a piece of that. So, for example, this is a beautiful building. Why could this building not be tokenized and that I could say, I own one seat in this building?
Yeah.
So there are many ways in which you can actually bring people in and embrace them into the process. It's about exploring those adjacencies and also making use of technology. So that's really where I'm coming from.
Saman, I'm sure your bank is very happy to have you there because you are talking all the right things and saying all the right things about how we can find more and interesting ways to make finance available, which is good for banking. But let's look at banking more broadly, and I'm not going to ask you to speak about your competitors. So I'm going to ask the CEO the question instead, so you can be comfortable for a moment. Are banks moving fast enough in terms of how they are thinking about and approaching the need to provide funding when it comes to cultural assets, broadly speaking?
Well, the culture and creative sector has a large market cap, which make it more lucrative for deployment. The establishment of CDF mirrors the historical trajectory of the industrial and the agriculture funds in the 1970s and the 1980s. The evidence of the cultural, let's say, demand and funding, it's already been very clear and visible today. So the household last year basically spending here in creativity, culture, and entertainment rose to 6%. So next moves is very clear, to push more culture capital by creating an institutional grade investment securities and vehicles, building regulatory framework to support cultural projects, and pushing more PPP projects to support the cultural projects.
Gosh, we've got 4 minutes left, so I'm going to try to do this as quickly as I can. Jonas, I want you to answer this question for me, if you will, quickly. The very nature of what you do and your business is innovative, because not many people are doing what it is that you do. But if we were to look beyond your business for just a moment, what is it that you see that is the most exciting innovation in this space for you as an organization? And I'd like you other gentlemen also to think about it. It's just that Jonas has a little bit less time to think about it. But please go ahead.
Yeah, this is going to be a very biased answer, but I would say Arte Collectum because I built it. But from an historical perspective, and this is important when it comes to innovations with art and finance, is that companies and organizations that tend to be less structured and more focused on the art, they have a tendency to run into trouble already in the medium term. The relationship between art and finance is fantastic, but it requires a balance, and it must have a mutual respect for each areas of expertise.
Yeah.
No one can live without the other.
Great. I thought you were going to tell me a little bit more. Thank you for that, Jonas. If I can come to you, Salman, if I can ask you maybe to also try to be as brief as possible. You alluded to it already in your answer, but if you're looking at exciting, innovative, different thinking that can push us in the right direction, what would that be?
Well, I think there's two things. One is just specifically on the topic of banks. I think banks have now started taking art lending as a very serious asset class. We, Deutsche Bank, certainly does. And I think that's probably also driven by the fact that we have a large corporate art collection, so we know a lot about the asset class. But even in terms of transparency, valuation, the scale and liquidity of the market, it's become much easier now to value art and therefore to allocate capital against it. So I think banks have a role to play. Banks are not private equity investors per se. But I think the other big innovation that I see more and more, which I love, is in the impact space, where you have public, private, and private investors in different categories. You've got risk-taking investors and you've got philanthropic investors. And you can put all of that together into a program where you say, we're going to start a program. There's a group of people who will invest in this program. They will get a return for investing in the program. But as the outcomes are achieved, a new group of investors will come in and take out the first group. And then eventually, as His Excellency alluded, you have vehicles that can lend themselves to public ownership. So I think this coming together of different asset classes of investors is a very exciting development, and I think a lot more work should be done in that
And I suppose
space.
being open to that is precisely what you described. Majid, I'm going to ask you to really give me a quick answer.
I second what Salman mentioned, and I would add a blended, I would say, financing products, debt plus grants or equity plus grants, I think is very needed, I would say, going forward. Innovative financing products such as IP-backed financing should be pushed to support entrepreneurs. We at CDF focusing on diversifying and preparing our pipeline so culture becomes a credible and stable asset class.
Okay. Work with me, gentlemen. Work with me. Really quick answer. I'm going to ask you a question. I need the fastest answer in 3 words or less.
Yes.
Now. I'm going to start with you, Saman. One thing that we need to do when we leave here in terms of how we can better support the change that we're seeing when it comes to funding in this space. Quick answer. Go.
Work together.
Oh, 2 words. That's great. Jonas?
Invest in art funds.
Okay, that was 3. Very good. Invest in art funds, work together. And you, Majid?
I would say work closely with investors and commercial banks.
Okay, so if we work together, invest in art funds, and work more closely together, even though that's quite similar to what Salman said, but it's okay. If we do those things, hopefully we can see some innovative, different thinking that emerges around how we can better fund cultural spaces and initiatives in the world, and seeing increased GDP contribution going forward. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. It's been so much fun. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please give them a round of applause and show your appreciation. If I can ask you to. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
You're doing a terrific job.
Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, as you can hear, it's not an easy answer, this question of how do we change the way things have been done historically, And how do we ensure that industries which excite us by their very nature, their very intangibility, the fact that they are so liquid and so maneuverable, how do we make sure that we can allow them to continue to do that whilst at the same time making sure that the money is going to the right place in the right way exactly when we need it? I don't know. I think we still have some work to do in terms of trying to answer that question. We certainly couldn't do it in 30 minutes, but hopefully we'll see an emerging change in the way we think about these spaces. So to my panel, once again, a very big thank you to them. So one key thing whenever we are talking about money, people will ask and say, well, profit. How much profit am I going to make? How much am I going to be able to get out of this? Yes, of course, it remains key. But sometimes the driver of that profit lies beyond the profit line itself. So how do we ensure that those who are able, i.e. philanthropists, who are able to invest in culture, can do so in a way that they feel better supported, in a way that they feel that they're able to better fund the projects that they're interested in, and indeed sometimes that means grow their very own collections so that as they grow, we're seeing that there is improved cultural resilience. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the topic of our next conversation, and to guide that, please welcome back on stage Marianne Evenstein and her panel.
Sure, of course.
Not many.
Dear guests, excellencies, for those of you I met this morning, welcome back. For everyone else, hello. I'm Mariana Evenstein, and I'm delighted to be moderating this next conversation on unlocking philanthropy's role in cultural resilience. So, philanthropy has always played a role in the arts. We know that. The problem, however, is that in many cases, this support is reactive. In other words, it's in response to some sort of crisis or disaster or some very dramatic need. And even though this type of generosity is very vital, it's welcome, it's always great when we can see examples of this, we want to explore in this conversation with my very esteemed panel how private giving can move beyond just being a one-off thing or an act of charity, and instead become a strategic and also long-term investment that strengthens cultural resilience and does so around the world. So you can see I have quite a large panel with me, and I'm very excited because these individuals bring such a broad wealth of experience and different perspectives, and I'm delighted to introduce you to all of them. Sitting over here is Dr. Colin Bailey. He's the director of the Morgan Library. Welcome.
Thank you.
Also, very thrilled to have Sir Vernon Ellis. He's chair of Live Music Now and trustee of Figurative. Hello. Beside him is Monica Heslington. She's head of art and collectible strategy at Goldman Sachs Family Office. Mm-hmm. Welcome. Also, Kamel Manour. He's founder of Manour Gallery. And welcome to you. And last but not least, very far away, hello, is Scott Stover. He's the founder of Scott Stover, Inc., which is a consultancy. Well, where do we even begin? I wish our audience could have had the chance to listen into the conversation we were having backstage before this panel, because it really, to me, was a great way to get into this conversation and just to think about philanthropy as really an act of not just charity, as we keep wanting to emphasize, but it's an act of generosity and giving that aims to preserve the beauty of culture and the power of culture and the impact of culture. So, Colin, maybe we can start with you and just share with us, from your perspective, from the Morgan Library, what is the impact of philanthropy when it comes to, at least at the Morgan Library, and how is it possible to measure that impact?
Thank you. Very quickly, the Morgan Library and Museum is 100 years old. It is a private institution. It started as the personal library of the great financier John Pierpont Morgan, who died in 1913, and then it was led by a board of trustees governed by his son, but it was actually the motivation was the first librarian, a woman of color, a black woman whose name was Belle da Costa Green, who had to pass as white in the structure of American society in the 20s and 30s. This library is now called a library and museum. Morgan left his collections, he left money, and he left a board of trustees. Many of the things that the Morgan collects today, the founder would have had no interest in whatsoever. On the other hand, many of the things that we conserve and collect lovingly are things that were very close to his heart. He was interested in medieval printed books, old master drawings. He was not interested, and in literature and autographs, but he was not interested particularly in the modern. Why I mention this is that over successive generations, this beloved institution, which is a research library and a museum, 99% of its collections are on paper, and so they cannot be on the walls all the time. But over decades, we have seen this collection grow as new collectors and new trustees and new philanthropists have thought that we would be a good home to preserve their collections. Philanthropy is not only giving money, it's also giving art and works and giving advice. All three are fundamental. The Morgan, like many private institutions in America, less so in Europe and less so elsewhere, is really supported by an endowment. This is money that has grown and is invested and can be spent at a 4% or 5% drawdown on specific, either restricted or unrestricted things. The building, the staffing, the maintenance of and the electricity have to come out of that endowment. The endowment is then balanced, amplified by fundraising, operations that produce profit, shop, exhibitions, relations, connections, if you like, that can motivate support. But at the heart of this institution is a sense that the collections and the money to support certain collections are both well stewarded. The collections are looked after, catalogued, conserved, amplified, and the endowment is managed scrupulously over generations. And so the picture is relatively rosy for us, but I would stress the value of endowments. Endowments that grow over time, that are restricted or unrestricted, and that you never invade the principle and you only use the money that is brought out, that is offered by the interest on this fund. I think that's probably what I wanted to say.
Yeah, so critical to an institution that's protecting heritage like the Morgan Library, but of course philanthropy can also make an impact for contemporary artists, and Camille, you're a gallerist, and you see firsthand what living artists need. So can you tell us how philanthropy can support them? So not just heritage, but also contemporary artists and living creative communities.
Just to summarize a little bit the gallery, I opened the gallery 25 years before. I did a Master of Economics. I was not in the field of art, but I fell in love with art, and I was very obsessed with opening the gallery. So I was reading a lot of books, and I was meeting a lot of contemporary artists. And during the beginning of the gallery, I met some of the very important dealers in Europe, Anthony Dauphet, who gave a part of his collection to the Tate Modern in London. And I was very inspired by that, thinking that you can do a lot of money with art, you know, paying artists and paying all your staff and everything, you know, but also you can support the legacy of what you did. So 10 years before, inspired by Anthony Dauphet that I met in Glasgow, some years before, I started to found which is something non-commercial at the gallery. So we have a part which is totally commercial, doing all the Art Basel. I met Noah Horowitz this morning, or buying works at Christie's and Sotheby's, but also in a part of the gallery, a chapter in which we are doing some non-profit, non-commercials. It's called Meneur Institute, with different grants, and which brings me to another territory of landscape. So philanthropy is not charity, it's an investment, because you give the hand to a new generation, which is very important. Education. Education is an investment. You know, I started from a field in which, in my family, there was no art. My mother was a cleaning woman, so when I did my studies, I was learning in books, and I had no a mentor who could advise me what to do, not to do. You know, I met very often some dear friends in fairs, but in the beginning I knew no one, so it was very difficult. For me, philanthropy is something extremely important, which bring the DNA and also the vision of the gallery to another territory. So we have, I was saying, the Meneur Institute. We have a fellowship for research in art in history, in which we are giving money to students to apply and to study different fields of art history which are not very known and identified. We have also another grant which is called Meneur Emergence, that we are bringing to the territory of art some new scholars who comes from schools of art, and helping them to understand what is the discussion with the curator, with the press people, with the galleries, explaining the deals which will be their careers at the end, you know. And at the end, since 10 years, I'm very connected with genetic research in Hôpital Necker in Paris, which is a dialogue between art and science. And we did 5 fundraising with dinners, you know, asking artists and some of my collection to raise money for this hospital. And this is a bridge between science and art. And last but not least, I decided, because in Paris, as you might know, there's 2 big tycoons. There's François Pinault and Bernard Arnault, and I couldn't struggle with those guys who are a little bit stronger than I. And I decided to give a big part of my collection that I was doing since 25 years, 180 works, to the Musée d'Art Moderne de la Ville de Paris, to bring this idea of explaining a little bit what Germans are calling Zeitgeist, the kind of artists that I was following and promoting, to try to let a small legacy and a small memory. So this is a little bit what we are doing, and it's gives me a lot of spirit and a good vision with the gift that art gave to me in my life.
So it's clear what an important impact philanthropy makes on heritage and also living artists. And it's, as we keep hearing, it's not just about charity, but also that the returns may not necessarily always be measured in currency necessarily, but the returns are on so many other levels. And yet, the problem that we see too often is that these acts of philanthropy are just temporary, or they're just reactive to something, in reaction to something. So I really would love to hear, perhaps from you, Vernon, what makes philanthropy stick? How can we foster a culture of sustained and long-term giving and not just episodic giving?
That's a very good question, Mariana. And it's a complex one, though, because I think cultural giving, as opposed to cultural investment, is an interesting class of philanthropy. I mean, generally, we have a problem of, certainly at the higher level, being very spotty. Certainly in Britain and Western Europe, there are some very generous people, and there are a lot of people who could contribute more to society who don't. And in arts, most cultural institutions have a bilateral relationship with their major funders. They like to be looked after well, meet the artists, whatever, and they think it's a good thing, therefore they give them money, generally annually, but perhaps over a certain amount of time. And that's wonderful, it needs to be preserved. It's not enough. It's not enough because there are two major challenges. One is that there's increasing pressure on finances. It's always difficult, particularly for smaller arts organizations. But there's a reduction in government support. I mean, everywhere in traditional arts, it's what we call subsidized arts because people are not prepared to pay a ticket price or an admission fee that covers the cost. It's just a fact. And through history, that's been the case. So we've had to have subsidy from government or private individuals or corporations. Government subsidy is going down. Local government in Britain has almost disappeared, which has left a lot of local, outside London organizations very naked. And therefore, we have to try and I've been involved in a number of schemes to try and widen exactly on the impact side, that the arts are good for this community, whether it's a city or a county. They can make a difference. They can have a difference in education, in well-being, health, and indeed the community, and feel pride in that community, reconnecting the heritage of that community, etc. So we've been instituting some schemes, about 20 around the country, boosted by matched giving, which can be a good accelerator and is not used enough. I think matched giving is a very good device. So that's one thing, to widen and focus on impact. There's still a problem, though. The second one, quickly, is that this annual focus on trying to match the gap between costs and income leads to what I would call a subsidy mindset. It's natural, it's understandable, but it is very difficult to combine that with an investment mindset. And therefore we need, and getting an investment mindset is difficult when how do you invest in something that is basically not making money? Well, you have to be clever. In the previous session I heard mention impact bonds, and we try to devise new kind of vehicles. One very simple example with Figurative, an organization I'm with, is what they call conditional philanthropy for Royal Shakespeare Company. Royal Shakespeare Company does very good programs of literacy and oracy with schools, about 250 schools. They wanted to go up to 300 schools. They wanted to get the money quickly to start that. They got a bunch of philanthropists to say, we will commit to this money, but we won't give you the money until you proved you made that difference and can measure the results in those schools you're working with. Meanwhile, Figurative have given that money, which is then at the Royal Shakespeare Company's risk if they don't get that money. We need to be more innovative with those kinds of models.
I'd be curious to hear from Monica now, because in your work, you're actually advising families on how philanthropy and legacy planning fit together. What kinds of trends are you seeing among the maybe younger philanthropists and how they look at giving in the culture sector? Are people really looking for a return on investment? Are they willing just to give with hoping that they'll make an impact in many different ways? What kinds of discussions have you been having?
Well, I would say that one of the major trends that I'm seeing is how philanthropists, especially younger ones, are being much more mindful about actually causing an impact. And one area that I think is most pertinent to this conference is how many philanthropists are taking all of the new scientific data that we have about how art is actually one of the most powerful tools that we have to unlock the potential of the human mind and to uplift and to transform not only individuals, but families, communities, and also countries and the world. Because what this data is showing is that people who are involved in the arts on a daily basis, whether you are a creator or whether you are someone who is consuming the arts, you have better emotional and mental capabilities. You have more resilience, less stressed, less anxiety. You're better able to handle depression and life. You also have the ability to have more cognitive function, more mental capacity. They've done many studies with children that indicate that children who have art exposure, they learn better, even in STEM materials. They retain what they have learned. They also are more creative and curious, and those are the two keys of innovation, which we all know leads to economic growth. And we can't forget all of the interpersonal and social skills as well that are one of the benefits of being involved in the arts. They've done studies with teenagers who show that teenagers who are involved in the arts are better communicators, they show more teamwork, they're more collaborative, they are also more empathetic to other people. So how is that impacting many of the philanthropists that I'm working with? Is that they're being much more mindful about how can we tap into these superpowers, special superpowers that the arts have in order to really improve society. And so since I deal mostly with art collectors, I'll just give an example of what I've seen over the years. So 25 years ago, if someone was a collector and they wanted to do philanthropy with their art collections, kind of the default was, I'll give my art to a museum. And the main question, because I like art, I get pleasure from it, I hope other people will. And the questions that they were asking were, am I going to get a plaque, my name on the wall, yes or no? Or am I going to, how long is my work is going to be up permanently, 6 months of the year? Those were the main focus. And now the questions are completely different. I'm seeing people asking these museum directors, well, if I give you my collection, who's going to see this? Is it going to be the top 20, 30% of the socioeconomic ladder who already are exposed to art all the time? What are you going to do to use my collection to reach the bottom 20 to 30% of society who have never been to a museum and they don't think they need to go to a museum? And you can have the most amazing exhibition with some golden lion winning, from the Venice Biennale artist, and these people aren't going to care because they don't know what the Venice Biennale is. So who's your community engagement person? I'm also seeing philanthropists that are bypassing sort of the traditional museum model entirely. So many people are starting now to donate their collections to hospitals. They're starting to give money to, let's say, children's cancer hospitals. That is one we're seeing quite often in the US. And so they're using those funds to commission artists to do murals. They're having artists come in and work with the children and their families and siblings to do art projects. And that is because one of the superpowers of art is that it helps in healing. People heal quicker, they can better deal with all of the stress of a bad diagnosis. It also helps with pain management. I'm even seeing collectors that are just selling their collections entirely, either over time during their lifetimes or on their passing, and those funds are being used, again, very specifically tapping into those superpowers of art. So I'm seeing art therapy for people who are suffering from specific kinds of trauma. We're also seeing art centers that are being brought into communities that either museums are not reaching or in areas where there are not robust art programs in the schools, either because they have never been there or because, unfortunately, many governments, that's one of the first things to cut back is culture. So people are stepping in to fill in that gap. And then one of the most promising things that I'm seeing is many of these philanthropists are starting to reach out to other foundations that, for example, are focusing on education. And they're saying, look, we know you are focused on education, but are you aware, here's all of this data that shows that if you can incorporate sort of the arts into what you are doing, the people that you are trying to educate are going to retain what they're learning, they're going to learn quicker, and it's going to be much more impactful. And they're also doing the same with organizations that focus on health and saying, look, here's all that art can do. It is a great superpower when it comes to healing, so why don't we try and find some projects together where you can incorporate the arts into your mission of health. So I think those are some very positive trends that I'm seeing, and people are really able to make impact right now to people who are really suffering and need help. So,
Monica, I find that super fascinating. I was not aware of that these were actual studies that were done to measure the impact of arts on all the things that you mentioned,
yes,
but it's not surprising. I mean, it makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, Your Brain on Art. That's a book everyone should read. Your Brain on Art. If you haven't read it yet.
But again, I think we need to we need to remember, because culture taps into the essence of what it means to be human. And this is also so powerful when we can connect people to those parts of themselves, that creative expression. And this is why it is really heartening to hear that people that you've been working with are thinking in these terms. And again, not just as in terms of return on investment in currency, but in return on investment for all these areas of impact. And Scott, you also are very much advising people on how they can combine sustainability, philanthropy, and impact. And I know that you've been championing the idea of philanthropreneur. I think that's a very funny word. Maybe you can explain to us what is a philanthropreneur and what does it take to make cultural philanthropy more entrepreneurial?
Well, actually, it's quite simple. It's basically, mostly I work with people who've already made the decision that they want to create some kind of cultural project or foundation. So it's applying a kind of investment banking principle to the particular project, which is looking at the project in terms of long-term business plan, 1, 3, 7, 10-year vision, and making it financially sustainable. Because in the past, mostly people would begin a project and they would have some money and they would just see how it would happen. And that's not something that interests me. So we look at the business plan, we look at the financial plan, and we also look at the competitive environment in which the philanthropist is interested in working. And we usually compare that to be able to see how they can do something usually that's different or distinguishing from that. The other trend that I'm seeing, this goes back, and I also have this podcast, Giving Back is Dead. You know, see, and I'm mostly talking to millennials and seeing the trends they are tracking in terms of giving. And I'm mostly seeing exactly what you're seeing as well. And the future, I'm skeptical about the future for legacy institutions, because I am seeing in general the younger wealthy or the younger wealthy who are going to be inheriting a lot of money, they're really not interested in supporting legacy institutions. You know, they feel the legacy institutions basically have been structured as a social club, an elite social club, and access to that social club is based on money, and they really they don't like that. So they want to find new ways of thinking about this. And I also, what they do, and the only thing I think about it is the people who will have inherited wealth, they will probably be inheriting a trust. And this trust, in terms of its conditions, could have a certain amount of the funds that have to continue to be provided to some of these legacy institutions. But I'm finding mostly, they want, as you say, they want to make the world a better place. I summarize it. They want to make the world a better place, and they want to, you know, I see like someone like Abby Pucker, who is a Pritzker, a third or fourth generation. She will be a third or fourth generation billionaire. You know, she feels that if she gets involved with a legacy institution, it is to address underrepresented communities. You know, that is really what they want to do. Voila. So, and then another thing the young want is they want the nonprofit initiative to have some kind of revenue generating element to it. So this old way of nonprofit being only dependent on the super wealthy every year giving money, they want to break that dependency. And the way of breaking the dependency is to create within the project that we're doing some element of generating revenue. And I suppose I can talk a little bit more about that, but basically all of these cultural projects, the successful ones, generate intellectual property. And if you're looking at the intellectual property has a potential to have some revenue generating activity. So I structure these organizations and occasionally I run them initially. Voila.
So we are in Saudi Arabia, of course, so I would like to turn the lens on to this country, which has been investing enormously in cultural infrastructure. We heard earlier in the day the government is very active in creating policies and initiatives to support this. But how can then philanthropy perhaps complement the kind of public investment that we're seeing in culture, let's say just in Saudi Arabia and then perhaps more broadly? How do they work hand in hand? And that's a question to open to any of you.
You know, we were talking about this previously, that I think that the fundamental issue for the wealthy Middle Eastern country is they have been positioning themselves as a client of Western cultural institutions, which is, and basically the West has come to see the Middle East as this place to come and get money. And if they see the Middle East as having unlimited funds, and this is the place where basically the bankrupt Western European countries can come to save their institutions. And that's what has been promoted here. So I think we have to shift that in these countries to have it be a place where philanthropists can come and participate. And there are reasons. I mean, I think we were talking about it. AlUla is extraordinary. You know, I think one of the, dare I say, one of the successes of the Morgan Library is it's an exceptional and a unique institution in the world. So I think we can attract, in places like the Middle East, you can attract philanthropy because there are unique aspects to being here that will attract it. But so something like Wadi Al-Fan, you know, where these are these huge projects that are commissioned now from some of the world's greatest artists. For the moment, I believe we see it as the government is paying for all of these commissions, where all of these artists have significant collectors who support these artists for a long time. You know, James Turrell's project in Wadi Al-Fan is extraordinary. Now, why shouldn't we? I'm convinced that they could have contribution from world's philanthropists.
Can I add something to this?
Absolutely.
Because I think that you raised a very interesting point, and I've been thinking about this in the Middle East, particularly Saudi Arabia. The government is wealthy by most international standards, and I think quite rightly, we heard a number of examples of it today, is as well alongside attracting investment internally and from externally, is investing, because it recognizes that investment is needed, that government support is needed. If it is all government, though, I think in the long term it won't thrive. That's partly because the government support may decline one day, oil price dips, but secondly, more importantly, I think you need support from the community, particularly those who are wealthy in that community. That will give a much more robust support to cultural institutions. It will connect them to the community. It will perhaps draw on the cultural heritage and not just import anybody from a foreign opera company that wants to make a quick buck by putting on something in Saudi Arabia. I think there's a need to put down stronger roots, and that will involve, I think, reaching out to people who can to work with the government, other agencies, civil institutions in building that cultural infrastructure.
Yeah,
I think what's lost a little bit in this discussion is the need for great collections and for great art to be visited by emerging cultures and countries.
Yes.
And frankly, much of that is not here, and it can never be here. It can be, some can be acquired, as we know. A great Renaissance masterpiece has been acquired by this kingdom. On the other hand, opportunities to share collections, to share expertise, and to share, and as part of that sharing, to train future generations. This seems to me an opportunity both for institutions and governments and for philanthropy to step in as well. But let's not forget that we're thinking of these wonderful new places and wonderful ways of interpreting art, but we have to have the art and the literature and the objects and the archaeological objects well studied, well shown, and well presented. That's mine.
But there's a beautiful example here that we don't have enough in Europe, the Jamil Foundation, which is speaking about heritage, but also contemporary, and they are doing an amazing job.
Yes.
Have a lot of curators coming from New York, from Berlin, from London, getting there, you know. One of our artists was one of the last guests, Mohamed Al-Faraj. I'm doing a lot of promotion. I love him. He's an iconic young artist. And this artist could have been a superhero in America, in Asia, whatever, you know, and he's been supported a lot by this Jamil, which is private. And they're doing a fantastic scientific job for the community, bringing all the youth to visit exhibition, and it's a non-profit. They are doing an incredible job.
Yeah, Jamila is really the shining example of what can be done here. I think it is the only non-profit private non-profit cultural.
Yeah, amazing.
And if you all had a magic wand and you could change something in the global philanthropic ecosystem as it is now, that would really help to unlock more resilient, long-term support for culture, if you could change something that you see as the main barrier or a particularly difficult barrier, what would that be? Also open to any of you.
Greater world,
or maybe we'll hear from
greater worldwide equality. and I think that because what we really are talking about when you talk about private support is you're talking about having a diverse set of people with a diverse number of interests, and the institutions have to respond to that. So I think if you had a little more income equality, you would see greater diversity and better outreach to community, because we are talking about community.
Of course, yeah.
Monica, did you want to add something?
Well, I think, sometimes there's a misconception that needs to be dispelled about the arts in general. I think many people still perceive the arts as, oh, this is some fun diversion that's distracting us from doing serious things. And we forget that actually it is the arts that is training people's brains so that they can actually do the serious work of being innovative and solving problems. So I think that's one thing that needs to be dispelled. And I also think, and I work at a bank, so obviously I am very accustomed to people who are seeing the world in very short-term, 5, 7, 9-year returns. And when you are investing in arts and culture, it is a long-term play. I mean, when you're going into an elementary school and you are helping these children develop their brains through art, you're going to need to wait 25, 30, 40 years to see what the long-term rewards of that are. So I think also having a more long-term vision is something we're lacking.
If I can take both of those comments together, my magic wand, which should not be quite as ambitious as Scott's, more transportation for schools to come to institutions, more free transportations, more money invested in teachers and guides to help those kids just enjoy coming. And I'll give you one very quick example. The flagship educational program at the Morgan Library consists of a full year's funded teaching for Title I schools, that is the poorest schools, and they are introduced to the institution to study medieval illuminated manuscripts. Not perhaps the obvious thing. Why manuscripts? Because the kids are both writing stories and illustrating them. And over 1 year, these schools in Brooklyn and Staten Island and Queens come together and produce these glorious books, which we show for 6 weeks. None of those kids, when they come for the ceremony, are nervous about coming to the Morgan Library. None of them are at all intimidated because they've been coming but their parents are intimidated, and their grandparents might be slightly intimidated. And how we break that down, the younger generation is fully on board. So I would like that, to see that a little bit more developed.
One thing I think is really important, and it's quite interesting here because clearly leadership of the government here has recognized the importance of culture.
Yes.
As a community, and the link with curative services, on the more and more is being discovered on the impact on children's development and so many things. It's important. That leadership, I fear, is fading in many countries. Culture has always been a danger. It's been rather seen as elitist. But at the same time, as we recognize all these benefits, the backing for culture by leadership, certainly in my country, is so much less than it was. It's increasingly marginalized. And that isn't only an effect on funding, it's an effect on the belief that culture is important.
Why do you think that's happening?
Why?
Why do you think that's happening?
I think two things. One is it's money that's easily cut. And secondly, because there's a fear that it's seen as elitist.
Yeah. The fear of that it's seen as elitist.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Right.
And even recently, a Labour minister was criticised, or was last year, for going to Glyndebourne. how dare she go to Glyndebourne, which is, by the way, it is rather elitist opera company of a country where people dress up. But actually, it wasn't elitist. Why shouldn't she go to it? It was fine opera, world class.
We have just 2 more minutes left, and I really would like, just very quickly, maybe each of you, if you imagine having a young philanthropist in front of you, so you want to tell them why they should see culture as a powerful legacy investment and not just an act of charity. What would you tell that young future philanthropist?
I would say, philanthropy is definitely, at the end, it can be considered as an utopia, but in the long term, 100% as an education, it brings the human being always better and always link it to the society and to promote it and to get it inside and to be another man.
The thing I always say is there's a joy of giving. If you look at the return against investment of investing in luxuries, it's declining. The more you spend on luxuries, the less value you get. The more you get involved in giving, the more value to your life you find. And with culture, it's magnified because it's actually enjoyable.
I would say to this young philanthropist, trust the expertise in the institution you are looking at. Trust us. We will listen to you. We will appreciate what you are hoping to see emphasized, but also we do know what our audience is, and we share a desire to broaden that audience, but let us find the ways to do that.
Well, I would actually take them, because this younger generation really likes experiences, I would take them to the cancer ward of a children's hospital and have them ask these children how a program with the arts has impacted them.
Very powerful. Any final thoughts, Scott?
I like everything everybody said, but I think if we have to tell the philanthropists why they should give, that's a problem. So in some way, you must engage them, like I like the idea of taking them to a hospital, so then they will see themselves why they want to give. That's what I find mostly often what legacy institutions have not been doing, and what the next generation doesn't like, is they tell them why they should give to this extraordinary thing. And mostly you have to engage them.
It's a question of education.
And don't forget the joy. So that's,
The joy.
that's
This
my
is all
takeaway
great.
as well. I wish we had more time. I feel we could speak for another 3 hours. Thank you so much to each of you. Some really incredible insights. Many thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's nice.
Thank you, Mariana, and thank you to your panel as well. Goodness, what a conversation that was. I was listening as I was getting ready to come on stage and also preparing for some other conversations that I'll be having this afternoon. And a couple of things really struck me as being quite profound. One is the allocation of funds. We've been speaking a lot of this morning about how we need to think differently about accessing and structuring finance, how banks need to do things differently. But in reality, oftentimes what we're seeing is that cultural enterprises or initiatives are competing for a very particular pool of money. There is only X amount that is available for them, and more initiatives are competing for that same pool of funds. That's the one thing. The other thing that we're also seeing, and it was mentioned just a few minutes ago in this discussion now, is the notion of what governments are doing with funds that they have. They're making very particular decisions about where they allocate funds, which is fine when GDP is growing and economies are growing and there's more money in the pot. But as we're seeing is happening right now, we're seeing a crunch, right? The global economy is under some pressure, certainly in many markets, not all. And in those spaces, governments are having to rethink how they allocate those funds. They have to make different decisions about where does the money go, who gets it, how much of that money goes. And when imperatives are real infrastructure delivery, resource delivery for citizens, you have to then say, okay, we'll scale back on those things. And I draw your attention to those two things for a particular reason. We're going to have a discussion in just a moment about funding. Who funds culture and who gets heard? Now, when I put it like that, it sounds like it's two different questions, but in reality, it's not. It's the same question. And the reason it's the same question is because when you are the one who has the dollars, you are very, very powerful in terms of who you give the money to and how you support particular initiatives. Now, you will notice that the stage looks very different to how it has looked all day. Yes, it does. I was just making sure. It looks very different. That's because the format of this discussion is different to what you've already seen. It's what you may call a presidential debate style conversation. I'm not going to tell you too much more. I'm going to leave that to the gentleman who will be moderating this next discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues, please welcome a face you may recognize. His name is Yasser Al-Sagaf. And of course, he is a TV presenter.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be speaking in English in this debate-like session. Welcome to the Cultural Investment Conference in Riyadh. Our debate today asks who funds culture and who gets heard. As culture becomes an investable asset worldwide, we must ask always, does capital follow markets, or does it have a responsibility to support diverse and authentic voices? We are honored to have 5 remarkable speakers with us today. I think Tumi has introduced everyone, so let's get on with our session. Gentlemen, first of all, thank you for being with us. We appreciate it. To start off, in one line each, where is cultural capital flowing today, and who holds the most influence in deciding which stories or voices are amplified? Markets, governments, etc. Evan, let's begin with you from a finance side.
Yeah, from the finance, capital can flow from different places. It could come from government, it could come from investors, but cultural capital usually comes from the artists. So your capital could come, from lots of different sources, but that elite culture and that cultural capital that you want to produce with that capital oftentimes comes from strange places, usually the artists, which means it's not controllable.
Amazing. Mishal, do you see how, let me ask you this question. Do you see the flow going differently from an investor's perspective?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I think it's very important to understand that I'm going to speak specifically from our part of the world because this is a place that's near and dear to my heart. There is a lot of drive by the governments here to help create cultural experiences, help create an awareness about culture, but I think there's something that's being picked up by some of the family businesses, which is very important, and I think we should be doing much more, which is where family businesses become patrons of the art and help support, bring more ideas into this part of the world to highlight and showcase what we can do in this part of the world, not just from a financial perspective, but also from a cultural, to make people really understand who we are as people and what do we bring to this world of culture.
Amazing. Martin, what about through branding and partnerships?
So I can really only speak to UK experience today. So in the UK, in fact, at the heart of the UK's cultural success is a hybrid funding model. 1/3 public investment, 1/3 box office, and 1/3 made up of philanthropy, sponsorship, brand involvement, and commercial income. Now, public investment is the foundation. It drives both inclusion and innovation, and it makes sure everybody sees themselves in cultural life while underwriting the risk of bold new creative ideas. But here's the challenge, and this is I think what you were referring to. Public investment is being squeezed all over the world, and philanthropy, including commercially driven and philanthropically driven corporate sponsorships, corporate partnerships, are a more important part of the model than ever. And we need to look urgently at new sources of this kind of private investment. And I do believe that the corporate sector could hold the key.
Amazing, Martin. Thank you. Dr. Ahmed, how does this look from an artist's lens?
Yeah, for me, I think the issue of funding culture will come to the main question: who really own culture? Is it the government? Is it the public body? Is it the private good? Is it the artist itself? I think this, if we try to find the answer of this question, or is it something that we share between audiences, between artists and creators, between the public and private goods together, then we'll understand how we treat this culture, either as a commodity or either as a something that economically or artistically we can find the new models, and these new models should be very, very, very alert to this variety of a new model. That's a big, for me as an artist, sometimes I struggle to treat my artwork as a commodity, or it's about its history, its art background, it's a story that grow, and its value that will grow sometimes or steady sometimes. It's depending on many things together.
Amazing. We'll turn to Mr. Abdullah. Abdullah, finally, from your perspective in the digital space, what do you think?
I think what's interesting is that from a digital perspective, you see that culture is being redefined at such a fast iteration cycle. What voices are heard are usually based on the demand that we see, and those change from one period to the other. Historically, when you see something that was set in space for a few years, now what we see on Snapchat in the digital world, we see it being redefined depending on the year, on the period, etc., which is redefining where, if I were to put it from a Snapchat perspective, if attention was the commodity that determines what culture is, that commodity is being traded on digital platforms.
Amazing. Amazing. Okay, the debate is going very well. They're all agreeing. So we see power across financial markets, family businesses, partnerships, artists, and platforms. My second question would be, should funding follow audience demand and commercial viability, or should it support underrepresented voices that may not be profitable, but are necessary? So I'll start with Mish'al from an investor's perspective again. How do you weigh ROI versus representation today?
Sadly, the world of art is split to two. And I say sadly because one part of it is something I really don't support. The other part I do support. The one that I don't support is buying art for the sake of financial gains. Because a lot of people do that, and when they look and say, this is worth something, and you go, no, it shouldn't be worth dollars and cents, or riyals and halalas. It should be what it speaks to you. The art itself should be something that, you see, I'm going to just follow up with what the doctor had mentioned. When I acquire a piece of art, it's not an intangible thing. It's a spiritual thing that I'm getting, something that's talking to me, something that affects my inner soul, something that I feel a privilege. It's an honor to have this piece of work from this artist. It's not me acquiring a car. A car doesn't mean anything. Forgive me if you're car lovers, but a car doesn't mean anything. But a piece of art, that's the time and effort and energy put in bringing an idea that's in somebody's head with his or her soul into that piece, and for that should be what it should be valued at. Now, we can't value this purely from a spiritual perspective, although I'd like that to be the case. There is a dollar and cent, what you call it, that goes with it. That's what I said. I don't like that aspect of it. Yeah. But at the end of the day, I'm buying something because I feel a connection with it. Okay. And when I feel a connection, this is what makes me want to aspire to get more and more of these things. How I interact with it, this is where the value comes.
Okay. All right. It is what it is. Evan, how do financial models balance these trade-offs?
Yeah, I can speak from my perspective. I oversee the largest art fund in the world. So I do agree mostly that art is driven more by cultural capital and influence, the value of it, rather than dollars and cents. With that said, one way that we've structured, at least on the private side, a way to maximize cultural capital, we own about $1.5 billion worth of art that's owned by 100,000 small investors. We then send these works of art into museums around the world and let the public see these works to enhance the provenance of the art. These works will be sold, and there will be a tangible, hopefully, return for those small investors who've
both have the cultural capital of knowing they own a small piece of this work, but also the tangible capital that we can hopefully return to them.
Amazing. Martin, let me turn to you. Can partnerships step in where commercial ROI is weak?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think going back to the model that exists in the UK, corporate sponsorship and support already plays a really big part of the cultural ecology in the UK. And what drives that corporate support is a belief in the softer aspects of culture, the education, the outreach, the spiritual side that you were talking about, the softer parts. And I think corporates are often as mission-driven as the arts organizations themselves to share the joy and the wonder and all of the wonderful benefits of the arts. So the short answer is yes. I gave a long answer, but the short answer is yes.
There you go. All right. Let me turn to Abdullah from Snapchat. As platforms track what's trending, do they amplify diversity or risk reinforcing bias? You have to be honest with me.
If I look at the recent studies that the demand from the users is for more authentic local voices, right? Algorithms in general, they tend to prioritize stuff that appeals to the masses, right? But I feel this goes into cycles in the sense that you see that mass content is popular for a period of time. However, it is authentic content and cultural relevant content that sustains for a longer period of time. And that's what we have seen moving forward, because as the world becomes more accessible through digital platforms, people look more for niche, personalized cultural aspects that are different from your vanilla type of flavor.
Okay, so it's not really a guy behind the desk pushing people
No.
to explore. This is very important for people to know. So, Dr. Ahmed, have you felt the pressure? I want to end this question with you. Have you felt the pressure to adapt your work for funding?
Okay.
At any point in your life?
Yeah. Look, when it's in a two-way. When you want to do a
It looks like you're
research-
trying to make the answer very nice. You can tell me the truth.
Actually, every artist will find the struggle, especially when he wants to follow his way in funding. Usually funding comes sometimes with a direction. But it comes for me that, especially when it's about the capital, there is a very interesting book that I go through about funding it's called Cool Capitalism. And it's talk about culture as a new way of investment. And the problem, it's by Tim McKagan. And it really explains our today problem of finding fund. And the fund come for direction, especially that I will fund this for this reason. Artist has to follow. This is something I think, from my answer will be, let's think about a new model of investing in art. Let's think about a new model. We live in still classical model. So this is my answer.
Okay. We'll keep it at that. All right. The big question, ladies and gentlemen, can cultural investment scale without flattening diversity? And now we move on to the next debatable question. Hopefully you guys can debate, you're agreeing all the time. But how should we design investment models that deliver not just returns, but also representation, preservation, and inclusion? We'll start with Martin.
Yeah, thank you. And I will come back to...
Let me just rephrase the question so I can make it more specified.
Yeah.
What have you seen in Europe, Martin, that balances ROI with inclusion today?
So, okay. First of all, I think the funding model, that hybrid funding model that mixes that exists in the UK, is a really positive model. You have the public investment that funds inclusion and creative risk taking. That drives box office, that drives commercial return, but it's still not enough. So we have to also engage with philanthropy in the corporate sector and business partnerships. And those three elements are absolutely in very lively, entrepreneurial, dynamic, commercial dialogue.
Yeah.
But the foundation is that public investment that allows for inclusion and for creative innovation. Now, the very specific example that I have seen, it's going back a little bit, but There was a foreign exchange company called Travelex. And when I used to work at the National Theatre in London, they sponsored this scheme to make all of the tickets £10. And by doing that, they promoted the Travelex brand, which went on to have a flotation on the stock market. And also, occupancy in the National Theatre went from 60% to 90%. The audience age reduced, it became younger, and it became more diverse. And that is exactly that model, those three elements working in very active, lively dialogue. It was a long answer, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's all right. We have time. Evan, what financial structures, funds, or guarantees could embed inclusivity today?
It's a paradoxical question because we've seen throughout history public funding of the arts oftentimes is a first step. We saw it in France in the 19th century. We saw it in the United States in the 20th century. In the 21st century, you're going to see it here in Saudi Arabia. But your artists need to have the room to be subversive. They need to have the room to have an independence streak because the influence and the cultural capital and what people will follow is going to come from strange places. They're going to come from different voices. They're going to come from artists that are not publicly funded but capture people's imagination. So the public funding is there to hopefully get the flywheel spinning. But unless you let your artists breathe and you create a sense of competition and freedom for these artists to have authentic voices, I think you're going to not get the type of creative system you want.
Amazing. Good answer. Mishal, I want to go back to the family business, and I want to ask you, do they play a special long-term role here, or no?
We should. We should play that role. You have many families over here. One thing I will say, that why we should be funding and supporting and helping the artists, and not demanding and dictating to the artists what to draw. But I say, here's your freedom, create something, because you are part and parcel of this region. You're going to bring different parts, you're going to show and showcase different parts of what is us. So I shouldn't be putting you in a little box. I should be saying, okay, how much do you need? Here's a stipend. Go and create, go and do. Help reflect us, because we're not being reflected at all. I'm just going to divert it for a few minutes, if you don't mind. If you look into the 1500s and 1400s and 1600s in Europe, you had pictures of cows. And I've always wondered, why the hell would you paint a cow? And then then somebody told me, because that's the wealth. That's their heritage. That is what is important. Today you take a picture of your car, your house, etc. But I don't have that. Not cows. I don't want to take drawings of cows. But with drawings that reflect our society, our culture, our heritage, there isn't anything that shows this. I want the artist to showcase this. And for me to sit and tie his hands down by saying you're going to draw this specific thing or that specific thing, I think is wrong. So we as families, we have a very important role to play to say, you know what, we have a lot of money. We have money from businesses. I need the artist to help reflect us, our culture, our image. What do people see us? How do we see ourselves? And not tie his or her hand and let them have the joy of creating what comes from their mind and soul. This is very important, and I think this is the role families and individuals, rich individuals, should play.
Speaking of that, Dr. Ahmed, what model, I know you want to interrupt. But I'll just direct a question to you. Yeah. Maybe it will help. What model would you like to see that supports authenticity?
Yeah, I think to support authenticity and art as an identity of its genus loci or place, I think thinking about art and culture as a beyond economical first, as a one big, because art, culture is something ordinary of our life. It can be like a health. We need a very healthy, well-being culture and life and people and things. Will flourish, all economy around it. So I think it's also a big picture, first things, as a high level. Art and culture as a basic human need. Then after that, we can come to all of these new models of economical reason. Art can be an art market. I'm not against art market. I'm not against museum, not against private, but how can we find the right model that not fixed, that changed with the change of the needs? digital art, Snapchat, all of this, it's the reality of a future. Let's follow the future. Let's be part of the change. So I think this is the way, the model that I think we should be. Art has to be updated before things.
Got it. Got it. Speaking of the future, so Abdullah, should cultural funding strategies include digital metrics like reach, views, or engagement alongside financial ROI? And how could that change investment decisions today?
So absolutely. And I think maybe let's look at the full chain, right? I think what we're going through in Saudi right now is a massive accelerated journey of bringing out culture to the front and center of the local markets and the global markets, right? So there is a big educational leap and journey that everybody needs to go on to understand the value of what that culture is and to understand the journey that artists go through in creating that culture. I think one interesting experiment that we saw on Snapchat is some global artists like Jeff Koons or Damien Hirst, they use the platform to talk to the audience around their journey. So now rather than it being a one-to-one relationship, all of a sudden you have a platform where you can talk to millions of people about what this piece of art means to you and what it means to them and build that emotional journey with them. So from an awareness perspective, you can use this powerful tool at your disposal to build. And then from an ROI and a financial perspective, you can start optimizing on who are the people who actually care about this and how do you make sure that you maximize the opportunities that are available for artists and that can later on contribute back to the economy.
Amazing. So it is not just about money in, but what voices and legacies are carried forward. Amazing. To close, I'd like to ask each of our speakers for a let's call it a rapid fire pledge. In 15 seconds for each of the speakers, which one action you commit that ensures culture thrives with both today investment and authenticity? We will start with the far right. What is your right? Dr. Ahmed, let's do it.
Which I think...
one action, 15 seconds. I'm trying to make this a debate, but it's not happening.
Yes.
Take your time. We have how?
No. Actually, I think the energetic time that we live, not only in Saudi Arabia, worldwide. Saudi Arabia is a big example of young generation that want to jump to future in a very fast way. This is a big momentum for people here and also worldwide to imbalance. But at the same time, we are beyond globalization now. We are in a more, especially in philosophy. So how can we keep both identity? Because diversity is also important, and the same time of connecting to the world. So I think what I see today of energetic movement worldwide toward much better future is what's matter. Culture spoke. We need more culture than any time before for more peaceful time, more connectivity with better situation. Like the world now is not in the best situation. So let's culture spoke. Let's raise culture up and try to make people in better situation. It's the time young generation around the world have a good voice. And I think we should really be more positive and optimistic more than anything.
Amazing. Martin, you seem like you agree with
I do. I really agree. And I think it is so much about the young people. So in the UK, lots of arts, most, if not all arts organizations have a big education and a community outreach program. To maintain and expand those programs, they need money. Public money is declining because of tough financial situation. So I set up a new venture called Cultural Capital Partners with my business partner, Elliot, who is in the audience today. And what we want to do is to use corporate sponsorship naming rights to give long-term, large-scale funding for arts organizations in the UK so that they can carry on having social impact in their communities, developing the voices of young and new artists, and making sure that all young people have access to the arts. So that is I feel very inspired now. So that's my action.
Great. Mr. Mish'al, tafadhal.
I will continue following the pledge I pledged a long time ago, and I will continue to do it, which is trying to find as many regional artists and try to promote their work. because it's very important for them to have a voice and for them to be seen and heard. This is something that, again, if I was to rely on others from the outside part of the outside world, they wouldn't be getting so much that privilege. It's everyone. There are a very small amount of artists that get the privilege of being supported on a global scale. But from a local scale, this is very important. Again, as a family member in a family business, and as a person who really appreciates the hard work that the artists put in, I will try to support as many artists as I can who are young, who are trying to build a name for themselves.
Amazing. My pledge would be, as I go after Mish'al, investment is not only about money, but about power, responsibility, and inclusivity. Evan, what would you say?
Yeah, I think if you look at the last 150 years, almost every major art movement was disagreeable. It actually got its name initially as a pejorative term. So I would pledge, if a work of art or an artist movement, if I find it disagreeable or offensive or subversive, I should look at it more closely because maybe it's important.
I think for us as an organization, when we decided to expand into Saudi, our main pledge was there is a creative community here that needs nurturing and that can contribute a lot to our platform on a global level. That creative community is not limited to content creators. It's also artists and voices of culture that we see across all facets of the culture of Saudi society, and we want to contribute more and more to that. A personal pledge for me is to do a joint project with Dr. Ahmed, inshallah, on Snapchat very soon.
Amazing.
Nice.
Thank you. All right, so let's ensure that culture is funded at scale, equity, and authenticity remain at the heart. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a good lesson for the healthiest debate you will ever see. Our speakers, thank you so much. Have a great one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice job. You did a great job.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Yasser, and your panelists. Really interesting conversation there. As I was listening, once again, one of the things that struck me, and I hadn't thought about it too much earlier in the day, but I think it stood out quite loud and clear in this conversation, was this view of how young people and their demands are forcing us to rethink how we engage and how we do things. So in order to get them into the room, to get them to engage more holistically and more often in creative spaces, we have to create an environment that incentivizes them to do so, which means that we're constantly having to rethink how we've done things and how we can do it in a way that is going to foster the results that we wish to have. And once again, that question of the power that that one who funds has in the game is really, really key. And it's important if those who do provide the funding are themselves asking themselves the right questions around how do we do this in a way that it reaches more people and reaches further to the ground. I think that's a really important perspective. And I look forward to seeing how that unfolds, not just for the rest of today, but for tomorrow as well. So we're going back to a slightly different conversation right now. We are going to have a one-on-one, if you will, and then a little bit later we'll have a format that looks a little bit different. So bear with us. I'm not going to be the one that's going to tell you all the details, however. Please welcome Mariana back on stage for more. Please give her a warm welcome.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you I met earlier, welcome back. And if you're just joining me now, hello from me. I'm Mariana Evenstein, and I'm very glad to be back here once again for our next session, which is From Screen to Society, Culture's Cohesive Power in a Connected World. And it's kind of a long topic for the session, but really, to put it simply, hang on, I'm just going to move my microphone away. It's a little bit too close. I think that's better. To put it simply, for as long as human beings have existed, they have been telling stories. And the stories that we watch on screen, they don't only entertain us, they really help to shape how we see one another, and also in many ways, they help to shape how we see ourselves. The thing is, though, today, what's very different is just the speed and the scale in which this is happening, right? And streaming, obviously, is a huge part of that, and it's really becoming an enormously powerful amplifier of the power of storytelling to shape perceptions within and without. At the same time, this kind of power, this kind of amplification does come with responsibilities. It also comes with opportunities, which we want to embrace. But we also need to make some important choices about which are the voices that get heard and what are the narratives that are getting attention. We're going to talk about all of these things and much more. And to start us off, first, I'm very pleased to be joined by Mike Sneesby. He's the CEO of NBC Group. I don't need to tell you what that is. Of course, everybody in the region knows it's the largest and most influential media company in the Middle East, and it is also home to the very fast-growing streaming platform, Shahid. So, Mike, you've had quite a journey yourself personally. I know that you've founded and led a number of major streaming ventures and media groups. Originally back in Australia, there was Nine Entertainment and Stan, and you built that also into a streaming service. So having gone on this journey, how has that shaped the way that you see the media landscape that we're in right now? And also, how does it impact the vision that you have for NBC Group?
Yeah, well, thanks, Mariana. And I might move my microphone away just a little bit as well. Look, as we were just chatting about outside, the transformation that the kingdom has undergone in recent times is just incredible. And I had the fortune of working in the region 15 years ago. So I've returned after 15 years to see the strength of this transformation and how much impact it's had culturally and on the media industry, which I'm a part of. And we have the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness, to thank for the incredible vision behind this transformation as an industry, and of course the Ministry of Culture for the investment that they make, particularly around those important cultural stories. But I think one of the things that I see when I look at NBC's growth over this period of time is the way that it's centred itself around local storytelling. And local storytelling can't avoid reflecting on these things that are important in today's society. NBC's vision as a company is centred around our heart being based here in the Arab world, but telling stories that can travel around the globe, making a media company that's global with content that impacts people and enriches people's lives. So I reflect on what we did back in Australia, and I'll give one example with the streaming service Stan, which I founded back in 2015, around the same time that Netflix was launching in Australia. And we made a very necessary choice to begin investing in local original productions from the time we started that streaming company. And over time, what we found was, the strength of local stories for us in Australia was what made the most commercial sense. So, as you say before, these things deliver not just responsibility, but also opportunity. And in fact, as the streaming world changed, and a lot of the Hollywood studios who used to supply us content went out on their own, original content became the entire pillar for the business and made it today. It's the largest commissioner of local content in Australia. And that same experience is what we've seen with NBC, NBC Group as a broadcaster, but also Shahid with Shahid Originals. So, it is definitely true that the importance of these stories in local markets is critical, and it is a big responsibility, but also they can be important commercial drivers if you understand your audience and you understand who you're speaking to.
Well, can we talk about that a little bit more then? How do you get the right balance of, obviously you have commercial interests and you want to attract a wide audience, but you also want to stay authentic, you also want to stay rooted in the values and traditions and culture of the region that you're in. How does NBC Group balance those things?
Yeah, I mean, if I reflect on our vision as a company, the importance of having our hearts rooted right here in this Arab world, but thinking about the content that enriches people's lives. If you think about that vision as a company, it leads you to the stories that matter most. And if you think about what resonates best on television, it is the stories that are impacting people's lives. It is the themes that people care about. And I like to think of television, I think it's the most powerful storytelling medium, the one that can have the most influence and the most stirring of emotions in humans. But if you think about television, I like to think about it like a time capsule. And not only does it touch on the most important cultural aspects of the world that we live in today, but over time that changes. And I use the example of, think about what we watched on television in the 80s or the 90s or the 2000s in any country around the world, and it's evolved over time. So, what we centre our attention on today will be different to what we centred our attention on previously and different into the future. But I genuinely think we can align what is important now and what are commercial opportunities, because it's what the audience is demanding.
I do want to ask you about Shahid specifically. It's seeing tremendous growth, also in a very competitive regional landscape, other streaming services. So what's made it stand out the way that it has, both regionally but also globally?
Yeah, well, look, it's an absolute focus here in the region. And, for those who know Shahid and have seen its journey, its growth journey, it's focused a lot of attention, particularly here in the Kingdom. This is our biggest market and will continue to be our biggest market for some time. But what we're starting to do now is expand that storytelling across the region. In fact, we spent a bit of time this week talking about the strategy and where we take the next steps with Shahid. And there are a range of markets across our core zone of the Middle East, North African region, where we are a lot less penetrated as a streaming service. And of course, stories to be told, which will drive opportunity for us as a streaming service and help fulfill that mission. So you'll see more of Shahid investment into the rest of MENA, but also internationally, as you say. And an interesting stat that came across my desk in that discussion is that Shahid today generates 20%, a fifth of its revenues, from markets outside of the MENA region. And that segment of audience and revenue is actually the fastest growing segment, which means that the interest in Arabic language content around the world is very real. Of course, we have Arabic speakers. The markets that are driving that international growth are the US, the UK, Australia, and Europe. And as I say, of course, there are Arabic speakers in those markets, but increasingly, it's not the Arabic speakers. It's either second generation or those people who want to watch the stories, who want to understand the stories that have come from this region. So I think it's a really exciting opportunity for us as we look at international as a much greater focus.
We have just about a minute left for our talk. We could talk for so much longer, for sure. But I just wanted to ask, looking ahead, what are the opportunities that are the most exciting to you when it comes to entertainment and storytelling in Saudi Arabia, but also more broadly in the region? What's up ahead?
Yeah, look, it's no secret that the demographic in the Kingdom is very young skewing, and you don't need to spend much time here in the media industry to understand the dynamic of this new generation of individuals who are coming through and driving our industry. They're ambitious, they're extremely well educated, they're extremely nationally proud, they're tech savvy, they're more connected to the world than they've ever been before. And so I think that comment I made before about the time capsule, I think this generation is going to create that next time capsule on their own, and so the future is certainly very bright here in the Kingdom.
A lot to look forward to for sure in the region. Mike, thank you so very much for sharing your thoughts with us. So we'll leave our conversation there.
Thank you.
So many thanks indeed.
Thanks.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we just heard the platform and the industry perspective, and now we want to hear from two creative leaders who are on the front lines of bringing stories to life and also making sure that these stories stay authentic even as they travel across borders. So we'll wait just another moment for the amazing team to rearrange our furniture so everybody has a comfortable seat for our conversation. Are we all set, crew team? I think we're good. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome the CEO of the Red Sea Film Foundation. Let's have a warm welcome for Faisal Baltior. So here he comes. All right, they started playing the music before I got to my second guest, but no less grateful am I to also welcome my second panelist, who is Rami Imam, who's the acclaimed Egyptian director, producer, and founder of Think Big, Right Brain Media Productions. So, gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thanks.
It's wonderful to have both of you joining us. And if it's okay, I would like to start with the big picture. We just had this conversation with Mike, and we all know that around the world, no matter where we are, film and television have become such powerful tools for shaping how different cultures are seen around the world. I mean, nowadays you don't even have to travel out of your home to be able to learn about different countries and stories and attitudes and ideas. And it also has had an enormous impact, television, film, on how people see themselves and the critical lens that we put on our own societies. So it would be great to hear from each of you how you've experienced this dynamic in your own work. And Faisal, maybe we can start with you. From your perspective at the Red Sea Film Foundation, how have you seen how storytelling can reshape perceptions of culture? So not just of Saudi Arabia, but also more broadly.
Thank you so much for having us. Well, in the Red Sea Film Foundation, like maybe the audience view the foundation as a festival, while it's beyond festival. Festival is one of the main pillars, but before the festival, it's touching the point of the whole ecosystem to support the local voices, international voices, to reach to all the globe. Starting from the labs, where it goes and focus on the projects itself. It's not just educational, it's deliverable basis. So it goes to the projects, work with the filmmakers, and for the last few years, what is the important thing and key thing, that the labs started before the festival, because the festival or the foundation realized the importance of education, importance of guidance of the filmmakers, where in the last few years, more than 100 projects that have been supported, that gained more than almost 40 awards internationally, that touches base with more than 200 filmmakers. 61% from them are female filmmakers. So this is a great start, and then taking this ecosystem to the fund that had a huge impact the last few years, with supporting more than 350 films that won more than almost 300 or 400 awards, that also touching base with almost 74 countries. Then going to the souk, which is the most vibrant ecosystem that's being built for the filmmakers to exchange, to view their work, to sell it, to also network and create new content. And there are a lot of achievement on that. Then by of course, the keystone, which is the Red Sea International Film Festival, which is already known, hopefully, by everyone. So all of that is coming together to take all the stories from all over the world, but mainly focusing from the Red Sea, local stories as a Saudi, Middle East, Africa, and Asia. There are a lot of successful stories that went beyond their countries, went to A-list film festivals such as Cannes. This year, the festival has, like in Cannes Film Festival, almost 5 films that's been selected across all of its competitions, 7 films in Venice Film Festival, and also in London Film Festival, and so many other festivals.
So really crossing many, many borders. And Rami, I know that you've worked on productions that are very much rooted in Egyptian culture, in Egyptian life, and still they're reaching audiences very far away from Egypt, which I think is fantastic. So what does make a story resonate across cultures, across borders? Why do people have this interest, even if they're from a place that's quite far away from Egyptian reality?
Hello, Mariana. Thank you for having me now. I think it's part of the culture, actually, having this kind of reaching, global reach, as we say, because it's part of an ecosystem, Mariana. It's the way that you're building your ecosystem. Egypt has been building its ecosystem since hundreds of years, particularly in the field of art, cinema, theater, TV. And up to now, Egypt has been a leading country in the entertainment section in the MENA region and GCC world. So most probably, it's building an ecosystem. So let me tell you something that we need to build ecosystems. We need to have lots of ideas and visions that are based on thoughts, statistics, numbers. We need to read numbers in order to build the ecosystem. And definitely in the Arab world, this has started. Definitely in Saudi Arabia, this has started. Building your ecosystem, your entertainment and creative ecosystem, which is based on lots of things. Number one, vision. You need to have the vision. Number two, I mean, like the private sector and the government sector should be aligned together to build the ecosystem. Because, Mariana, we have many talents, script writers, directors, renowned actors, and lots of crews in the Arab region. So all they need to be is they should be tied together in a very sustainable ecosystem. So that maybe has been done like originally in Egypt, having this kind of organic ecosystem. However, today we need to build a sustainable ecosystem that would lead the force of entertainment for hundreds of years. So we have talents in the Arab world that could compete globally. All it needs to do is to have three main pillars, I think. Number one is like talent cultivation. We need to hunt for talent. We need to put the seed for the talents. Number two is having an infrastructure. We need to have a proper infrastructure, including funds and investments. And number three, it's like we need to have the audience development and awareness. So in order to have this kind of ecosystem, we need to have all these pillars. Egypt has been a leading country in that, and now Saudi Arabia is like investing in that. I can witness that. I've been working like for the season of Riyadh for the past 3 years, and I'm watching lots of improvements and power in the Saudi region. So definitely this is a power to be noticed, and maybe this ecosystem that the Arab world is building could be globally achieved and acclaimed.
Well, I want to ask you about that. So if we want to extend the Saudi ecosystem, the Middle Eastern ecosystem, and we want collaboration with more global partners, how should that look? What kinds of collaborations, what kinds of channels of support would be ideal if, from your perspective? So either of you are free to answer.
Want to?
Please.
Well, activating the co-production, which is already started to be activated, especially in Saudi Arabia. Attracting foreign and international production to film in Saudi Arabia, which is important. It's not just about the rebate, for example, or tax incentive that is provided by the government. It's like knowledge exchange. It's not just a tourism attraction that is needed to be highlighted in such a film or a series. No, it's much more beyond that. Co-production is a key today to have this international knowledge to come to Saudi Arabia, and also the local films that can, sometimes like there are strategies that's been built local to local, but I found after a time that local, as much as it's local, as much as it will shine international, because internationally they are looking for new stories, looking for new stories to new talents that they want to see. That's why today we see more diverse film. Before we see only English-speaking films, but today we see we watch Korean cinema, we watch different languages that is very popular, not just in Saudi, but in the region and also globally.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I would add like few things about that, which is authenticity. So we need to start from being very local in order to get this global vision. I mean, like nowadays, the West is like looking upon us that what do we have as culture? So authenticity starts from the Arab word. So maybe people would like say that you need to put this kind of twist in your plot, whether it's like cinema, it's drama. You need to have this plot in order to be reachable globally. No, it's not like this anymore now. You need to start from your local environment. You need to start working on your authentic subject, and yet you need to have this global vision about what are the most common senses and emotions that are globally dealt with. So I've been witnessing a lot lately in lots of platforms like Netflix, like Shahid. They're on common grounds of having most of the universal languages that everyone would go for, like a case for deaf and mute, a case for cancer, a case for emotions, family reunions. These are all universal languages that might approach lots of visions. And particularly, I think, building the ecosystem that I've already mentioned would make us a bit approach to the global world.
But what do you say to people who are concerned that there is this danger of diluting the local voices or the authenticity if we are appealing to a broad audience, especially with streaming services? Is it not happening, do you think? Or do we really need to be pushing back against that?
Well, I think dilution is a problem. I mean, like, this is a struggle that we need to focus on if we want to go for the global world. I mean, like, losing the identity or dilution is a major struggle that we need to challenge. However, it's not something that we should be focusing on for many years. We should be focusing on our authentic countries and authentic creative industry. I think this is our armor for that. So going for the global thing, I think now it's the time the global want you. I mean, like the universe, I mean, like the United States now with having all these kind of digital platforms, which are very strong platforms like Netflix, are looking upon you that what do you have to serve? What do you have? What do I need to have from you? I need to understand your culture. I want to understand your culture. Maybe they had enough of having this kind of vision about what's inside the United States, or they're having this kind of what's outside the US. That's most probably is a chance for us to do that through our authenticity. Again, Mariana, now the word is open. It's an open word. It's not limited as it used to be. We used to have in Egypt, back in the 80s and the 90s, we used to have just one channel to watch any kind of series, just one channel, which, by the way, with a very marketing strategy to have just one channel so that the whole Arab population would watch it on TV. Now we have multiple channels, you have multiple platforms, you have the digital, you have your phone, you have your cellular, it's an open world. So in order to compete in that world, you have minimum risks, like, let me tell you that you have minimum risks, yet you need to be authentic.
So we got the perspective from the director and producer, but Faisal, I do want the institutional perspective. How does your organization or organizations like the Red Sea Film Foundation push back against this dilution of authenticity or local cultures, even if you are still trying to appeal to a global audience?
Honestly, we learn a lot when it comes to this, and thank you for asking this question. And I totally agree with you, Rami. And they recall even specific films and examples that were picked globally because it was original, it was authentic, authentic. And this is what we work, and part of our main things in the festival for the fund, for the festival, for the labs, and for the souk is local voices. How can we empower the local voices without interfere? We found that local voices, as much as it's original, as much as it gets picked globally, not anymore, you have to internationalize your movie, or like, try to think about some other audience and try to be closer to them, you lose its identity. So the film is just one of the films that doesn't succeed. I remember like in one of the local films went viral. It's been filmed in Saudi Arabia, in Jeddah. It's based on true story that happened in Saudi Arabia. It went so viral in 40 countries. It was top 10 most watched on largest platform globally, including Spain, Mexico, Argentina. So you have a film that's been filmed fully by Saudi actresses and actors in the heart of Jeddah that was viewed as a top 10 most watched film in Spain or Argentina or Costa Rica or new countries that it's their first time to watch a Saudi movie. Why? Because it was original. It was very authentic. And this is just an example of many other examples that even in the foundation we work and focus on.
I'd like to get your thoughts about the power of storytelling, or rather I should put it a different way, how storytelling can really be a form of soft power, as we like to call it, and not just for Saudi Arabia specifically, but just also for emerging creative industries. How do you see that working?
I see it, it's a tool or an arm to change lots of difficulties in the world. I mean, it's called the soft power. So having this soft power means that you have something that others might not have. It's having things that you can use. I mean, soft power could stop wars, Mariana. Yeah, you can use soft power to stop wars, to stop whatever you want to do. And definitely in this time in the world, soft power is very wanted. So soft power is not just a name. It's being like seeded for hundreds of years. You build for having this kind of soft power. And soft power because it touches the heart. You can always talk to the mind. You can always talk to lots of people around you that would understand what you're telling. However, they wouldn't be able to feel what you're telling unless you have this kind of softness inside. So that's why it's called soft power. You're trying to affect the world without just having a bullet in your hand or a gun in your hand. So that's soft power. And this is a major element that each country should have. We have to be fighting for having the soft power, because even a writer has the soft power. Even a poet has the soft power. So that's the genius of being in the entertainment and media industry, of having the power to convince people without screaming, without shouting, without trying to ban something or alienating something. You just need to be whatever creative you are in order to be able to stop lots of things.
We did hear even in our previous panel the power of culture and art, the impact on the brain, and on how children develop and their ability to problem solve and to regulate their emotions. So I think that really resonates with what you
Yeah, you know what, Mariana? I've read lots of researches about the soft power and the comedy in the Arab world, or maybe in the world. And it was said that the comedy, whenever you laugh, you get this kind of dopamine and adrenaline ongoing. So you have everything happy around you. You're powerful. You know how to achieve things. Whenever this happens to you, you start having the good relation with your family, with your wife, with everyone around you. So this is what comedy does. This is what art does.
Faisal, your thoughts?
Of course, like if you think about cinema, it's just if you step back and see the cinema, it's one of the rare tools that when you enter cinema, you just give all your senses to that screen, and that screen, that director, such as Rami, who's good at this. We've been watching your movies for a long time, and it's really touching us. It's just like not just a sense of humor, it's about the culture, it's about utilizing the cinema power and telling that story that came from the papers, from the script, into different acts, utilizing all the technologies in that closed form of art. It's something that is, sometimes you get into cinema, you watch the movie with a perception, you leave, you have changed completely. And I think most of us have seen that or have sensed that. And this is actually, personally, like when I was young, this is one of the things that made me get into this, because we have a lot of voices that need to be heard through that tool which called cinema. And that's why we are trying to have it alive with all of the challenges, either with the platform, which is great. However, the cinema experience is important, and also it's adding to that soft power another power, because using the technology, Dolby Atmos, this high quality with 4D cinemas, 3D cinemas, all of these kind of technologies that being added, it's just empowering the story to have a bigger impact.
I'm just thinking about what the two of you have just mentioned, and I just think to myself how we've all experienced sitting together with people around us watching a movie or a TV show, laughing together, crying together, and the power of that experience to generate empathy. And that's definitely something that seems to be in short supply in the world at the moment. And you as creators and those who are supporting creative storytelling have the power to maybe create more empathy through the art that you make. This is, however, a cultural investment conference. So in the last few minutes that we have together, I will ask a question to you about that. If you can sum up just quickly, what makes cultural storytelling? We've talked about the emotional and social impacts, but what makes it a worthwhile investment?
Again, as part of the answer is authenticity. You can get it back to authenticity so that you're like, if you want to invest in something, you need to have to study it well. You need to have the numbers, you need to have the statistics about who are the people who are watching, the target audience, who's listening, who's not listening. And definitely, Mariana, with everyone now, with the generations changing, it's the word of Gen Z, as we say now, Gen Z and millennials. So definitely investing in this kind of talents and Gen Z, this is the future. I'm sorry to tell that now. We are people who are staying home watching the platforms, while Gen Z are the ones who are like on ground. So you need to culturally invest in the new generation who are going to have this torch walking through lots of paths, challenges. We need to invest in young generation who have this kind of vision, and actually they have this kind of ferocious challenges coming with AI, with the cultural, with investment, with fund being put all around. I think this is a very hard road to have it, yet Gen Z, I'm sure that they can challenge that.
And Faisal, maybe the final word from you?
Well, mashallah, Rami covered most of the points, but I think bearing in mind the technology and how it's, and I see that technology today has to be taken seriously. We usually, if you go back in time, anything new comes across the cinema, like the creators start fighting it, while they can utilize it in much better way and having it as supporter to have this experience or cultural experience as as something that can last for more. So containing and be part of the technology development, because the audience are changing and they want to see new forms. There are basics that we have to stick to it, but it's important to bear in mind the audience. Second thing is the story and how to monetize that story. Today, for example, this is the talk that we have. Do we make, as a filmmakers, do we make an artistic movie that travels to the festival, make an awards, but doesn't make anything in the cinemas, or make a more of a comedy commercial films that can generate money and help us to the balance between both of them? There is no right or wrong. The balance between both of them is extremely important, not to go extremely artistic direction and not to go extremely commercial and obey what the audience wants. So having that balance is important, because we want the investor to get their investment back and invest more.
But as long as there are people who are dedicated to the creative process and to authenticity and to commercial viability and success, with people who, like the two of you, who are looking to balance all of these things, I think we have a lot to look forward to. And storytelling will continue to touch people's souls around the globe in the future as well. Thank you so much to both of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana, and her panel. So, as you've seen, the format for this afternoon is a little bit different in the sense that we pick an overall topic and then we look at it from two different lenses. In this next conversation, that is exactly what we are going to do. Now, throughout the day, we focused quite high level in terms of some strategic imperatives, what we think should happen, what we think shouldn't happen. But in the next series of two conversations, which are going to be guided by yours truly, we're going to look at the lens from an investor perspective, or look through the lens from an investor perspective, and then from the perspective of those who create, who are the creators of the art and the industries that we have come to appreciate so much. So that's what we're going to be doing. I'm going to start, however, at first with those who are responsible for the money. Remember, the conversation we're having these 2 days is all about the money, how much of it, how to get the best out of it for the creative industries, and to make sure that we are preserving cultural heritages as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, please, please, please help me in welcoming on stage Abdullah Al-Rashid, Director of ITRA, Riyad Al-Samil, Founder and Chairman of Raz Holding Group, Susanna Bala, Co-Founder and Partner of Creators Fund, and Severin Zuckmeyer, Founder of New Renaissance Ventures. Lady and gentlemen, please have a seat. Before I say another word, I have to say I'm so excited that I'm not the only lady on the stage. So really good to have you join me, Susanna. No affront to you, gentlemen, of course. You're quite charming. But it's just lovely to have another woman to join this conversation. So let's get straight into it. We never have huge amounts of time, so we're going to keep a close eye on the timing, if we may. Let's first begin with you, Abdullah, if I may. I'm just going to go in the order in which you're seated for no other reason than that's the order in which you're seated. So, one of the key questions that one always wants to consider is the how. When you are looking and considering something to invest in, how are you going about the process of identifying that this is a good candidate for us to put our money in?
Well, first of all, let me start by thanking you and the organizers for hosting this and for the invitation. Maybe I start off with just setting the premise. We are a non-traditional investor, maybe not even an investor in the sense of the financial sense, because we're a non-profit cultural institution primarily. But we do call these things, we do call our activities as investments because we think we bring a unique lens into how we invest into capital, human capabilities, talent, and etc. And I think that unique lens, when answering a question about how, is that while maybe a financial investor will look at the financial bottom line of the investment, what the model is and what market size is and all of those traditional models, we have the double bottom line of the social impact lens as well. And we are able to take risks as a non-profit institution that are different from financially driven institutions. And so if we find a bold, creative, a talent, an idea that may be not so mature in terms of its market potential, but has a social return that is valuable enough, we do invest in it. And we have many examples of this. We do various programs. We do something called challenges, right, where we bring in non-entrepreneurs to solve world challenges from their creative and cultural lens and inject seed capital into their projects so that they can take those and manifest them. We also partner with many institutions in order to take that daring step, that I would say, into reality. I always joke that ITRA is the place where you can take a project that you think about that has no financial return, and you maybe don't have the financial language yet, but you're very excited by it. And I joke that this, imagine that you're somebody who's excited by wearing a thobe that illuminates in the dark, right? And that, in my layman opinion, is a poor market idea. Like, there are not many people that are interested in that. We will invest in that, and we will take you on a journey to creating a thobe that illuminates in the dark that probably nobody will wear except for you, because we feel that the investment that we've made in you is going to teach you a how that ultimately will mean that you'll create a company, start jobs, and etc. And we have, maybe we'll get to that later, but we have many projects that have resulted in that as a result of it. So this repeat investment in individuals means that they're able to develop a skill set that then other investors on the table can deal with market parameters with them.
I would like to talk a little bit more about the people behind the investment, because that's essentially what you're investing in, right? It's not the, but we're going to come back to that conversation. Riyad, how differently do you view this question of making or choosing where to put your resources?
First of all, thank you for having me here. I'm so honored. I think it takes two sides to decide when you want to invest, especially in this kind of businesses, which is culture or creative industry. I think it's a very talent-based businesses. So you need to study the entrepreneurs themselves and the business or the business model. First of all, this industry is I think we are in the evolution of the maturity of this industry, especially here in Saudi Arabia. So we have to distinguish this very well. Very important factor that there is a governmental support and a nation support toward this kind of investment. So this what gives the investor the appetite, and the drive to go ahead in this kind of investments. But going back to the decision when we invest. So first of all, culture entrepreneurs or creative entrepreneurs in this kind of culture, they're in the center of the creativity, technology, and community. So you need to be sure that the guys are not, just focusing without knowing what's going around them. So, validating the entrepreneurs themselves and their drive and their passion, it's very important. This is first. Second, you need to just look at the business model. Where here comes the difficulty. Maybe Abdullah mentioned very important, it's easy for nonprofit to go ahead in these businesses, but it's not easy for, an investment firms to go to this business because of, there is three major differences between normal business and this kind of business. First of all, the asset class. Normal business, SMEs, you can validate, you know what is the assets, what's the machinery, whatever. But when it comes to this kind of businesses, which is in the culture, you're talking about intangibility, you're talking about IPs, you're talking about future impacts. This is number one. Number two, the risk, getting along with this kind of investments. It's a totally different risk averse because you need also to validate, the impact on society. And here where I say, if you don't have the belief that this kind of investment, it has to have an ROIS, return on investments and society. Because for them, even if you lose in the investment, where you gain in the society, they're having a win. So this kind of, let's say, knowledge needs to be in the investment committee who wants to decide. Third, I think the valuation. So it's not easy to do this kind, the valuation for these startups. Maybe it's easy to go from the early stage, but I mean, in some countries where it's matured, and there is a normal business model, and there is a long-term revenue associated, so you can do the valuation. But in this kind of business, especially when it's early, you have to have this flexibility dealing, with the founder or the creator, people who's working here, that you can be adaptive when you need to set goals, you don't want to take a lot from their, equities because they need to have this ownership. So I think it's a very unique proposition and a unique kind of business that you need to bring special matter experts with you to understand and see, you know, what's the business model or operating motors that works outside. Maybe with the technology involved in these kind of businesses, it becomes a bit easier. That's why, you know, VCs are hardly coming to this kind of businesses because, you know, again, you know, there is limitations of time, limitations of business models that have been there. But when technology comes, okay, to the culture tech or whatever investment music, when it comes with technology, things are different and they can go to the VC path rather than the SME.
Susanna, if I can then come to you, because I see you nodding and smiling a lot, particularly on the question of...
I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
It's okay, Riyadh. She wasn't mad at you. No, particularly when we are in thinking about sort of VC, which Riyadh mentioned, and traditional forms of funding and some of the criteria that is used. It's almost as if we're doing a copy-paste, but we're pasting onto something where the model simply doesn't fit. 100%. So if we're looking at the question of how we think differently, in your view, as investors, what are the things that we need to be prioritizing in terms of how investments can work better to serve both the investor and the investee?
Basically, well, I'm a kind of alien who I used to be a marketing director in high-end fashion, so I understand IP and IP licensing and how to build multi-revenue stream empires, really. That's what LVMH is and many other brands. And I started to get into venture capital, and then I got out of venture capital, the classical venture capital, because I realized that looking at things, you can't wear the same coat, you know, in cultural investments at least. And I've been spending the last 3-4 years on a methodology of how we actually, I spend a lot of my time finding the most amazing culture entrepreneurs and technologists, and basically selecting the most amazing artists who are the institutions from MoMA to Serpentine. I'm not naming many cultural institutions. They don't have nor the know-how how to invest in them, and they don't have the funding, unfortunately, how to fund these cultural entrepreneurs. And if you're selecting the brain instead of the product, because everyone's focusing on a product in the art world, like that's why it's so lucrative, the sculptures, the paintings, you know, NFTs, product. I'm focusing on IP, and I'm focusing on tech primitives, two things. And when you combine the tech primitives, you can license the tech primitive and build the 10x investment profile from venture investments. And then I have the most amazing cultural entrepreneurs. I'm marketing their technology and actually empowering the institution. We're replacing their exhibitions, games, films, etc. So it's like a dual model. And I think if I'm giving money just to a cultural entrepreneur, they're going to spend it and burn it in a fast amount of time. So you need to, it's more like a venture studio builder model. Like you need to have a build with them. You need to have methodologies. You need to have the social capital as well. So it's like a whole systematic approach that I think is lacking in the cultural aspects, but it's untapped potential, you know. And culture is the key for societal change, which is my slogan and obsession. And if you're bringing in the business acumen from venture capital and venture building, plus the IP licensing from fashion, this is the sweet spot. And the time is now, because the gallery model is collapsing, institutional model is collapsing. And actually, I read about you last night, and you have a very similar methodology, Riyadh.
Yeah.
And I was super excited to hear about you, because like I love meeting with other entrepreneurs or builders or investors who look at systematic problems and solving them systematically.
Thank you.
I think that's so interesting, because what I'm beginning to hear is this view of, yes, there is the product, yes, there is the funds, but ultimately, if we are looking at what the underlying asset is, which is the creator, if we're thinking of investing in underlying assets, which is what funding should be doing in any event, then we are able to better sustain what they produce in the long run. Before we explore that view a little bit further, Severin, if I can then come to you, if we consider what the previous speakers have said, but we're also looking at how we decide on when an idea is ripe for us to invest. How do we do that in a way that is meaningful, impactful, and sustainable?
Yeah, fair question. I mean, I think
Good question.
I think that's not mutually exclusive, right? I think it's the other way around. It's mutually beneficial. So if there is a creative impact, there is also very often scale to it. And I think in venture capital, you need to find those models where the creative impact and the scalability is given, right? And I think there's a lot of models we just need to look around. They already exist, right? I mean, the biggest startup, so to say, in Europe is a company called Spotify, right? That is a creative tech company. In US, you could say a company like Netflix is in the most 10 valuable companies there. It's also creative industries, right? Yep. You could argue electronic arts, which is now, I guess, being a lot discussed in this country as well, is also creative industries because that's gaming. So these companies already exist, and there is a lot of examples of highly scalable venture cases, hyperscale companies, which are in the creative industries. We just need to be more aware of that. And I think what we need to do is to kind of build a home for them, right? And that's what I'm trying to build with my fund, because when I started the fund, and really the motivation to start the fund was like, you have all those deep tech funds and fintech funds and health tech funds and you name it, right? And it's very good that they exist, but there's not a single creative tech fund out there in a way, right? And I'm in venture for the last 8 years, roughly, a bit longer than that. And that kind of bugged me. I was like wondering, why is that the case, right? Is there just not enough opportunities? Is the exit landscape not interesting enough? Why is it that we don't have dedicated funds for the creative industries? And I did an analysis, and if you look at the top tier funds in the world, like the Sequoias and the Andreessen and Horowitz of the world, if you look at their portfolios, it's quite surprising. You learn that quite a high percentage of their companies are actually companies in the creative industries. Yep. And again, I'm talking about Spotify, I'm talking about electronic arts, I'm talking about Figma, Canva. Think about all the Gen AI image video tools, Gen AI audio. So there's a huge wave coming of creative tech companies. They're just not labeled as them.
So is that then the key here? Is it less about what and the less about how you're thinking about the what, if you will? Yes. And I'd like to get your views on that, Severin, but also if I can come back to you, Riyad, and explore that notion a little bit further, because I think there's a gap here which we haven't spoken about today, and I think it's emerging now. So please go ahead. Severin, you. Yes, you.
Yeah, I mean, just as I said, right? I mean, what am I doing at the end of the day is like building a home for tech founders in the creative industries, right? And the interesting part is that creative tech founders are usually very, very passionate about what they're doing. But what they usually don't have, let's say, the view on the tech market as other founders in the tech industries would have, or in the deep tech sector and so on. So the moment you build a home for them, and the moment you build brands and an ecosystem for them, I think you will also see a dramatic increase of founders actually building tech companies and scalable models because they see it's possible to build that. Yeah. And that is really the vision also here for the fund. Yeah.
I believe one of the gaps where we have to really highlight, okay, it's the alignment between the investor mindset and the creator or the creative or the, creative mindset. So, these guys are more emotional, more attached to whatever products or things they do. And the other party is very logical, okay, data-driven, number-driven. So I believe if there were, when there is, what she did coming from the background of creativity, culture, fashion, knowing that, passing through the numbers, having this, let's say, 360 view where she knows the language of the creator and the, and the creative talents, and knowing what it takes for a company to scale. If there will be this alignment, and if you can educate and you can get closer a little bit to their creative mind, and they can get closer to what it takes to sustain their businesses. And that's the problem. Again, let's agree that, you know, normally anything in the cultural world, okay, it's a very personal. So you will see an artist or a painter or musician. So it's a personal, it's a hobby, mostly hobby. So how can you convert this hobby to convince him that you have to be a legacy? And how this can be a legacy is by sustaining this and scaling for the long term. So you need to give away, you know, sometimes part of what you want to do. Again, you know, it's the 80-20 rule, how to pass through the bottleneck relation, I would say.
Abdullah, this is sort of what you try to do, right? Is you're trying to identify where you can enhance skills so that it's not just about I'm personally creating these beautiful things and I'm hoping someone will see them and buy them, but I can create the beautiful things or the beautiful experiences or whatever it is and still have the know-how about market access, about funding, about the language of funding. How does that actually work in reality though? Because sometimes people who do create need to be in a prolonged state of creativity in order for them to do what they do, which doesn't necessarily allow you to emerge and do the boardroom thinking and the finance deal making.
Yeah, I think that's where institutions like these come, institutions that have the mindset of the financial aspect, but the other, the respect for the cultural sector as well. So I'd say, for example, for Inithra, I'd say we specialize in creating first-time entrepreneurs, right? And so maybe deal flows for funds require these entrepreneurs to be ready. I'll take an example. We have a big program with the Cultural Development Fund of Saudi over the last multiple years. Now, rather than just being a regular fund or a seed investment to a project, we require an intensive filtration and immersion process right before you get the fund that requires you to open a company. Many of them haven't even thought about a company. They just have a product, they don't have a company. After they create the company, we talk about the financial, but also the cultural impact. We try to weigh both. If they are not able to provide the financial acumen and business acumen that they need, we supplement that through the support that they can get. So sometimes the artist doesn't need to be the manager and the CEO, but they can be the creative director of that company rather than being the financial. Sometimes they do have that capability. And that's created over 600 jobs in the last 3 years, created over 50 companies, just from this, I'm going to call medium-sized program that's done in collaboration with the Cultural Development Fund. And so I feel like the ecosystem as a whole needs to look at the entrepreneur to answer your question, so that entities are taking the risk on the entrepreneur at this stage, entities are taking the risk with the investment at a very early stage, and entities are scaling the investment later on.
Susanna, the next question then is, if we are looking at creating an environment in which funding becomes more readily available because it is more considerate in taking all of these things into account, so suddenly more money becomes available. How are we then going to do what Abdullah is trying to do, but at scale, so that we have enough uptake of that funding to build upon? How do we build the pipeline?
So I did something reversed. I just used my case. I don't know, I can't answer to that question generally speaking, but this is the way I realized how I can scale. I did the reverse system, what venture capitalists do. You raise a fund on a thesis and you find deal flow, I did other way around. I found deal flow, the most amazing creatives who are exhibiting on the highest institutional level, and I started to build an investment thesis based upon their IPs and the tech primitives that we scouted, and then now build a fund, and we have a venture studio. So you have the methodology, you have the brain, you have the marketing power, and then now you can scale, at scale, 15 ways, for instance, because we scouted 15 of these. I call it world-building projects, because, for instance, it can go on for years. One of them started 3 years ago, and it's still an ongoing project. And I didn't invest in it, but unfortunately I didn't meet them at the time. I would have immediately now. Fantastic artistic duo called Operator. And they couldn't find investors, so they invested their own money to build a technology that allows choreography pieces to become digital art pieces. They launched a beautiful collection, and now they're licensing the technology to the Parisian Ballet House. They just exhibited in Hong Kong Art Basel, and they have a recurring revenues on three revenue stream: tech, primitive, the culture production, and the digital art. And then now they go to fashion, revenue stream, revenue stream, revenue stream. So this is how I'm thinking, because if you ever were a marketing person, my first question that I want to answer, who's my customer? And then I go backwards. You know, I always have a backwards way of thinking. That's how I think you can scale. If you build a fund, that's cool, you have the money. But do you have the methodology? Do you have the talent? And I don't know, I just did it all the way around. That's my answer to the question. I don't know if I answered correctly.
No, I don't think there's a right or a wrong answer. I think that there is an answer, which is what encourages us to think differently about the spaces that we're in. So let's talk for a moment then about diversity. We know if you're looking at stock exchanges everywhere, ESG is a big thing. It's about, the environment, yes, social governance. If we can focus on the social for just a moment, it's about diversity in terms of the who, in the people, whether it's gender, whether it's upbringing, whether it's culture, and all of these things. How then do we ensure that when we are thinking about funding, that diversity is included in there? Because the assumption that people may make is that, of course, it's going to be diverse, but that's not necessarily so, because as with everything, it has to be deliberate. If I can get you perhaps to go on that first, Susanna, and then Severin, I'd like to hear your response on that.
Diversity as in the founders?
No, the diversity as in the considerations that you're making when you're allocating funds, ensuring that you're not just giving funding, but that you're fostering a diverse environment for creativity.
I have a multiple answer to this question.
Okay, can you give me one of your multiples?
Well, I guess one of them is like diversity as in diversity in like how I look.
Gender, maybe,
gender,
your color, whatever.
Yeah, but like it can be economic diversity as well.
Exactly.
So that's what I was starting to ask, what kind of diversity you mean. I think it's, in a sense, economic diversity. So for instance, I tell you examples, like I never look at people. I'm a female GP, by the way, in Silicon Valley. So like if I look at and blockchain, I was into Bitcoin since 2013. So I'm like a weirdest person in all of the rooms. I don't look at that type of diversity ever. I look at taste. Like I don't know, if you have good taste and you have a good nose, one of my Swedish friend, he's my mentor, Susanna, you have a really good nose. Like if you work in fashion, work in culture, diversity, for me, I don't look at Gabriel Massan is a black artist from Brazil and I'm gonna invest in him so I can tick boxes of diversity. I'm looking at talent, but they're all over the world because I don't know, international amazing artists you can find them across the globe. If I look at the diversity, if I look at economic diversity,
I might have,
go
just...
ahead. Please.
I think when you have this value inside, sorry about that, I mean, because it's, when you have this value, as a GP or an investor in you, okay, I think the selection of, the founder, he has to be aligned with you in this value. So if you're sure that, whoever you're investing with is aligned with you in this kind of, value, I think in this case you will just check this,
Yeah, value aligned, that's it. The most important thing is that, to be honest.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to blame them because they didn't give me enough heads up to tell me that we were out of time. So we are out of time, but I really think this diversity question and how you approach the notion of diversity is precisely where I was hoping you would go. Unfortunately, we don't have time to go further down that route. So, Abdullah, Riyadh, Susanna, Severin, to all four of you, thank you so very much for joining me and for your insights. Much appreciated. Please show them your thanks.
Thank you.
And if I can ask you to exit that way. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. Thank you. I know it's over too quickly. If I can ask you to go this way. Thank you.
Thank you.
So as you could see, our conversation is trying to look at both sides. The panelists in this conversation were really all about looking at it from the investor's perspective. What are some of the considerations that they have? How are they approaching how they invest, the decisions that they make around who to invest in, when to invest in those people, and for how long to invest? Our next conversation is going to be focused on the creator. And those who are driving the creative industries and some of the considerations which they have to make whenever they are looking at how they source funds, how they allocate funds amongst themselves, and how they ensure that they're better able to disperse those funds so that there's longevity and sustainability. To have that conversation with me, please welcome, very, very warmly indeed, Her Royal Highness Princess Noura Al Saud, founder of Rukun Creative Exchange and CEO and co-founder of Al Mashtal. Her Highness Princess Fakhda Al Saud, cultural strategist and co-founder of Panther Holdings, and Charlie Wall Andrews, assistant professor of creative industries at Toronto Metropolitan University. To all three of you, please take a seat. Do I need to tell you how excited I am right now? Because not only amazing women, but they're all women.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm really, really excited. Ladies, what an absolute pleasure to have you on the stage with me this afternoon. I hope you had a chance to listen to the previous conversation that we had, because I think some of those issues become quite pertinent when we are looking at the lens or through the lens of the creator and those who are driving the creative industries. In other words, leading like yourselves are. Let's begin with perhaps a very basic question, Your Royal Highness, if I may. When we are thinking about creatives, what is it really that they need when we're looking at funding for them?
Well, I always say that, yes, finance matters, but there is many other things that need to be there beyond the money itself. So there needs to be structure within the creative entrepreneur, and then structure within the ecosystem. So the creative entrepreneur, I always say, needs to have the 3 C's. So clarity, continuity, and credibility. They need to be clear on exactly where it is they're going, what they're doing, and what they want to put out. They need continuity to build credibility, because that's when investment will take them seriously. But beyond that, there needs to be an ecosystem that is there, that is reliable, that they can build upon, because they require a lot of collaborators. They require a lot of systems and policies that can help them thrive and grow, especially in a new industry that's still growing. So when we look at the ecosystem as a whole, funding is one part of it. Yes, it'll take them to a point, but beyond that, there needs to be institutions, policies, systems, and support that goes beyond the funding itself.
Princess Fakhda, one of the things that I think you can all appreciate is what the needs are in the way that you've described, but an also recognition that not all entrepreneurs or creators are going to have that ability to discern that immediately. They're not necessarily going to know about how do they process some of that thinking and ensure that they themselves have it. How then do we need to think differently about better supporting them to ensure that we are clear about what Princess Noura has described, that there is this sort of stack, if you will, that you need to try to think about? If you're not filling that role yourself, can you get somebody else to help you support that? How do we better support them in that space?
Well, funny enough, we were just discussing this earlier.
Oh, great. So you've got the perfect answer.
Oh, no, don't put me on the spot. But so having platforms and having networks that support entrepreneurs and from a business angle, to actually give them the space and the breadth to build that creativity that you're building that business model on. For institutes like Al-Mashtal and incubators like that are needed. But that's just one point. And then you have the funding. That's another, which you need creative funding and creative investors to come in and understand what that entrepreneur is going to be building. And then the third thing is the roadmap. So after I give them those tools, and after I give them that money, do I just leave them in that field? Sometimes you need hand-holding, and sometimes you need partnerships. Collaboration, I think, is a key to entrepreneurial ventures. And you're not an island on your own. You can build with people. Within Panther Holdings, that's what our whole structure was. It's collaborations. We started as one company in the cultural tourism realm, and then tried to close the ecosystem by working with other companies and other creatives and other investors, seeing the gaps in the market to build it. So I think it's all of them. You can't just kind of...
You can't pick,
you
right?
can't pick and choose.
You have to look at all. So then, Charlie, if I can then come to you, we're alluding to it a little bit, but I'd like to get your sort of studied view on the barriers that are being faced by the creators and those who are leading creative industries. What are some of the most profound barriers that we perhaps are not thinking about in terms of better supporting them?
This is a great question. Research shows that some of the barriers in major markets are nepotism, being able to enter an industry, not being able to have access to the right networks are huge barriers. But of course, funding, lack of access to mentorship are aspects that artists aren't always privileged to benefit from, which is why in my research, I've created an incubator in Canada. In my mapping, and I love that we're using the word ecosystem because this is critical. In my mapping in Canada, there's over 140 incubators or business development programs that are inclusive to artists. Among that sample, 4 of them are for equity seeking, so for women or for those that are immigrants or newcomers to the country, right? All looking to have creative careers and have aspirations. Of those 4, I've created 3. So I can know from studying applicants to the program, their ambitions, their dreams, what their goals are, and looking at final reports that mentorship matters. In fact, program participants, because in one of my programs, they get capital, they get funding, they get an educational curated session on legal fundamentals, marketing strategy, building a business plan, all of these elements that are important. But when asking, would you have done this program without access to funding? Majority had said yes, simply because of the mentorship component and the community building, which are key components that are really under-recognized, especially as a creative. We were speaking before, like how lonely it can be. Yeah. So when you can become part of community and have peer support, that helps remove barriers to entry.
Let's then expand a little bit on the ecosystems that you were just talking about. I think all of you have spoken very eloquently about what needs to happen to better support entrepreneurs. So the suggestion is that it's not that we don't know, but there perhaps is some disconnect between what we know and what actually happens in real terms, which comes to the ecosystem. So what is missing in the creation, development of this ecosystem, Charlie?
I think from a theoretical point of view, we talk about ecosystem, but what does that really mean? So when you look at entrepreneurship theory and what ecosystem framing looks like, what Princess Nora has shared, institutions, finance are core components. You cannot have a successful creative economy if the infrastructure or if the ecosystem is weak in one of those elements. And when all of the systematic conditions of an ecosystem are supported, invested in, then the artist can thrive. Everybody can thrive. And when that happens, and this is from the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, GEM, this is what they do to measure entrepreneurship. If we applied that same framework to creative industries, you would have a productive creative economy. When that happens, there's more output. And when there's more output, there's more value creation that circulates into the economy. So to what degree has there been a mapping of the ecosystem?
So are we then suggesting, Princess Noura, if you can maybe address this. In fact, I'd like you as well, Princess Fakhta, to address this. Are we then thinking maybe that we need to not stop fully, but perhaps look at the foundations of what we're trying to build, right? And say, well, in fact, we talk about ecosystem, but how do these ecosystems actually look? Are they fit for purpose, to your point? Yes, no, how do we fix that? And then how do we link people to those ecosystems? So in your view, what are the ecosystems potentially lacking? And I know it's not going to be, you can't answer everything, but for you, the spaces that you think are key.
Well, I can only speak from my own experience and what I've learned, because I started as a creator. I started as design, and I wanted to open my own design studio. Now, I studied design, so I know how to do that, but I was never taught how to actually build and run a design studio. That's a completely different skill set that I needed. And I learned in a very hard and harsh, difficult way that I don't have that. And what I learned going through is when I met with other designers who had companies and built businesses around that, is that we were all going through the same things. And I was saying, well, where are you? If we knew each other, if we spoke and shared our challenges, we could have come up with a solution together. Each one of us has learned something, I'm sure, across the way. And having that space to come together, to speak, to know each other, would have been invaluable for me at the time starting out. Because, like Dr. Charlie said, and Princess Fahda, collaboration is really important. We cannot build the whole company or my whole ecosystem by myself. I need someone to help me market my products. I need someone to maybe tell my story, photograph it, help me get into exhibitions. And finding these people is very difficult. And us as creative entrepreneurs, we're usually very closed off, we're shy, we're in our own world. So going out is very difficult, and it's part of the process. And I think having access to that is a big part of that ecosystem. And of course, building your professional development is the second part. But I think the first major important step, if I were to say, is finding your peers, your collaborators, your biggest supporters within the ecosystem.
Charlie, I'm going to come to you because I see your head doing a lot of movement. So I'm going to come to you in just a moment. But Princess Fahda, what are your views on that?
Well, I agree with what the ladies have said, but I also think there's a conversation that needs to happen when it comes to infrastructure. It's always a, top-down perspective. You build the infrastructure, you build the capabilities, you build, but you build it for the creatives that you're really coming into the room and discussing it with. So there should be a bottom-up foundational aspect as well. It has to be a collaboration from institutions and creatives to come up with that ecosystem. You cannot impose that ecosystem when you don't understand how am I going to go through it. We've had a lot of issues dealing and maneuvering in a structure that wasn't built for us creatives, but it was built for investors and creatives, for technology, for economy, but for the creative world to kind of foster us, we needed also creative foundations. So it's a conversation also from those who are building and those who are creating.
I want to come back to those who are building in just a moment. But Charlie, can I have your view on that? Because I could see that you were feeling quite animated around points that were being made by both ladies.
This is, I think, the key takeaway of the summit is strengthening the ecosystem, which essentially is interconnectedness of all aspects. The artists, the intermediary services, leadership, it all has to come to fruition. And so as we're all speaking, I'm thinking, like, is there an ecosystem task force in the creative sector for the country that brings together key players to help ensure this interconnectedness and advise on the governance of this ecosystem?
Well, I think this conference is quite interesting as a concept and how we can work on that.
Absolutely. In fact, you took me to my next question, because that also requires investment, right? It doesn't just happen because we're like, oh yes, we need an ecosystem, and suddenly the ecosystem emerges. But when we are looking at investors, the next question that investors are going to ask you is like, well, how far do you want me to go? Do you want me to put food on people's tables to make sure that they're available? It sounds like I'm saying it tongue-in-cheek and as a joke, but perhaps it's not. Because in reality, oftentimes artists or creators need additional support more than just the infrastructure. You know, because of their creative process, they need help in terms of life, whether it's, you know, food or, I don't know, other elements of their lives, in order to be able to conduct their creative process, because those processes are not all the same. So how far are we thinking funders need to go, Charlie?
Great question. And we can see in different markets around the world how the way that you roll this out will have implications. So let me give an example. In Canada, we have a very good funding structure where artists can get grants. But the thing is, now they're too dependent on it, and they're not so catered to market. Then you look at the United States, where people are very catered to the market, but they don't have the public sector funding to help them accelerate. So when you have a hybrid system, great things can happen, but it's how do you ensure that those resources don't become, I can only survive if I get this funding, right? How do you take your career so that it's sustainable, it helps you scale and grow? And I think we need to understand artists' lifestyle, like the phases. The emerging phase has different needs than an established artist that might be exporting into new markets and so forth. So I think in terms of funding structures, factoring that is a critical component.
Princess Ferda, your view on that? I mean, to me, as somebody who doesn't work in the creative industries per se, because a lot of what we're doing today is the creative space, but are we asking too much of funders or funding to say, you've got to look beyond just the end product and the commodity, that there's a whole additional requirement that goes with that funding, and how can you think of your modeling differently? What do you think about that?
Well, look, I believe I'm a creative as well, but I'm also a business owner, and I work with creatives. And I think there's a balance between, I'm still funding and investing in creatives in say, developing a building when it's a cultural assets, and I'm working with creatives to fill that building and fill it with creativity. I needed to come to fruition at the same time, make money, develop it, be commercialized. And I think it's a collaboration between me and that creative to come to an understanding of my expectation and also my space to give them to create. And this is when investors need to get creative themselves. This is not your average investor. This is not a, culture is something you have to believe in. And to believe in, you have to take a little risk. But also the reward is much greater. So that's what we're asking investors to do. Just take a risk on us, because as in Panther Holdings, we've already seen this. The risk we took gave amazing rewards. Yeah. And we are, one of the leading profitable tourism cultural companies here. So.
I think they like that. Princess Noura, you?
So for me, I share the ladies' views completely, but I also say we need to have a reframe on the creative and cultural ventures, projects, and businesses. We have to stop looking at them as charity, because that's how they've been seen by the people in the ecosystem, and as well as any kind of funding coming from outside. And I think, like Dr. Charlie said, when you become dependent on it, you're not building your own capabilities and strength to survive. El Mashtar, which means plant nursery, was built for that. It means we will help you provide an environment, the right nutrients for you to grow strong roots to be able to survive outside. When an ambitious creator can build confidence, sustain themselves, and have this pipeline of projects and income, that's what it means to be successful. It's not just how much money we make, it's being able to continue and do this. We opened Al Mashtal because we saw so many creatives working, but that was after their official careers, because they never believed in themselves that they could survive without having another traditional career to follow through. And that's why professional development, mentorship is really important, and building that business acumen. Because I always say we do this, like Princess Fahda said, because we love it. There's something in us, in our minds, that we imagine and we want to bring forward to the world. And investors need to understand that, because it takes time to mature. It takes time for the public to understand, to get it picked up in the market. I believe 100% that we need to think commercially. We need to think big. We need to think that we need to sell products, sell services, sell ideas, in order to survive. And I always say, like, look at Bill Gates. He worked and built Microsoft, and after he went and tackled, the problem of malaria in the world, and that's his altruistic project. So us as creatives are the same. We do it because it's altruistic and internal of us, but we need to understand that in order to be able to do that, we need to survive as well.
Okay, we're almost out of time. I'm sorry, I've got to do this. We're almost out of time. I need from you just one go-to, as briefly as you can, from each of you, as to how we can, in our own worlds, what is it that we need to think about doing to try to better support the creatives? So, Charlie, if I can start with you, I'll work my way back this way.
Great. Measurement. Measuring the impact economically, socially, culturally is key to be able to advocate for more support for the arts and to know to the degree that it is shaping our society for the greater good.
Princess Fahda?
Well, I think developing the bottom-up approach and really working with destinations, economy, and cultural assets within it is just gives the ecosystem a better, a better chance to grow.
Princess Noor?
So I'm going to steal like an artist, and I'm going to steal something from what Princess Fahda said, and it's...
Okay, disclaimer, we're not promoting stealing. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Definitely not. But it's take a risk. Us as creatives, we are putting ourselves out there. We're taking risks, but also investors, institutions, take a risk on us as well, and I guarantee we will deliver.
So would it then be safe to say that if we take a measured risk and we do assessments that run from the bottom up, that we should be able to build ecosystems that are better suited to growth and sustainability for creators?
100%.
Would that be correct?
Definitely, yes.
Okay, I'll give myself 1 point. Thank you very much, ladies. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you
Princess,
very much.
Princess, Doctor, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Excellent. Please go that way. I don't know, do you think I was having fun? Oh. Yeah, that was actually really fun. I enjoyed that, and I think that it's quite true that we are looking and assessing things from a view of how do we better support creatives, and looking at those ecosystems and asking ourselves, how can I think differently? And we may not necessarily have the answer from the outset, but of course the view is that eventually we will have some answer that will encourage us to do the right thing. And with that, I'm going to call back on stage Yasser and his panel. Please give him a warm welcome. Thank you.
Gnawa, an ancestral music, a living legacy, born from the pain of exile, carried by the descendants of enslaved people from sub-Saharan Africa. Gnawa culture became a unique spiritual and artistic force, passed down through generations. At its heart, the Gembri, ancestor of the bass, and the Karakit, once echoing the chains of slavery, now transformed into instruments of freedom and empowerment. Once confined to the margins, this art now shines on the world stage. For nearly 30 years, the Essaouira Gnawa and World Music Festival has carried Morocco's mystical tradition across the globe, revealing its universal power. In 2019, UNESCO recognized Gnawa as intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Today, it inspires some of the world's greatest artists. It's taught in prestigious institutions and speaks a universal language of freedom, peace, and unity. But beyond the music, the festival has transformed Essaouira itself from a once marginalized Moroccan city to a global capital of cultural creativity. Essaouira, Morocco, where heritage becomes future.
Thank you. Hello. Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good evening and welcome to our session that is about heritage that can transform from cultural treasures into economic powerhouses. We will jump into the session because we have little time, and my distinguished speakers, I would like for them to speak as much as they can. So we'll jump right into it. Naila, first of all, would you like to comment quickly on the video?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Yassir. Well, first of all, I'd like to say that I'm really happy to be here in Saudi Arabia for this very fascinating event, gathering so many people and who are passionate about culture and creative industries. And this video is a short video just to show what we've accomplished in almost 30 years with an heritage that comes from sub-Saharan African countries and that was totally marginalized, and that is showing our African roots, and that managed over the years to totally transform the economy of a city. So it's an intangible heritage. Few people believed in it in the beginning, and it really happened to be something incredible that is renowned internationally and that has been driving a very interesting change. And it has been inspiring so many cities in Morocco and in Africa.
Amazing, of course. Naila Tazi, a cultural entrepreneur. She founded Morocco's landmark, I want to say it correctly. So it's Essaouira Gnawa.
Essaouira Gnawa and World Music
Festival, and has been a leading advocate, of course, for creative industries. First of all, thank you for the intro video. We will jump to the questions. We will start, of course, with our first distinguished speaker, Lord Neil Mendoza. Our first speaker brings a wealth of global experience in cultural heritage, serving as chairman of Historic England and a leading voice in shaping heritage capital strategies. Welcome to our session. I'll jump right to the question, Lord Neil. What do we actually mean when we call heritage an asset, and who defines that value?
It's a really good question. So many people will have different ideas about what heritage actually is. And for me, heritage is what we inherit, whether that's buildings or objects or collections or customs or music or tangible and intangible heritage.
Amazing.
And the question is, how do those heritage assets have value? And I suppose that's what we're here to try and solve. And that they do have enormous value. And one of the good examples I'll use, and I know you want to go on, is if you think about the British Museum, for example. I don't know whether Hartwig is here, but if you imagine that museum is free to enter, but the collection of the British Museum, someone once told me, would probably fetch a value, if it were ever for sale, which it never would be, of well over $1 trillion.
Wow, amazing.
So there's a bit of value right there.
Great. I'll try to jump to each speaker with a question so everybody has time to speak. Thank you, Lord Neil. Hassan Allam, Mr. Hassan Allam, our next great speaker who leads one of the region's most influential development and construction groups with projects spanning continents and a deep commitment to cultural investment. Mr. Hassan, how do you assess the financial viability of heritage projects compared to traditional infrastructure investments today?
Okay, good question. Thank you for having me. I received a lot of questions about why I'm here. I mean, my main business is engineering and construction, so a lot of people are wondering, what's a general contractor doing in a cultural event? The reality is we have been privileged to be the operator of the Grand Egyptian Museum, and it falls under infrastructure investment and development. The truth is we had not done it before, but we went into this project with immense passion, and it's almost 5 years today.
Okay.
And we have not received any kind of payment from the government because this is a concession. So we actually pay the government their percentage of the revenues and the bottom line. They've given us wonderful support, I have to say.
Yeah.
And it is, in my opinion, one of the few large-scale cultural and historic buildings in the world that actually is sustainable commercially and viable. It makes money, which is something you can rarely say. And I think the reason behind this is because we want these buildings to be self-funded. We want them to be institutions that survive the test of time. And if you can't pay for yourself and live off subsidy, then you're at the mercy of someone else's opinion about you, right?
Exactly.
Over and above the fact that the private sector and government involvement in this building has been a wonderful experience for us. It can be done properly, and it can be done successfully. And it's created a team of die-hard Egyptian fans supporting Egyptian culture and heritage, primarily led by Legacy, which is the subsidiary or the company that manages the museum.
Amazing.
Wonderful team in that business, and their passion is infectious. So everyone who visits and sees how passionate they are about this project comes again and again, and they've had wonderful events take place. The curation is second to none.
Amazing.
And the commercial services and the hospitality teams have done a wonderful job.
And this is where I will come back to you and maybe ask you how we can transform a heritage site into actual living. And people can come and visit. And maybe Dr. Abdurrahman Sahibani can actually help us answer that question. Representing the Royal Commission for AlUla, Dr. Abdurrahman, he has overseen some of the most ambitious cultural heritage projects in Saudi Arabia, positioning the kingdom on the global stage. Dr. Abdurrahman, ahlan wa sahlan feek. When we talk about heritage as an asset, what do we actually mean, and who defines that value? And also, I want you to basically answer me or give me an answer on how can we transform heritage sites into actual living today?
Thanks, Yasser, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank our colleagues at the Ministry of Culture for organizing this important conference, which gives us the opportunity to connect with the global leaders in the field of culture. How it is difficult to be in the end of a very productive day, but we'll do our best to go straight to the point. So I will speak from AlUla perspective. So in AlUla, we see the heritage as a living asset, not just a preservation of the past, but a driver of cultural, economic, social value. And its impact is clear on maybe three levels. The first one is a local level, or at a local level, it is for the community. It's a source of pride and identity, and it's also creating jobs and also a way of passing the knowledge from a generation to another one. At a national level, we know it is part and a strategic pillar of our Vision 2030, and also it is contributing to economic diversity, as well as it's opening new sectors. At a global level, it offers immersive experiences for the people to connect across borders and for sure foster dialogue. So there is no one who defines the value of the heritage. It is actually an interplay between communities, governments, investors, and communities. This is why in AlUla we developed comprehensive strategies that put the protection and revitalization of the heritage at the heart of sustainable development. We are also empowering our local community to be the custodian of the heritage by launching some initiatives or programs such as Hamay that educates and empowers the local community to be the guardian of their own heritage.
Yeah.
In 2024 alone, AlUla welcomed more than 240,000 visitors, creating more than 6,500 jobs and 5,200 community-led businesses. Those figures and those results prove again that the heritage is a living investment where the conservation and prosperity can go hand in hand.
Exactly. You have done a wonderful job coming from a young Saudi who goes to AlUla and just loves it there. Thank you so much. And then we will come back to the how we can transform the heritage sites into living. Sonia Lawson, as a founding director of the, again, I want to say it correctly, Palais de Lume, right?
We're almost there.
Almost
Palais
there.
de Lume.
Palais de Lume. Okay, there we go. I've practiced this maybe 10 times with Sonia in the back, but it's not happening. But I got it now. Of course, in Togo, Sonia, you have transformed an abandoned place into a thriving cultural hub today, an award-winning conservation model. First of all, we want to know how you did that. Very few initiatives exist in West Africa today, as we have talked in the back, to preserve heritage. Can you highlight how tangible this asset is as an example of heritage and what it means economically?
Yes, it's been a journey. Thank you first. First of all, thank you for having us here and inviting me. I'm very happy and delighted to be in this region for the first time of my life. And it's been a journey because the place was abandoned for more than 20 years. It used to be the German, British, French governor's palace and then abandoned. So it was a proof of concept to transform it and restore it, first restore it, and then transform it into a living heritage open to the public. So it was very new. Some of pictures of how it was before. It was then. So first, in the process, we work, of course, with local firms.
We can see the pictures in the back here.
Yes, in the back. Some pictures of how it was before. So we worked with local firms, masons, carpenters, and all these works to transform the place, which means that we created jobs in this area and work with construction firms to transform the place to what it is now. And now it's a place that mixes heritage, culture, and biodiversity. So it's very unique in West Africa for this mixture and blend, the way it blends this. And we have a very young audiences, so we have all kinds of audiences. And I wanted also to highlight that it's very important for us to have an intergenerational approach. So the majority of our audience is in their 20s, below 35, but we like also to create links with other generations, so that culture is also a place of gathering of several kind of people and generations.
Amazing.
So
beautiful. I'd love to visit one day.
Hopefully.
We in the audience. Thank you so much. We'll come back to you, Sonia. Naila Tazi, you're as a cultural entrepreneur today. First of all, where did it start, this festival, and where is it right now? How did it start and where is it right now? And then let's talk about the younger generation. How do we make heritage relevant to the younger generation through festivals like yours?
Our festival started in 1998, so it's almost 30 years. And it started in a small town of 70,000 people. And one has to imagine that after 2 or 3 editions, 500,000 people were showing up in this city.
5 times maybe, or more.
So this is what brought up the idea that culture is a driving force in terms of development. And I really appreciated what was said on the previous panel. Someone said there is a ROIS, a return on investment in society. And with this event, we really had the demonstration of what the younger generations like, what they want. They want culture, but they want the culture of the country, because this is what we are proud of, who we are. This is what brings us together. This is what gives us a chance to be better known by the international scene. So it's a fabulous mean of cultural diplomacy is fantastic. So this is why I'm so happy to be here in Saudi Arabia, because things are going so fast, because there is a political vision, there is a will, and the decision makers are making it happen. And we in Essaouira have been witnessing the total transformation of a city that was marginalized, that had no economic asset to develop, because it's like an island, it's almost an island surrounded by the ocean. And you know, only hippies would go there in the 70s. It was almost an abandoned city, and suddenly within a cultural event, it started, there was a revival of the city. But the younger generations are the one who really brought the attention, and this is how also it became a cultural, a social, and a political event that was becoming a driving force in terms of changes. So I think that youth is playing a huge role. And we have to listen to youth, because they are the ones who are the most attracted to the cultural sector. They are the ones who are going to build the cultural and creative economies. They're already building them in some parts of the world, but we are now more and more aware of the importance of this sector, and it's the new generations, the young generations, that are bringing this awareness. And for us, as people who started an event, I'm a member of the private sector, I'm not a governmental member. I really believe that we have to encourage the private sector's young entrepreneurs and to give them the more chances as possible to realize their ideas and their projects in the cultural and creative sector.
It always starts with a believer. So
in passion, Well, it took us
Job well
patience.
done.
We had to be patient, but I think now the ecosystem is more stable and more prepared.
Job well done. Lord Neil, I want to jump to your question right away, where I want to get your perspective from the UK. What are the most effective models for balancing conservation today and commercialization, and why do they work?
I suppose that's the whole point of this conference. Can we find a way of transforming heritage and cultural assets into economic activity? But it's not only that, and I think we've already heard on this panel, there are so many different models, and it's the same in the UK. What I would say, it's all about, to Neela's point really, it's how can we enable these things to happen? And one of the things I've been most impressed by here, at the risk of sounding like I'm sucking up to our hosts, is that the atmosphere and the energy and the way that you've created a force in this country to enable these things to happen, like at AlUla, is amazing. To come to this conference and see not only a very sort of ambitious Minister for Culture, but the Minister for the Economy and the Minister for Investment. If we could get those ministers talking in the UK about culture in the way that you're thinking about it in this country, I think it would be amazing. And that's what will enable things to happen. There are various models. So in the UK, how government interacts with heritage and culture is quite important. How much control do you have is an issue. So for example, with our national museums, we operate them under what is called an arm's length principle. They have their own boards, they have their own allocated funding from government. To a certain extent and to a certain bit of control, they can do what they like within certain parameters. But, you know, and for example, at Historic England, we have an arrangement with government. We're a government agency. We own a brand, English Heritage, which looks after 400 sites around the country: Stonehenge, Hadrian's Wall, Dover Castle, and so on. All each, in a way, with their own operating model. Nothing as amazing as Hassan's model in Cairo, by the way, and I want to learn how that works more so that we can perhaps apply it in the UK. But we also, in the country, have 400,000 different sites and properties that are designated and protected under our system. So I would say that there is each place, like AlUla, each one will have its own way of handling its operating model. But the key is that you need the energy and the support of government, who can then empower brilliant individuals to make this happen.
Amazing. So you're saying public-private partnerships can actually turn heritage into long-term economic value?
Of course they can. We're seeing it here. And by the way, you can think of it in a big way. You can think of the whole city of London, for example, a great financial centre, is also a heritage centre, and how those things coexist, how the city of London coexists with the Tower of London and St Paul's and its history, is a brilliant example of a massive public-private part. At Oxford University, similarly, that's a place where heritage has to coexist with education, but also business.
Amazing. Mr. Hassan Allaba, I think the question was already asked. How does it work? Lord Nathan is asking, and I'm asking, how does it work? And how can private sector partnerships ensure heritage development today that delivers both economic returns and community enrichment?
Okay, so there's no secret recipe. I mean, most institutions like the Grand Egyptian Museum have commercial space, have curation, have events. So we're not redefining the wheel. Again, I don't want to sound like I'm being cliche or cheesy, but it's the energy that the people responsible for the place bring. And because they feel that for the first time, the private sector is able to play a significant role in showcasing this marvelous building and the marvelous artifacts and the history associated with it, they've been able to create unbelievable events, unbelievable experiences. The people who represent the hospitality and let's say the guides who take our guests around are so interested and so excited, people want to come back and over again. Over and above the fact that we have now been basically receiving revenues through leasing out commercial space, office space, cultural events, corporate events that meet certain criteria, because you don't want these historical places and cultural and heritage sites to be places where parties are held. I mean, it's a little bit inappropriate. But again, to have the right balance, the right calendar of events, the right commercial setup, to be able to create venues for local industry, small industry, to showcase how artisans and craftsmen who work in Egypt can sell their products internationally and give them an outlet to do so successfully, has been an unbelievable success story for us.
Amazing. Jumping to AlUla again, Dr. Abdurrahman, how was AlUla transformed into a beautiful living? And I would like to ask you, how can in your experience, what are the biggest misconceptions investors or developers have when approaching heritage projects?
Before I answer for the misconceptions, if I may, so in AlUla, we believe that we don't have to choose between the preservation and development. We can achieve both in harmony. At the Royal Commission for AlUla, we have developed what we call comprehensive regeneration framework built on 4 principles. First one, which is the conservation and the preservation of our cultural heritage. Second, which is the preservation of our natural landscape. Third, which is driving sustainable economic growth for the community. And fourth, which is enhancing the quality of the life of the community. Maybe the best example of this is the Old Town in AlUla. For centuries, it was the heart for the community. And rather keeping it as a static archaeological site, we worked together with the community and craftspeople to restore it using traditional techniques. At the same time, private businesses opened cafes, boutique, galleries, and cultural spaces in the Old Town. So, and this is creating a vibrant ecosystem that is both authentic and economically viable. Dar Tantura Hotel, which is also in the Old Town, one of the examples which transformed ancient and traditional houses in AlUla into boutique accommodation. Again, those examples shows us that when we carefully reactivate the heritage sites, they could be a self-sustained ecosystem with clear opportunities for the investors and the visitors. And for the misconceptions, I believe there are two major misconceptions for the public or for the investors. The first one is that the heritage sites or the heritage is something that should be preserved behind the glass. In reality, this is something, and the heritage is something very dynamic. And it could be, yes, some assets require conservation and other can adaptively reused, and many of them could be activated through tourism, hospitality, and creative industries. And the second misconception is that the heritage is an obstacle for the development, which is in reality and in fact, it could be a good foundation for the innovation and the growth in the future.
Amazing. So turning it into a revenue-generating ecosystem without compromising the cultural or historical integrity, which is amazing. Moving on to Sonia again, I would like to ask you, does economic return always require physical transformation, or can actually value come from less visible forms today, like digital engagement, education, or licensing? What can you say about that?
I would say that digital is a tool that is very helpful for heritage, but heritage is also something tangible. So it goes both ways. When you want to have visitors to attract them, you need to have also something tangible to show them. Digital is an introduction, means a tool, but it can't replace, according to me at least, it can't replace the tangible. We were speaking, and both of you were speaking about craftsmanship, so intangible asset, and this intangible asset needs to be revived and rejuvenated through a cultural project. So, and what more tangible is than having a weaver? So, for instance, we work with weavers, traditional weavers, potters. So, all these craftsmen, they have ancestral knowledge, and they're happy we're doing digital activities with them to show their works to our audiences. But at the end of the day, when you see a pot, it needs to be a real one. So I would say that it goes together.
Amazing. Last question, Naila Tazi. I would like to ask you, for lessons maybe that you can give from Morocco's cultural economy that could be useful for emerging markets.
Well, that's a nice question because Morocco has been investing a lot of talent in doing and passion in capitalizing on its asset. I want to recall that more and more countries in the world are aware of the importance of heritage, the patrimoine. We all try to register as much elements as possible at UNESCO because it brings awareness. There are almost 2,000 elements registered on UNESCO list. Maybe 2/3 are heritage and 1/3 is intangible heritage. We, in our part of the world, I'm talking about the Arab world in Africa, we have more intangible heritage. And so it is very important to take care of that also, because it's what defines our identity. It is what has been passed down through generations, and that's who we are, and that's what we're proud of. So let's be as authentic as possible, use the modern tools, use the digital tools, use everything that is modern, but remaining who we are, because that's what makes the difference. And also because all this heritage we're talking about is so important in tourism that is becoming an important economic sector. We have to nurture this specificity of who we are, staying who we are, and proud of who we are. And this is what we really worked on in Morocco. And this is an expertise we really developed, and we would love to share with Saudi Arabia and any country that is interested in it. And just to finish, because I don't know if I will have another opportunity to speak. I just want to say that, because this is the example that we had on this movie that was a passion for me in my life, the project I dedicated 30 years of my life. But this small city became a UNESCO registered city, and it's also a creative city, and it became a learning city. So in the beginning, we wouldn't imagine that we would get into such an interesting dynamic. And now we are, for example, hosting programs with Berklee College of Music in the United States because we're sort of a world music capital.
Amazing.
And this is very interesting because it never ends. You can keep on nurturing a project with very diverse ideas.
Beautiful. And you are always welcome to speak. The Ministry of Culture doors are always wide open for everyone. Today, I can say, or I can end this session with saying that heritage is both identity and investment, a powerful driver for culture and economy. Please join me in applauding for our distinguished speakers in this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yasser.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Yasser.
We leave it to me again now.
Thank you, Yasser. And thank you to your panelists as well. Thank you. We're almost at the end of the day. We do have one more conversation that we would love to share with you. So if you're going to bear with us for just a few moments, I would, however, like to say that throughout the day, as we've progressed from the beginning of the day where we had really big conversations about money and what makes funding good and not good and what are the prerogatives and imperatives that we need to consider, towards the end of the day where we need to appreciate how complex the situation has become, how complex the requirements have become to ensure that we are not only allocating funding correctly, but that it's being impactful. For our last conversation of the day, no doubt a good one too, please give a very warm welcome to Sean Tully and his panel.
Well, we've arrived at the end of this session, and it's showtime. So we're going to have our own version of happy hour right now, and we're mainly going to have fun. And I have had a lot of fun getting to know my three guests today. And part of the fun revolves around that they're in an industry and industries that I really didn't know existed in their full form. And much of the discussion today is going to revolve around a whole artistic area that we haven't talked much about. We've talked about everything from stand-up comedians to movie production and turning out big hits and all of the disc jockeys and all the wonderful ways that it's been the big bang of culture here that is so obvious to anyone who just drives around this city. And the quality of the architecture and the landscaping is so stunning. But we're going to talk today about the art finance business, fine paintings, new artists, actually trading in art. And we're also going to talk about a new movie business, which involves debt financing in this part of the world that really there's very little of right now. So I wanted to open it up by talking to Xavier about a business that he has really created in the art field, which is fractional ownership of paintings that really is almost like a trading business. It's really reminiscent of the kind of things I cover in New York, talking about Wall Street, and it's a business I didn't even know existed. It's apparently very successful, but Xavier really, as I understand it, was a pioneer in this business. Can you tell us about that business and how it works?
Well, I'm going to go back to 1989, when the Japanese were buying art all over the world and paying a lot of money for it. I had just graduated college, and that was when Saito bought the famous painting by Van Gogh, both the portrait of Dr. Gadgets and the sunflowers. And I said, well, this has got to be a tremendous business, because assets are, the paintings are going up in value, and whether, they obviously have a very important emotional component, and that emotional component is measured by the importance of certain artworks that are supranational, and they build identity and they're recognizable by everybody, but at the same time, they've been going up in value. There's never been a time where Leonardo has been worth zero, but TWA was worth 0, Emron was worth 0. So I said, as far as we are buying great quality and the greatest artists that have a track record, we can do fractional ownership based on real tangible ownership, I mean real ownership directly on the asset through blockchain technology. So we partner at the end of 2020 and 2021 with Swiss Bank, and we continue doing it for accredited investors, but now we also do it for individual investors as well. And we had experience because we had previously managed our investment fund, that was the Artemundi Global Fund, which I think has been the most successful our fund recorded to date, where we had an IRR of 17.1% after the 5 years duration of the fund. And ever since, the fund managed about 220 million or so. And ever since then, we have managed about $1 billion over $1 billion in assets ever since. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's really like a trading business that you get in and you get out very rapidly. Can you talk about that aspect of it and how you're able to get in at enough of a discount to really make it work?
Well, in the way we do it is we always have skin in the game, so therefore you can imagine how strong our countermeasures are to avoid risk.
Right.
You know? So once we buy these artworks and we go through the fractionalization process, the digital, creating actually the digital shares or the tokens, then we just offer it usually on a private platform. It's not open to everybody. You need to be a client of the private bank or but now we can do it to regular investors as well. So sometimes some of these assets are owned by 3,000 people, 4,000 investors, right? It's not something that you have a quick turnover and you don't sell it at a discount. You do through, appraisals like Gert Jones and other companies. You do a thorough valuation and you create a base value. And then the par value of every share matches that face value.
Right. Yeah.
And it's not sold at a discount, but it's being held over a period of time.
Yeah, but you're trying to buy in at a discount.
Well, we need to buy it at a discount, yes, because
yeah.
we always put these paintings into the market. We only buy from the private sector, and we put the paintings back in the market when we think is the right time. But generally speaking, we set the investment horizon to about 4, 5, 6 years, 3, depending.
Yeah.
These masterpieces work better when the investment horizon is longer, but some investors don't have the patience.
Right. And Stefan, you're in the conservative part of the business. You lend large sums, $1 million to $35 million, against, I believe, for wealthy families and other big-time art owners. Can you talk about your financing business and how it's developing?
Indeed. I'm afraid not happy hour. We're at the very conservative end of I guess the brutally commercial side of things. There's been a huge growth over the last certainly 5 years, probably even 10 years, in the availability of leverage, borrowing money against art collections. Historically, it was the preserve of the private banking market. If you were a large family or institution with a collection, you've been able to access liquidity from that collection for many, many years. The private markets, the alternative lending market that we're in, alongside the large auction houses, is really a much newer thing. And there are a whole series of boring R's do with it. There's rigor, there's risk. So as regards this part of the world, it's a very, very new industry, and I think probably the strongest driver or brake to development of it is regulatory. So at the end of the day, if you can't be confident in lending, no investor will take the risk. So sort of regulatory is the first.
Yes, and do you see the necessity for regulation changes here in Saudi Arabia or in the Middle East to open up this market? Or I think you said you're already able to lend to Saudi and other Middle Eastern owners.
Yeah, There are two or three different aspects of it. I mean, the most important is the legal framework of loan documentation. And I mean, that, as I think my fellow panelist at the end there is established as well, is viable. Then there's a question of possessory and non-possessory. I mean, one of the, I think, fascinating parts about our part of the art financing industry is that we allow collectors or galleries to keep the artwork and don't have to take possession of it ourselves. And the legal framework around non-possessory loans of movable assets is quite complex.
Yeah, yeah. And Gilles, let's talk about your opera galleries, which are all over the world. You're a gypsy, as you said. You're between Singapore, Paris, New York, where you have, 17 galleries. Can you tell us how the business developed? And then also, I want to talk to all of you about this, is given the tremendous big bang in culture we've seen right here in Saudi Arabia, whether how much more willing you may be to come to Saudi or the Middle East and the kind of business opportunities that you see here, given this tremendous change that we just had. I was here 12 years ago, you wouldn't even recognize the city, given the explosion in especially in culture and architecture.
Yeah, so thank you very much. So I created Opera Gallery 30 years ago. The first gallery was in Singapore. We have right now 17 galleries around the world. We are in Asia, America, Europe, and Middle East. We have a few galleries in the Middle East, but Middle East is actually the region, where we want to develop the company. We're opening another gallery in Houston in a few months, but after the focus will be in the Middle East. On the side of the galleries, I was used to manage art funds regulated in Luxembourg by the CSSF and audited, one by Deloitte, one be able to feed my galleries with masterpieces. The funds we manage, we did not 17%, but we did the first one, we did 11% after 7 years lifetime, and the second one 14.5% net to the investors, which is not too bad. And I created a company 1.5 years ago with a company where knowledge investors could put money in exchangeable bonds linked to masterpieces, only 65 artists, and the money they put as a capital guarantee at 100%.
Right.
By the third...
Is this equity? It's all equity.
It's equity.
It's all equity. All ownership shares.
Yeah, ownership shares. And it is guaranteed by the third biggest insurance company in the world. I opened my own insurance company, but this insurance company is reinsured by Arch. Yeah. So we can show to the investors track records, linked to art fund that I manage since 2007, from 10.88 to a little bit less than 15% net to investors. This performance of art fund was linked uniquely on Opera Gallery network. Yeah. And the new company I opened, I raised money from investors, and we have 7 galleries with me. So we have altogether a network of 43 galleries to sell the work. Yes. So this new company, the goal is to buy and to sell very fast. We started 1 year ago. We sold 80% of the painting we bought with the average performance.
In what period?
We started the company in March. Yeah. We raised the money in April. We started to buy in September, to pay the painting in September, sorry, and until March, on the 15 first painting we bought, we sold 10 with annual IRR of 67%, because the goal is to buy and to sell fast. And we give, as soon as we sell, we give back the money to the investors. It's not like a fund where we need to wait, sometime 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. We pay as soon as we sell.
Yes. This is very different from the private equity business where you invest a lot of money in a big pool and you wait about 8 or 10 years to get your money out.
It's a bit different.
It's very different. It's a business we're talking about paintings that could be decades or centuries old, but the turnover here is a lot higher than it is in the PE business and around the world. So Phil, let's talk about your business, which is very different, but as you expressed to me, we were speaking earlier, it's very, the debt financing part of the movie business is very well developed in Europe and the US, but not at all in the Middle East, as you were saying. And I think, what do you see the future, or where the big growth areas are? But it sounds like Saudi Arabia may be potentially one of them, given the ambitions that we've heard at the conference.
Absolutely, 100% it is. And yeah, it's relatively developed. It is established in Europe and North America, but it's still relatively niche, you know, similar to art, lending, and financing. There's probably 10 to 20 companies, of which we are one. But there's a huge amount of deal flow and pipeline, given, you know, the maturity of those markets. But yeah, having spent a lot of time in the Middle East and also Asia in the last few years, with a particular streaming platform we were investors in, what I saw was this proliferation of tax credits and rebates being released by various governments, and Saudi being one of those, to encourage international production and also to stimulate local production in the entertainment sector, in film and TV. But what I couldn't understand or couldn't see was who was lending against these tax credits, because they're only payable once you've finished your production and you've submitted your accounts and you've ticked off all the necessary things required by the Film and TV Commission. So that's when we were going to have many conversations across the whole of the Middle East and across the whole of Asia with all of these countries that were releasing these incentives. And what we found was actually no one is lending against them, nobody at all. And the only way producers are facilitating them into their finance plans and their production financing is that they are allocating them to an equity investor when they come back. So it's a very inefficient way of using those incentives.
Yeah, so really the entire industry was financed with equity.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I mean, this is what we found is across the whole
Yeah.
of the regions, and in fact, anywhere outside of Europe and North America, equity is the driver of the entertainment financing ecosystem, which is a very inefficient and a very risky way to be doing this.
Yes, because you think of the rest of the world, what it's probably, 30% equity, whatever the number is, but the volume of production must be very restricted by the
Exactly, and
necessity of using
bringing
equity.
in debt
Yeah.
helps not only give it that shot in the arm in terms of being able to increase production, because the equity investor puts in less, they're taking less risk. The broadcasters don't have to put in as much to commission. The producer holds on to more of their IP and control in the project. And also, the key bit here and what we think is exciting is creating the rails and the institutional structured approach to investing into the creative sector through what we do, saying we can provide the rails, we can provide the collateralized approach to financing with a regular return across a huge pipeline of potential projects. So you can scratch that itch of supporting the creative sector and getting involved with filmmakers and TV producers, etc. But you can also do it in a safe and secure manner, which generates a regular return for you.
Yeah. And have you seen changes in the regulations, or rather in the practices of the government credits we were talking about that would allow more debt financing, or has it not happened yet?
It's happening. We're in direct conversations with most of those film and TV commissions and creative ministries, and that's what I think is the real another exciting thing or valuable thing for us, is we're able to have those very direct discussions at the stage of evolution that the industry's at in these regions.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask the art group. All of you are in this market in an institutionalized fashion, and you've gotten to a certain size. I'm sure you've achieved certain economies of scale getting to that size, but you can get too big too in an industry like this, where you have to be very specific about what you're buying and very careful about the expertise that goes into the kind of financings that you do and the kind of paintings that you back, et cetera, and the rarefied group of investors that you may have. So can you talk, each of you, a little bit about how scale works and what kind of the ideal scale is? Javier, starting with you.
I think scale has been a successful factor.
For you, yeah.
Yes, as you said, as you rightly pointed, the ability to kind of create an ecosystem of how to treat the artwork from the logistics side, insurance, managing, cataloging, curatorial expertise, appraising, all sorts of different valuations and different methods. Assuring ownership, clear title, authenticity, obviously, but that's an easy one. Then, of course, things like condition. All of that, you create a team. And I've always thought that this team had to be well-trained. So basically, I hire everybody that works in different departments. They all have common knowledge in art. So they have degrees in art or master's degree in art, or even doctorate degrees. And so they can do logistics, but at the same time, they can be part of a committee that reviews the artworks. And then we also have a non-profit foundation, because what we do is all for profit, right? And, Picasso's and the like, always dead artists.
Yeah.
But what we do in the foundation is we're building a museum, and we are sponsoring emerging artists, contemporary artists, but all of that is a philanthropic thing. But a lot of the people in the team that work in the for-profit group, they also work in the non-profit thing, and we do residences, exhibitions, and
and Stefan, how about in your business? It takes so much expertise, and it's a business where you have scholars working alongside business people. Of course, that's true to a certain extent in all of these culturally rich industries, but go ahead and talk about what kind of the ideal scale is, and how you've grown and how big you want to get.
Yeah, I mean, our broader group, Johns, appraises about $15 billion worth of art a year. Comparatively speaking, our financing business is tiny. I think in the last year, probably about $100 million of financing. But the core discipline of the appraisal is the valuation. What is something worth, and by what measure is it? What's it worth in a gallery? What's it worth at auction? What's it worth if you have to get rid of it tomorrow? Is a very important aspect of establishing the amount of money you'll lend against a particular work of art. As regards scalability, I think it's true in every industry. The prototype is what costs the money. Once you've proved the prototype, then actually things really are quite scalable. Bearing in mind, of course, that the art world is still a tiny world compared to most economies. I mean, our particular sector, in the art financing sector, is maybe $40 billion. Any government borrows that any given day of the week. In fact, large corporations borrow that any given day of the week. It's a fascinating microcosm.
It is. Absolutely. And the gallery business, Gilles, you hear the gallery business is in trouble. A lot of smaller galleries, mom and pop galleries, even though they have great taste and had success in the past. But you have a whole network, and you've grown it in several ways, both with partnerships and also with your 17 galleries and your international diversification, going to Houston, for example. So talk about scale for you and what kind of the ideal size is.
Okay, so since 30 years, I met thousands and thousands of collectors. And there is few type of collectors. You have the collectors, who are buying, the real collectors who buy with emotion. You have the collectors who are buying and who are working, a little bit like investors, so they are buying mostly masterpieces, they keep it in the time. So the first option about the collectors with emotion, we can give this to our target through the galleries. About the investors, we gave this security of the investors for the return, because at the end of the day, everybody, who invest in art, they want to make money, and they want to be sure that the asset they bought is a good one. So we gave credibility to the investors and numbers to investors with the fund. And the new company I opened, so the Iconic Art, we act completely like traders. We don't act, as gallery owner. Sometimes as a gallery, I can keep a painting for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, sometimes 15 years. It could happen, and we don't sell it because we prefer to make sometimes higher margin. And Iconic, we act really, like traders, so we act, we buy and we sell very, very fast. And we have an organization, with a vertical organization, with all the services, about the logistic, about the archive, about the authentication, of the work, like many galleries.
Yeah, yeah. And Phil, have you, by any chance, had a chance to visit any of the movie theaters here in
incredible.
Yeah, mean, describe for us, because I had that honor myself. Yeah.
I mean, it's really how the cinema-going experience should be in 2025, versus what we experience in the UK and the US, which is, very sort of run down and not very invested in, kind of properties. But and it's what it is. It's not just about going and watching something. It's about the whole, food and drink, beverage experience. It's about, the setting that you are waiting to go into the actual, theater to watch it within. And I think, again, one of the great metrics that you're seeing is just that there's this huge appetite for cinema going that is on the, on a hockey stick trajectory, across the whole of the Middle East and across Asia as well at the moment.
Just very briefly, describe what it's like to walk into a Vox theater or one of these.
It's beautiful. It's like going into a hotel almost. It is. It's an amazing experience, beginning to end. And it's something whether you're going, with your partner or whether you're going with your family. Like it caters for everyone. It really is.
It's almost a reinvention of the whole movie experience here, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's what we need to be thinking about as filmmakers, as creators. We can be as smart with our financing or using AI tools or whatever new tech is coming through. But if we're not thinking about the experience and our audience and our user at the end of the day, then like all of these things are for nothing in my eyes.
Well, thank you so much, guys. It's the end of our happy hour. It was wonderful. I learned a tremendous amount today. And so I feel very enriched. And thanks to you, I think the audience was too. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean, and thank you to all your panelists. And of course, thanks to you for being with us throughout this first day of the Cultural Investment Conference. I certainly have had a wonderful time, lots of food for thought that I have received. I hope you feel the same way, whether you are here in the room in Riyadh or elsewhere in the world. That brings a conclusion to day one of the proceedings here at the King Fahd Cultural Center in Riyadh. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Have a good one.